Chapter 351, Lin Yuan getting up for breakfast. It was clearly just a meeting and discussion. He had only shown that he was considering accepting Listen and the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's allegiance. However, Listen showed his full sincerity and excluded the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's chaos and instability. After that, he showed him the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's best situation that Listen could come up with. Rather than saying Listen was fighting for a chance of allegiance for himself, it was better to say that he was being responsible for the decision Lin Yuan would make. After Listen finished expressing his intentions, he was a little nervous. He heard the youth's cheerful and magnetic voice at the other end of the phone. Okay. When he heard this word, the nervous Listen immediately revealed a smile. Then, he decided to cut the Gordian knot and make a ruthless change in the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's chaotic situation as soon as possible. After experiencing the previous incident, he understood a principle. Any unstable factors would be a fatal variable in a life and death situation. Even if it was favorable, that might turn out to be the most vicious stab to the core in a life and death situation. After Lin Yuan hung up the phone and went to take a shower, he felt that it was time to adjust his working and resting timing. All the things in the mansion were proceeding in an orderly manner in these 2 days. Wen Yu was refining the information on the major veteran factions. Information resources were often equal to a faction's eyes and ears. Lin Yuan's private faction had gotten almost all the information from Wen Yu, and the source of information came from the Radiant Moon Palace. This ensured the absolute accuracy of the information about the major factions. The Radiant Moon Palace was like a manual regarding the major factions' information, regardless of whether they were rising factions or veteran factions. But under Wen Yu's organization, all this information was organized into the best suitable way for Lin Yuan's private faction. Lin Yuan had to go to the Radiant Moon Palace nearly every day for the past 2 days. He went there to have a round of question and answer session with his master, the Moon Empress. During the knowledge quiz with the Moon Empress previously, Lin Yuan would mainly be asking while she would be answering. But during this period, Lin Yuan had not gone out for training. He had spent most of the time in the Spirit Lock spatial zone to enhance feys. Therefore, Lin Yuan had not really had a lot of questions to ask the Moon Empress. The 2 days of question and answer session had become roughly the Moon Empress asking, while Lin Yuan would be pondering. When the Moon Empress answered, Lin Yuan would mentally note down her answer. Then, based on the questions the Moon Empress had asked before, he would think about them. Lin Yuan asked again, and the Moon Empress answered again. This was repeated 3 times. Lin Yuan basically could link together these questions. Every time Lin Yuan left during the past 2 days, Mystic Moon would be a bit frightened. This was because Mystic Moon really did not understand why the Moon Empress would be so happy. The Moon Empress had finally experienced the feeling of teaching her disciple during these 2 days, giving her a great sense of accomplishment. Most of the questions Lin Yuan had asked the Moon Empress before were the problem he was currently encountering at this stage. After asking the Moon Empress and getting answers, he immediately understood what he could not before and was enlightened. However, Lin Yuan had encountered only a few problems, so his questions were also relatively one-sided. During these 2 days, with the Moon Empress asking in the question and answer session, the Moon Empress had taught Lin Yuan the problems he needed to take care of or knowledge that he needed to learn and understand at the current stage. This had given Lin Yuan a new perception. The Moon Empress had always been a very strong person in terms of character. However, when she had decided to accept Lin Yuan as her disciple, she had decided. In her opinion, accepting a disciple was not managing the disciple, and teaching a disciple was not controlling the disciple. Thus, after the Moon Empress learned about Lin Yuan's thoughts and persistence, she retreated behind him. She had always been doing things for Lin Yuan as what a master should do in her own way. This was a master's respect for her disciple. In fact, in Mystic Moon and Cold Moon's opinions, the Moon Empress had never been a person who was good at expressing her feelings. But in almost half a year, the Moon Empress had decided to accept a disciple, become his master in a fluster, and had been able to watch her disciple grow in her own way. This was not only Lin Yuan's progress but also the Moon Empress. In the Moon Empress' opinion, her disciple was also an inherited torch. For the past few days, while Lin Yuan had been contemplating what the Moon Empress taught him, he would return to the mansion and feed the nearly 50 black telescope spirit siphon goldfish a drop of diluted dragon blood every half a day. It had to be known that such blood had a completely different effect from a dragon species feys essence blood. For a low-grade dragon species fey, all the blood in its body could not condense into 5 drops of essence blood. There was a procedure needed for this bloodline stimulation, and it roughly took half a month to take effect. At the same time, the huge amount of pure spirit qi in the spirit siphon goldfish raised these telescope spirit siphon goldfish's grade and quality very quickly. Lin Yuan had also made arrangements for Grey and the White Cloud Mountain minnow, which could not be considered a fey. It was just a fish that grew in grass ponds and had a soft spine, with flesh high in sugar. It also had an excellent effect on Grey's nutrition. As a grus fey, in addition to having grey feathers all over, Grey could be described to be all skin and bones. Hence, it now needed to repair its damaged genetic model and replenished its nutrition. Lin Yuan slept very early in the past 2 days, so under normal circumstances, he could wake up from sleep at about 7:30 in the morning. But early this morning, Lin Yuan was still asleep when he heard a knock on the door. This knocking sound woke him up from sleep, and before he could open his eyes, he heard the mother of Bloodbath's voice. "Lin Yuan, it's late. Quickly get ready and come down to eat breakfast." Lin Yuan, who had been suddenly woken up, was still a bit confused. He answered, "Got it. I'll get ready now." After 3 or 5 minutes, he opened his eyes. By the time he opened his eyes, his entire body had fully awakened. Lin Yuan somewhat helplessly tidied up his hair that had changed shape from being pressed on. Upon looking at the hair standing on his head, Lin Yuan went to take a shower. After he took a shower and wiped his hair into a semi-dry state, he went downstairs. The mother of Bloodbath usually did not have the habit of waking people up to eat. It had now done so, meaning there was only one possibility. Chapter 352, Insect Queen's Flaw. Lu Ji had returned. Otherwise, a foodie like the mother of Bloodbath would never be so passionate about breakfast. As expected, when Lin Yuan got downstairs, he noticed that Lu Ji was carrying out the breakfast that he had just made in the kitchen. Before Lin Yuan could even see what was for breakfast, just from the fragrance, he knew that Lu Ji had probably steamed some soup dumplings and also crab roe dumplings. Lin Yuan originally thought he was already fast enough, but he realized that he was the last to arrive downstairs. Hu Chuan was already happily waiting for the food. From Hu Quan's spiritual state and the completely jade-textured wooden shavings in the main hall, Lin Yuan could guess that Hu Chuan had probably burned the entire night working again. Wen Yu was helping out Lu Ji to serve the baskets of soup dumplings and crab roe dumplings on that completely jade-textured wooden dining table. Before they could finish serving, the baskets were already stacked so high. However, no matter how many dumplings there were, it was probably not enough for the mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer. Endless Summer was a suzerain/myth fey and required a lot of food, but it wasn't especially passionate about food. At present, Endless Summer was holding onto a small mirror and fiddling with its hair. Once it saw Lin Yuan coming down, it ran over and said, "Lin Yuan, the Star Web live stream that you recommended to watch is truly brilliant. This is my first time knowing that color could give hair new life." Lin Yuan also revealed a handsome but puzzled expression. "Didn't I ask Endless Summer to watch the dressing combination? What has that got to do with the hair?" Since Endless Summer was so happy, Lin Yuan followed the topic and said, "Actually, there are times when a single color might not be as nice as imagined." Lin Yuan recalled yesterday when Endless Summer wore an entire suit of green that made someone feel nervous, so he couldn't help but give this comment. Endless Summer nodded excitedly and agreed. "I feel so too. It isn't called fashion without at least 3 colors. More than 5 colors is called taste." Lin Yuan also revealed another handsomely puzzled expression. What he said just now was to subtly tell Endless Summer that green would look much better than complemented with other colors. But if it was a simple color, there wouldn't be any problem for it to be just one color. Furthermore, 2 to 3 colors on a dressing should be more than enough. If there were more than 5 colors, wouldn't it look like a Christmas tree? The mother of Bloodbath saw that Endless Summer still had things to discuss with Lin Yuan, so it grabbed the mirror from Endless Summer and said, "Big Sister Summer, let's eat first. We can talk about anything after eating." Endless Summer sat at the dining table and said to the mother of Bloodbath, "Little Sister Blood, I have noticed a secret to fashion. Later on, we will go out, and I shall help you make a design. I promise you will like it." Lin Yuan felt that he had merely given Endless Summer a method to dress simply, so how could there be such a great inspiration? How did she actually connect fashion with hairstyle? Could it be Endless Summer's innate fashion taste? It was just a live stream on dressing combination. How could it allow Endless Summer to become summer stylish? Everyone had a very comforting breakfast in the manor. One had to admit that Lu Ji's culinary skills were truly brilliant. Lu Ji had made all sorts of different fillings with the dumplings, allowing the mother of Bloodbath to have a satisfactory meal. Just as they were finishing the meal and when Lin Yuan wanted to ask Lu Ji about the Radiance 100 sequence rankings, Lu Ji spoke to Lin Yuan in a very solemn manner. Lin Yuan, had it not been for you who upgraded my insect queen into a fantasy breed, and allowing my insect queen's platinum ability to have the genetic model of the hurricane owlet moth, I might not even have made it to the top 70 of the Radiance 100 sequence. Lu Ji had a very serious expression when speaking. Lu Ji originally thought that he could reserve Insect Queen's platinum ability during the Radiance 100 test and keep it as his trump card. However, when Lu Ji had challenged the current Radiance 100 sequence number 30, Invisible Twine, Lan Bao Bao, he had nearly messed up. Lan Bao Bao's trump card, which he had never been exposed, was revealed during the duel with Lu Ji. Lu Ji would have failed if he hadn't made a prompt decision to use the Insect Queen's platinum ability to produce 7 hurricane owlet moths, allowing the moths to create a hurricane and control the duel. This had allowed Lu Ji to realize that he wasn't the only person that had improved. His previous comrades hadn't stayed down like him for over 3 years and might have improved significantly. At the same time, the duel with sequence number 30 Invisible Twine had allowed Lu Ji to feel his limitations in combat. The limitation was the fact that Lu Ji could only contract with the Insect Queen. The Insect Queen had nearly taken up all of Lu Ji's spiritual energy, so he couldn't contract another Fey or life form. According to the Insect Queen's trait, Lu Ji would never be able to form a contract with another Fey or Source-type life form in this life. The Platinum Insect Queen was powerful as it could produce 5 types of insects. There was an absolute advantage in numbers, allowing Lu Ji to be like an insect swarm on the battlefield. However, as Lu Ji got stronger, he encountered stronger opponents. As such, the problem with the Insect Queen slowly surfaced. Among the 5 insect species phase that the Insect Queen used as its abilities, Lu Ji might be able to choose and use them to coordinate with each other flawlessly. However, apart from the hurricane owlet moth, the 4 other insect species phase had relatively simple genetic models. It simply meant that they were rather weak. There were times when numbers didn't mean advantage. When the numbers reached a standard, individual strength was also very important. When the Insect Queen's grade got higher, its abilities insect species phase would get stronger as well. However, as compared to others who had multiple fantasy breed phase, Lu Ji would be inferior. Therefore, this duel for the Radiance 100 sequence position had given Lu Ji no choice but to face his problem directly. Therefore, Lu Ji's feelings had been rather heavy until now. If this carried on, even if the Insect Queen evolved to the Diamond grade and added on another powerful insect species Fey with a simple genetic model, it might increase Lu Ji's combat strength, but it would never give Lu Ji a significant leap in strength. Chapter 353, Star Web Celestial Stairway 2v2. Such a situation was what was known among Spirit Chi professionals as being more powerless at the later stages. However, Lu Ji was not able to resolve such a problem. When Lin Yuan noticed that Lu Ji's expression was somewhat ugly, he took it to heart. Everyone was at the table now. If there were really any problems, it would seem awkward if he asked Lu Ji. Lin Yuan thought that he would ask Lu Ji what problems he had encountered after breakfast. As long as the mother of Bloodbath was around during the meal, it would certainly be the best eater. None of the small steamed buns and crab roe soup dumplings were left. After eating, Lu Ji started to clean up the mess on the table. On the other hand, Wen Yu returned to her room and began to organize the intel on the major factions. Hu Chuan, who had stayed up all night, was now eating breakfast. His eyelids were closing, so he was ready to go back to his room and sleep until noon. The mother of Bloodbath had always been more active when going out in the past, but this time, endless summer had dragged it out with gusto. Lin Yuan was sitting on the water rhinoceros leather sofa in the hall, drinking the 3 Treasures tea that Wen Yu had brewed in the morning. Although Lin Yuan did not really like the 3 Treasures tea's taste, when the pine nuts secreted oil reached his stomach after drinking a mouthful of it in this early winter season, he felt a few hints of warmth. The taste of the Buddha's hand flower was relatively bland and even a little bitter. However, the bitterness started from the tip of the tongue to the back of the tongue before disappearing. At the same time, there was a strange sweet aftertaste. It had the sense of metamorphosis of there is a bright pearl within me, buried for a long time under the dust. Today, the dust is gone, and the light radiates, shining through all the mountains and rivers. The bitterness of the Buddha's hand flower in the mouth turned into an intense sweetness before it reached the throat. If one tasted this sweetness after the bitterness, they could distinguish a touch of happiness from it. This mansion was like a big family. Lu Ji took up the job of cooking and was sharing and harvesting the taste of happiness, while Wen Yu took up the job of washing clothes. Although the lustrous winged butterflies could clean all the dust in the mansion without a speck of dust left while flying, if there was any dirt on one, they could even clean the clothes until they shone like new when they flew beside for a while. Even if one's clothes were stained with large patches of dirt, the lustrous winged butterflies could help remove it. Therefore, it was reasonable to say that everyone in the mansion did not have to wash their clothes or take a bath. However, bathing was never just about washing away the dust. It was a way to relax, so the people in the mansion still maintained the habit of bathing. Although the lustrous winged butterflies could make the clothes very clean, Wen Yu still habitually washed everyone's clothes except for their undergarments. Everything in the mansion was all in order. In a short while, Lu Ji cleaned up the tableware used for breakfast. When he saw Lin Yuan sitting on the sofa, he walked over and sat beside him before saying, "Lin Yuan, I heard of a piece of news when I participated in the Radiance 100 sequence this time." Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan asked, "Big brother Lu, is there any change in the Radiance 100 sequence test this year again?" Lu Ji was a bit surprised. He did not expect Lin Yuan would guess it so accurately. It's said that this year's test will undergo a huge change, but they have not notified us about the details. When I was participating in the Radiance 100 sequence ranking, I heard that other than the previous 1v1 duel format, they will also set up a 2v2 duel format on the Celestial Stairway. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard that. He did not care about the test's change as there was nothing for him to worry about. However, after learning that two people could form a squad on the Celestial Stairway to have a 2v2 duel, Lin Yuan's interest was piqued. He had been watching the recent S tournament on Star Web, even though it was not interesting. That was because the S tournament was still in the elimination stages, and the strong teams instantly squashed the weak teams. The duels between the weak teams were roughly duels with silver feys. Occasionally, there would be a few duels with gold feys, all of which were considered exciting. This had also decreased the viewership. However, Lin Yuan would feel ardor and zeal coursing through his blood when he watched the 5 vs 5 duels between teams. Most of the 1v1 duels showcased the strength between individuals, or it was better to say their phase grade and quality. Under the premise of comparable strength, the use of intelligence would influence the victory. In the end, the 1v1 duels were all about individual strength rather than intelligence. Nonetheless, while Lin Yuan focused on the team competition, he discovered that it mainly relied on teamwork. Although it was said that absolute strength could crush the opposing team, there were times when teams with vastly different experiences battled. Teamwork and strategy could directly affect the battle's direction. In these elimination duels, Lin Yuan had seen many weak teams without gold feys use intelligence to overturn strong teams with more than 2 gold feys. If Lin Yuan wanted to participate in the S tournament, he would have to wait until next year at least. Now, however, the Celestial Stairway was about to launch 2v2 duels. A squad formed by 2 people would undoubtedly allow Lin Yuan to have a 2-man team battle addiction. When Lu Ji saw Lin Yuan's expression, he knew that he was very interested in the 2v2 duels. Lu Ji, who had seemed a little serious all morning, revealed a smile on his face. The difference of the squad members cannot exceed 5 stars on the Celestial Stairway. I'm currently at Celestial Stairway 17 stars. Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan replied with a smile, then I'll be able to team up with Big Brother Lu when I reach Celestial Stairway 12 stars. Lin Yuan had long known that Lu Ji's was currently at Celestial Stairway 17 stars. Lu Ji had never participated in a Celestial Stairway duel ever since his Insect Queen had recovered. He would usually be making appointments with his friends on Star Web to train himself and hone his combat skills by having private duels. That was why Lu Ji had remained at Celestial Stairway 17 stars. He had been at the Celestial Stairway 37 stars 3 years ago. Since he had not participated in the Celestial Stairway duels for more than 3 years, based on the Celestial Stairway's rules, he would drop 1 star every 2 months. Which had made him drop to 17 stars. Lu Ji had always been considered a sequence member who was not really keen on the Celestial Stairway duels, among the Radiance 100 sequence. Chapter 354, Big Brother Lu, you happen to be able to use it. Although Lu Ji had rejoined the Radiance 100 sequence now and even entered the top ranks, when it came to the number of stars on the Celestial Stairway, he was probably considered the lowest among the 100 sequence members. Lin Yuan was now only at Celestial 1 star. If he wanted to team up with Lu Ji, he still needed to win 11 consecutive duels. Although Lin Yuan had not wanted to challenge the Celestial Stairway again, his fighting spirit was set ablaze after he learned about the Celestial Stairway 2v2 duels. Lu Ji clearly was excited as well. However, he was not excited because of the 2v2 celestial stairway duels but the fact that he could form a two-person team with Lin Yuan and fight side by side. There was a huge difference between Lu Ji's celestial stairway stars and Black's. The difference was 16 stars. However, Lu Ji did not have the thought of dropping his star ranking on the celestial stairway. It would go against his principle of doing things and insult Lin Yuan, not to mention distrusting him. When he thought of the scene of himself and Lu Ji fighting side by side at the 2v2 celestial stairway duel, Lu Ji said, "Lin Yuan, my insect queen's normal ability, bayonet beetles, can assist in providing flesh energy for your plant fey." Lu Ji said that in excitement, but Lin Yuan froze. Lu Ji had always been considered a power offense type spirit chi professional. Although his source type insect queen was more all-rounded, it still focused on attacking with the abilities he had chosen for it. The insect queen's bayonet beetles may increase the speed at which red thorn sea of flowers spread, but this was undoubtedly the same as Lu Ji giving up his bayonet beetles attack ability. Even though the bayonet beetles were insect species phase with an embedded genetic model by Lu Ji's normal ability, the core of Lu Ji's combat tactics was undoubtedly the bayonet beetles. Due to the bayonet beetles' existence, Lu Ji had gained the nickname Heart of Insect Swarm. Now they had to form a two-man squad, and Lin Yuan's strength was far inferior to Lu Ji's. Lu Ji's source-type insect queen was platinum/fantasy breed. As a Radiance 100 sequence member, even if Lu Ji was Lin Yuan's retainer, he had his own pride in a battle, which drove Lu Ji not to depend on others in a battle. Unexpectedly, his mentality had changed a little now. Lin Yuan could not help but think of Lu Ji's weird and serious expression during breakfast. "Big brother Lu, did you encounter any insurmountable problems in the Radiance 100 sequence ranking?" Lin Yuan had sensed the change in Lu Ji's attitude, so he asked him very bluntly. This change of mentality was not a trivial thing for a spirit chi professional. Lu Ji suddenly laughed silently. He had heard those same words before. Lu Ji recalled the last time he heard that. It was during the King Class Experts private auction. At that time, his expression had changed when he had seen the Hurricane Owlet Moth, and Lin Yuan had also asked that in a light-hearted manner. After that simple question, Lin Yuan had simply bought the Hurricane Owlet Moth and given it to him in the blink of an eye. The same scene was replaying itself now. Lu Ji was frank as he explained, "Lin Yuan, I realized that as I become stronger, the insect queen is slowly becoming more and more limited. Thus, I intend to shift from a combat type to a support type spirit chi professional in future battles. The insect queen is now at Platinum 7. When it reaches Diamond, my transformation toward a support type spirit chi professional will be able to proceed completely." As Lin Yuan listened to him, he could hear his helplessness and powerlessness. At the later stages, when facing an opponent of the same level with many fantasy breed feys, the insect queen would indeed become a little restrained, and its insect swarm would no longer play a suppressive role on the battlefield like in the past. It was not Lu Ji's fault for having such a mentality. On the contrary, Lu Ji was giving himself a way out as a spirit chi professional. It was like an underground spring, gushing toward the ground. When it encountered hard rocks and could not break them with its strength, the spring could only switch routes to be able to gush out of the ground. Lu Ji was making exactly one such trade-off. Lin Yuan looked at Lu Ji and asked seriously, "Big brother Lu, do you prefer being a combat class or a support type spirit chi professional?" Lin Yuan's words caused Lu Ji to fall silent straight away. The insect queen was originally a source type life form that could develop in any direction. Even if Lu Ji had wanted to become a healing type spirit chi professional, the rarest ones among spirit chi professionals, the insect queen just had to use its ability to inscribe a healing type insect's genetic model, and Lu Ji could become one. However, he had not chosen to do so. Instead, he firmly trod the path of a combat class spirit chi professional. When one looked into the future, how would there be changes easily if there was a choice in the beginning? Lin Yuan looked at Lu Ji and suddenly wore a bright smile on his face, revealing his white teeth. He then took the source-type Cocoon of Evolution out of the Diamond Fey storage box. The Cocoon of Evolution was a congratulatory gift Lin Yuan had prepared to celebrate Lu Ji's return to the Radiance 100 sequence. However, the Cocoon of Evolution was more meaningful instead of being a congratulatory gift for Lu Ji's promotion to the Radiance 100 sequence. If a boulder blocked a spring, the only way out would be to turn around. This source-type Cocoon of Evolution allowed this spring to move forward and smash the boulders to gush out of the ground. If the Cocoon of Evolution could let Lu Ji find his confidence back and stick to the path he always wanted to take, he would make the best use of it. "Big brother Lu, I found this by chance. You happen to be able to use it?" When Lu Ji saw the source type item, he revealed a bitter smile. After contracting the source type insect queen, Lu Ji could not contract any other source type items or phase. How would he not know that? However, Lin Yuan handed him this source type item, so Lu Ji hurriedly took it. When he took a closer look at it, his eyes almost popped out. At that moment, a heartfelt elation crept up, making him choke up a little. This source-type cocoon of evolution formed by white mycelium was as if it was 5,000 kilograms heavy. Lu Ji looked up and found that the youth sitting next to him was smiling brightly. Chapter 355, Why Thank Him? Lu Ji was not a creation master, so he could not fully understand the source-type cocoon of evolution's function. Nonetheless, Lu Ji was ultimately an experienced spirit chi professional and could feel whether he could use it or not when he obtained a source-type item. Lin Yuan watched as Lu Ji looked up with surprise in his eyes. His hand holding the cocoon of evolution was trembling slightly because of the great joy. Lin Yuan then explained to Lu Ji the use of the source-type cocoon of evolution. Lu Ji heard this youth with a bright smile in front of him say, "Big brother Lu, this cocoon of evolution is not for you to contract. It's for the insect queen to contract and parasitize. At that time, the insect queen just needs to supply it the nutrients to improve its grade and quality. Every time the cocoon of evolution's grade is increased, the insect queen's ability can be enhanced once." Lu Ji had long known that he could not contract phase or source type items after contracting the insect queen. However, when he got this source type cocoon of evolution, he unexpectedly found that he could contract it. This was akin to giving Lu Ji another path to tread through, regardless of whether the source type item in his hand was very suitable for him. However, Lu Ji's situation made him unqualified to say that he would rather go without something than having something shoddy. When he heard the smiling youth's words, Lu Ji felt a bright firework explode in his mind, creating the most beautiful floating life scroll. No one in this world knew himself and the insect queen better than Lu Ji. Therefore, he was well aware of what Lin Yuan meant and what this cocoon of evolution in his hands signified. Not only did it mean that the insect queen could become stronger, but he could also follow the path he had chosen before. The corners of Lu Ji's eyes suddenly moistened, and a drop of hot tear diffused without a trace on the wing of his nose, as if it had never been there. He had never shed a tear during the 3 years of silence and despair. If there was anything in this world that could make Lu Ji cry, it must be tears of joy. Lu Ji's eyes were full of gratitude, but he did not say words of thanks like before. When he had been in desperate straits, this youth had lit up the light and saved the insect queen and him when they were in imminent danger. When he had been enhancing phase, this youth had ignited the torch and given him a chance. He would not make the same mistake twice. When he had denied himself for the first time and tried to find a way out on the path he had discarded, this youth had raised the sun and lit up the path that he could not cross so that he could firmly follow his own choice and go on. For the grace of giving him a new lease of life twice, any kind of gratitude would seem hypocritical. Thus, Lu Ji did not say any words of thanks. This was faith, and he intended to repay him with his life. Why did he have to thank him? In Lu Ji's opinion, no matter how strong he would become in the future, it was only to protect this youth in front of him. Lin Yuan was smiling, and so was Lu Ji. However, Lin Yuan was smiling because this source-type cocoon of evolution had helped Lu Ji open up his heart and be firm on the path to take. On the other hand, Lu Ji was smiling because it contained his silent gratitude and faith. After sitting with Lu Ji for a while, Lin Yuan planned to proceed to the Celestial Stairway and grapple with his opponents. The Celestial Stairway 2v2 duel format Lu Ji had mentioned would be announced within this month. Lin Yuan was still a Celestial 1-star. If he wanted to form a 2-man squad with Lu Ji for this 2-man team competition, he had to at least reach Celestial 12-star from within this month. Lin Yuan could not be sure that he could beat everyone on the Celestial Stairway as many of them were experts. If he encountered someone who was stuck at a certain star on the Celestial Stairway and doing live streaming for effect, even if Lin Yuan now had the gold /fantasy source sand as his trump card, he did not dare to be sure that he could beat everyone. He could very likely take a turn for the worse at some point, but the chances of this happening were tiny. Lin Yuan just had to have more wins than losses by 11 duels. This time, he logged onto Star Web as Black and was ready to go straight to the Celestial Stairway for the duels. However, he did not know that the Star Web private territory he had established with his identity as a creation master had become the laughingstock of the factions that had also established their private Star Web territories last night. In fact, the veteran factions that had already established their Star Web territories were fine. The veteran factions had a deep foundation, and most of them despised the rising factions with only little foundation. Most of the rising factions with some foundation despised the rising factions without foundation. The chain of contempt rendered under the sense of superiority made those rising factions without foundation be at the bottom. However, they had suddenly found a faction that had just established a star web territory. These rising factions without foundation were thinking of paying a visit. Regardless of whether the new star web factions were strong or had a deep foundation, there was no harm for rising factions to visit them. If this new star web faction was strong, they would think of it as going to build a good impression. If not, they could always work together with each other. Lin Yuan did not block external access to the private faction. When these rising factions without foundation saw that Lin Yuan's faction's exterior remained unchanged at the time of opening, it was as though they had discovered a new continent and finally found the target of their contempt. The construction of private star web faction territories was a kind of diplomacy with other factions to show their foundation. Lin Yuan's newly established private faction territory had been treated as a talking point by these rising factions as a show of superiority. However, those rising factions did not take Lin Yuan's private faction seriously. After all, if these rising factions with some foundation wanted to find a sense of superiority, they could do so from those rising factions without foundation. It was like a person could find superiority over someone who was slightly worse. But with someone who was too superior, this sense of superiority would have been very faint. After all, the difference was vast. Chapter 356, Lin Yuan's private faction equals country bumpkin. Such a sense of superiority also existed when the difference between each other was not huge. If the difference was too great, this sense of superiority would change into a sense of distance. Factions that were not on the same level were worlds apart in terms of their energy and the resources they possessed. This was why those rising factions without foundation had not been able to gain the veteran factions' recognition. The veteran factions could not even bother to despise them. It could be said that Lin Yuan had done nothing after establishing his private star web faction territory. Since he had not used the second right after establishing the private territory, his faction had become a country bumpkin in the eyes of those rising factions without foundation. However, this also allowed his private faction to gain a lot of attention that was filled with contempt and curiosity. These rising factions without foundation were unaware a pot of bronze/legend oath lily of the valley, which they would not even dare to think about, was placed in the country bumpkin they could not enter. Lin Yuan was unaware that his star web faction territory had been labeled as a country bumpkin. Even if he knew about it, he would only feel amused. When he logged onto star web as Black, he saw a message from Tian Ningning. Tian Ningning, Black, I heard that the Celestial Stairway is going to add a new kind of Celestial one-star duel format, but I'm not sure what kind it is. Lin Yuan could not help but raise his eyebrows when he saw Tian Ningning's message. Based on what Lu Ji had said just now, the new 2v2 duels on the Celestial Stairway was a piece of news that circulated at the Radiance Sacred Hall. Although this was not a piece of confidential news, only a few hours had passed since Lu Ji had learned about it. Tian Ningning had already heard of the news, even though it was not comprehensive enough. However, Tian Ningning's identity as a Star Web special columnist allowed her to get some of the latest news very conveniently. According to the timing now, Tian Ningning must have told him immediately after hearing the news. This made Lin Yuan sigh. Having an exclusive reporter on Star Web was really a very convenient thing. Ever since Tian Ningning had become Lin Yuan's exclusive reporter, the only thing he needed to do was to leave everything on Star Web to Tian Ningning. His dual video had been recorded in Star Web's video library when he had ascended to the Celestial Stairway. Tian Ningning had helped Lin Yuan handle various matters regarding the proceeds of the dual video, which had saved him a lot of trouble. Lin Yuan replied to Tian Ningning. Black, I know. I'm going to have a Celestial Stairway duel. Do you want to watch it from a first-person perspective? When Tian Ningning saw Lin Yuan's reply, she was a little confused and shook her ponytail tied at the back of her head. Tian Ningning did not know if Black's I know was actually referring to what she had just said or about the news of the Celestial Stairway's dual format. Besides Tian Ningning, a lot of people on Star Web were speculating about Black's identity. If Black was just an ordinary spirit chi professional, how could he be equipped with so many high-quality feys, let alone contracting a source-type item among his feys? High-quality source-type items and high-quality feys were different. One could buy a ready high-quality fey and contract it, but high-quality source-type life forms belonged to the ability of Class 4 creation masters. Black's identity had become the husband of many girls on Star Web. Although Black had always been wearing Genius's tool transformation mask, his misunderstood aura of being cool had attracted the attention of many fans who went after visuals. Since Black had been identified as a youth, his fans were mostly mother fans, including those male mother fans who crazily supported Lin Yuan. Tian Ningning was puzzled, but she would not ask Lin Yuan such a personal question. This was because she knew what to say and what not. As Black's exclusive reporter, Tian Ningning had always been doing her work well and trying her best to maintain Black's image and interests. Based on Lin Yuan's request, she reported all the news about Black truthfully. However, when she saw that Black was going to have a celestial stairway duel and asked her whether she wanted to watch it from a first-person perspective, she was immediately elated and replied to him without hesitation. Yes. I want to. I really want to. Tian Ningning's reply puzzled Lin Yuan. There's only one place for a first-person perspective. I can't give you 3 places. Lin Yuan began matching with an opponent on the celestial stairway and shared the first-person perspective with Tian Ningning. If there was anywhere Black was the most popular on Star Web, it would undoubtedly be Black's official fan club and the official forum. But his third most popular area on Star Web definitely had to be the Celestial Stairway's achievement platform. As early as 20 days ago, when the Star Web officials had set up Black's virtual image on the Celestial Stairway's achievement platform, it had set off the Celestial Stairway. The Celestial Stairway Hall was a place that only Celestial Stairway 50 stars and above experts could enter. Even those experts had all set their eyes on Black. Obtaining an exclusive achievement on the Celestial Stairway, setting up a virtual image on the Celestial Stairway achievement platform, and allowing those on the Celestial Stairway to venerate was not something that could be done casually. There were only nearly 200 virtual images on the Celestial 1-star achievement platform, including Black's, over the past 100 years. Obtaining an exclusive achievement and setting up a virtual image on the achievement platform did not mean strength. However, those spirit Chi professionals that could do so must have something unattainable for ordinary people. Mostly some experts of the old generation could be found in the Celestial Stairway Hall. These experts rarely paid attention to the gossip on Star Web and would not visit the forums or join fan clubs. They were absolute big brothers in reality. The vast majority of the factions were at Pinnacle King class, so even if Lin Yuan had previously guarded Millstone Town, these experts on the Celestial Stairway Hall had only heard about him. However, when Black's virtual image appeared on the achievement platform, Lin Yuan was considered walking into the Celestial Stairway Hall's experts' line of sight. Chapter 357, An Unexpected Opponent. The Celestial Stairway Hall's experts could not help but click their tongues at Lin Yuan's dual record consecutive wins all the way until he reached the Celestial Stairway. Star Web didn't lack experts, there were many of them, but those who could ascend the Celestial Stairway undefeated had never appeared except for Lin Yuan so far. In fact, it was not a good choice for Lin Yuan to take part in the Celestial Stairway duel now, as Chimey was still sleeping on the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan could not risk summoning it out and waking it up to fight. This might undoubtedly affect the purification of its bloodline and the promotion of its quality. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance of affecting it, Lin Yuan would not do it. His feys that had played an attacking role were only Chimey, the Source Sand, Red Thorn, and the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee. Thus, he could only choose the combination of Red Thorn and the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee or the Source Sand to attack in the Celestial Stairway duel. Lin Yuan had the Source Sand, but he had never used it in the Celestial Stairway duels. During the previous duel with Poison Beauty, Lin Yuan had used the Source Sand to restrain her Toad Fey in the dark without anyone noticing. He had done so because he wanted to use the Gold Eye/Fantasy Eye Source Sand as his trump card. However, since he wanted to reach Celestial Stairway 12 stars, he could not hide his Source Sand anymore. Moreover, he had used it in the battle against the controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rifts demons. The web of life the Source Sand had formed in that battle had saved the lives of many Spirit Chi professionals. Therefore, these adventurers had learned that Lin Yuan had contracted a fey that could manipulate gravel. This matter was also a big piece of news in the Radiance Federation after those adventures spread it. At the same time, people in Black's forum and fan club were passionately discussing what the fey that could manipulate gravel was. But the debate had been endless, and they did not manage to conclude. Based on what the adventurers, who had come out of the Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift, had said, this fey that could control gravel was most likely a source-type item that could play a defensive or support role. This was because these adventurers did not see exactly what kind of fey was manipulating the gravel. Instead, it was like a rare elemental source-type item among the source-type life forms. However, their opinions differed, and there had not been a definite answer. In Lin Yuan's opinion, something that could be called a trump card must be something completely unknown to outsiders. Only in this way, when he pulled out the trump card, the others could not take the corresponding precautions. Since the others roughly knew about his source sand, Lin Yuan felt that there was no harm in exposing it. In contrast, Lin Yuan felt it was more appropriate to choose the Silver Eye/Fantasy Eye Red Thorn as his trump card now. Although it was only at Silver Eye/Fantasy Eye, its true strength was in the wild when facing many life forms. Only then could Red Thorn display its full power, which was simply akin to a dematerializer. The weak only deserved to become fertilizer in the sea of flowers and brutally eaten by the nibbling vines. Due to the Venu's limitations, Red Thorn had not been able to display its full strength in the Celestial Stairway duels. There was only a limited effect, and this control effect also overlapped with the source sand. If they were at the same level, the control effect of Red Thorn's sea of flowers would be higher than that of the source sands. At present, the source sand was a grade higher than Red Thorn, so it had a stronger control effect. Therefore, Lin Yuan intended to have his fantasy breed Red Thorn, which had experienced a radical change, as his hidden trump card. He would reveal the source sand that had been speculated but had yet to be conclusive. If he did not reveal it, Lin Yuan was unsure if he could reach Celestial Stairway 12 stars. During the Celestial Stairway duel, Lin Yuan effortlessly defeated 3 duelists he had been matched with using the source sand and was promoted from Celestial 1 star to Celestial 4 stars. Each of his battles was so fast that Tian Ningning did not even get a clear look at what was going on before the battle was over. She would only see an amber object fall to the ground from Lin Yuan's cufflinks. Then within just a minute, a vortex of quicksand would appear under the feet of the opponents and their summoned feys. Tian Ningning was overexcited. She was already thinking about how she should go about writing the next combat record. She had already determined why Black could control the gravel. It was because he had contracted an elemental source-type life form. Although he had never revealed it on the Star Web duels, it now seemed that this source-type life form was undoubtedly the strongest card that Black had revealed so far. Within just a few minutes of that battle, Tian Ningning discovered that the quicksand, which did not seem to be anything difficult to break free from, would be the most ruthless place once the Spirit Chi professional and Feys legs were trapped. Their miserable howls and wails seemed like they had experienced inhumane pain. Nevertheless, the howls would only last for a moment, and Lin Yuan would win the Celestial Stairway duel directly. This made Tian Ningning, a knowledgeable Star Web reporter, fail to see clearly this elemental life form that Lin Yuan manipulated and how he had taken away the lives of the opposing Spirit Chi professionals and Feys. Even so, Tian Ningning could discern that it was a one-hit kill. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would not have won the moment the miserable howls disappeared. Since Lin Yuan wanted to reach a higher star on the Celestial Stairway, he did not hold back while battling. As long as the Source Sand's quicksand vortex controlled the Spirit Chi professional and Fey, the ferro-manganese chain blades would instantly emerge from the sea of sand and bind the opponent's legs with chains. When the Spirit Chi professional and Fey sank into the yellow sand, the ferro-manganese chain blade hidden within would not hesitate to constrain and squeeze against the feet entangled by the chains. At the same time, the Source Sand's gravel spirit acceptance's heart-penetrating iron line, which was equivalent to a Platinum 3/Flawless Fey, was akin to an invisible demon in the sea of sand, invisibly harvesting the Spirit Chi professionals and Feys lives. After 3 Celestial Stairway duels, Lin Yuan did not feel tired at all. It had to be said that even if he reached Celestial 4 stars now, the Spirit Chi professionals he was matched with also had not summoned Platinum Feys. The strongest Fey Lin Yuan had ever encountered was only a Gold 7/Flawless 1. His Gold Eye/Fantasy Eye Source Sand had reached the strength of a Platinum Fey. Hence, his current battle was akin to a crushing duel. After he won this duel, he reached the Celestial 5 stars. Just as Lin Yuan was ready to participate in the next duel, the person he was matched with made him raise his eyebrows in surprise. Chapter 358, This Ante? Lin Yuan did not expect that when he was being matched with Celestial 5 stars opponents, the person he was matched with would be someone he knew. She was Poison Beauty, who he had met during the Celestial Stairway promotion duels previously. Although most of the Spirit Chi professional on the Celestial Stairway had now joined the guild clubs and become a member of the main teams or reserve teams, it was now the start of the S tournament. These Celestial Stairway experts that joined the guild clubs would usually put their energy into the competition and group training. There were definitely many on the Celestial Stairway that had yet to join a guild club, and Lin Yuan had surprisingly been matched with Poison Beauty. It could be said that they were fated. After Lin Yuan was matched with Poison Beauty, he raised his eyebrows lightly behind the mask and did not have any more reactions. As long as Lin Yuan was wearing his silver mask, nobody could see the expression on his face, even if he had any. After matching with an opponent, Poison Beauty did not immediately check her opponent's information. Instead, she said to the air, "Your beauty is on an infinite rampage. Those brothers in the live streaming room, after I've started climbing the celestial stairway, no longer stuck at the promotion duels, you guys have not been rewarding as much as before. Hurry! Everyone, reward me a superpower pill now. I'll pick a person among those who do so for a prize, which is being banned from speaking for a month." The viewers within Poison Beauty's live streaming room interacted with her, even if she could not see it in the celestial stairway duel. "Who is smaller in the family, don't say anything. I support you, Poison Beauty, but I'll certainly reward the superpower pill next time. Jealous me, I'll reward you with a big mouth. Climb it." Low-key pageboy, to be truthful, the star web live streamers I follow are of low quality. Heartborn Myriad Feys, I came to Little Poison's live streaming room for a meal. Blood Red Tango, have you guys paid attention to who is on the opposite side? This will be a massacre. Green light from both eyes, fuck. Poison Beauty has actually met Black. Black, go for it. I'll cheer for you. After Poison Beauty's infinite rampant words to the live streaming room, she looked at the opponent she had matched with and said, "Ouch, ouch, ouch." Poison Beauty said that in a very strange tone. It contained a lot of untold stories. It was just like a desperate girl, who a scoundrel had been chasing for 30 meters, came to the small river and was ready to jump to her death. But at that moment, it was like she realized the scoundrel had disappeared and realized there was an infinite amount of gold coins in that river. She was 10% scared, 20% gnashing her teeth, 30% excited, and 40% impatient. Poison Beauty looked at Lin Yuan and said, "Black, I did not expect that you couldn't forget me. You're meeting me so quickly again." Lin Yuan felt that his face behind the mask was about to split open. He had no idea what Poison Beauty was talking about and why it sounded strange. What the hell is this auntie's expression? Why do I feel like she's going to eat someone? Soon, an amber button-shaped thing fell to the ground from the cufflinks on his wrists. It turned into quicksand without a ripple and drilled into the ground below. Everyone was focused on the silver mask on Black's face, so none of them noticed this scene. The amber button-shaped source sand had secretly started creating sand. When Poison Beauty finished speaking, comments flooded her live streaming room right away. "Old man born after 2000, ah. I'm watching Little Poison's live streaming and actually saw her duel with Black. What kind of divine destiny do they have? Soft Diamond, the commenter above, are you trying to put together a CP? You're a ruthless person. Shadow, fuck. Is Auntie Poison going to eat him? 3-year-old ZE, Poison Beauty is too offensive. I can't stand it. I want to meet her offline. Why doesn't she say such teasing words to me? Traverse and crevice, do you want to be swallowed into the stomach by her tainted toad? How dare you meet with her? Falling into your eyes, 1 click to rule mercy, and 1 click to bury despair. Poison Beauty, wait to be punished by the will of ancestor peace. Little student is scared, fuck. Poison Beauty, let off our Black. We male mama fans cannot stand this aggravation. I'm pissed off. If it were to be said that all the duelists got a lot of attention on the celestial stairway, the number of Lin Yuan's videos in the video library had undoubtedly reduced the huge amount of attention he had. It could be said that he had easily won those few celestial stairway duels, and they were not exciting at all. However, Black's had very high popularity in the celestial stairway video library. Any teenage fans and mama fans repeatedly paid to watch it and brought about the popularity. Thanks to the many mother fans, Lin Yuan's combat video from Celestial 0 star to 1 star had reached the top 10 most popular on the Celestial Stairway video library. Although there was a rotation, most of them were dominated by the dual videos of the Radiance 100 sequence members and the experts on the Celestial Stairway Hall. Black's insta-kill victory dual video had appeared on such a ranking. It was very abrupt, without a doubt. Based on common sense, only the kind of dual video that was evenly matched with a narrow victory was worth watching and learning repeatedly. It was not cheap to watch a Celestial Stairway expert's dual video, as one had to pay once every time they watched. There was no such thing as buying it and paying to watch it again and again. This also greatly proved the combat power of Black's fans. Based on this alone, it was enough to see how popular Black was on Star Web. The opponents that Lin Yuan had battled earlier were not hosts, so they could not immediately attract attention to the duel. However, the video in the Celestial Stairway video library was synchronized instantly after the duel was over. This made the fans, who were daily watching Black's duel videos, find out that Black was frantically having celestial stairway duels at the moment and had won 4 duels in a row. Upon seeing those 4 duel videos in Black's celestial stairway video library, his fans' eyes lit up. The most exciting thing for them was not watching Black's duels on Star Web. It was the chance to see the fey that Black had never used in his previous Star Web duels, the one that was rumored to be able to manipulate gravel. Chapter 359, What's the antonym of local death? If something about a person could attract extra attention, it was undoubtedly their strength, identity, fame, wealth, and visuals. Regardless of which one it was, it could cause an extremely powerful attraction to someone. But the attraction of such things had to take a back seat in front of some attraction. This fascinating thing that people could not help but want to explore was undoubtedly the sense of mysteriousness, which Black was constantly showing. A heroic youth who had previously caused a sensation on Star Web due to his winning streak had actually achieved such a duel record without even using his strongest fey. Moreover, nobody could be sure this fey that could manipulate sand was Black's most powerful fey. News spread quickly on Star Web, let alone during noon when there were many people. Therefore, when Black encountered Poison Beauty, this piece of news immediately spread from her live streaming room. A lot of Black's fans went into Poison Beauty's live streaming room, causing it to break through its previous limit and reach a new number. In fact, it was reasonable to say that even if the news on Star Web spread fast, it should not have been at such a speed. The reason it had been so fast was that after Black and Poison Beauty's last duel, some of Black's fans had entered her live streaming room, becoming her anti-fans. After that, while being Poison Beauty's antis, they came to like her. Therefore, when they usually had nothing to do, they would stay in Poison Beauty's live streaming room and watch her live streaming. Although basically no teams would be willing to accept Poison Beauty due to her phase, so she had never been involved in a team battle, she was still very hardworking in the live streaming of her solo duels on Star Web. Star Web duel hosts usually would live stream for 5 hours a day on average, but Poison Beauty could even do live streaming as long as 12 hours a day. In addition, Poison Beauty was doing her job in the live streaming like an artist. From time to time, she would angrily scold the audience in the live streaming room and even recklessly ban them from speaking. Poison Beauty's top contributing fan had rewarded hundreds of thousands of Radiance dollars, hoping that she could break down her duels. However, after asking her a few questions that she deemed retarded, she actually angrily scolded the top contributing fan. All kinds of actions made her more and more hateful and popular. Although her previous live streaming were quite joyful and some old fans liked to watch them, her actions in the live streaming room were definitely not as impressive as now. Poison Beauty had done so because, during her previous duel with Lin Yuan, she had said some rampant words and was eyed by Black's fans. At first, she had been a little distressed, but a few days later, she suddenly found that she had received more attention for being hateful and had even become popular. Thereafter, Poison Beauty unleashed her nature, just like a wild horse off the reins, never returning on the road to integrity. As Lin Yuan looked at Poison Beauty's anti-got-her-own-way expression, he forgot how to speak. Someone was talking to him, and it was the opponent he had encountered before, so Lin Yuan should greet her. However, he did not know how to pick up from what Anti-Poison had said. When Poison Beauty noticed that Black did not bother about her, she was not anxious and frustrated at all. Now, she did not hope that she could interact with Black as before because she had understood the true meaning of being an actress. If a good actress that Poison Beauty understood before was the need for superb acting skills and unleashing her acting skills to the fullest when her opponent was acting a scene with her, she now felt that a true actress should be able to act a scene with herself when acting. Even when a person was acting alone, they had to be able to create the feeling of two people comparing their acting skills. Such an actor could be called a good actor. Better actors had to be able to sing an opera troupe's play by themselves. Poison Beauty raised her hand again just like last time and summoned her phase. Lin Yuan realized that these phays were still the same as when he had fought against her before. She had not improved at all. It was still the Gold 9/Elite Illusory Mist Western Jackdaw, Gold 7/Flawless Poison Weaving Dark Spider, Silver X/Elite Carrion Parasol Mushroom, and Silver X/Elite Tainted Toad. After summoning her phase and vaguely spreading out the formation, Poison Beauty said, "Black, I know you missed me. Otherwise, you wouldn't have matched with me when I was matching against someone. Black, tell me quickly if you've also joined my live streaming room and secretly watching me." She said all these to bring more attention to herself and attract some of Black's fans. Only when there was attention on her could she earn more money. During this period, Poison Beauty had been working hard to improve the poison weaving dark spider's quality. She wanted to raise her gold 7/flawless poison weaving dark spider into gold 7/epic through her own efforts and had almost saved up the money. As Poison Beauty said such words, the viewers in her live streaming room were furious. When Lin Yuan heard Poison Beauty's words, the corners of his mouth could not help but twitch. He helplessly replied, "What's the antonym of partial death?" Lin Yuan did not give Poison Beauty enough time to react. The viewers in Poison Beauty's live streaming room only heard a pleasant, clear voice of a youth. His deep and attractive voice seemed to be able to make people look back for a long time. Although Black's fans were condemning Poison Beauty in her live streaming room, the viewers in it, especially Black's mother fans, grew excited. This was because Black had never uttered a word in any of his videos in the Star Web's video library. It was said that during Black and Poison Beauty's duel, he also had verbal communication with her. However, that duel video was not recorded in the video library. As a result, Black's only words were recorded into the Celestial Stairway video library after the duel. It should be considered to be the only audio material of Black on Star Web. Chapter 360, All Good. Poison Beauty did not feel good now. She had racked her brain to make up a script within just a few minutes just now and completely thought about what she was going to do, how she was going to speak later, add drama to herself, make the acting better, and also make her own self-directed script reach the climax. However, Poison Beauty had never expected that Black would speak, which was not the same as in her own script. Isn't Black aloof? Isn't he not good with words? Why did he talk? Poison Beauty, who was plotting a script in her heart, did not respond for a very long time after hearing Black's question. She could not help but be a little nervous and asked, "What's the antonym of partial death?" She only heard the youth's cold voice again. "All alive." But after that, Poison Beauty's violent temper instantly rushed forth. "Have I been mocked?" She only felt her teeth tighten and needed a good bite to be able to relieve it. Poison Beauty, who had been a Star Web host for very long, could completely think of the viewers' responses in her live streaming room. Although she, an experienced actress, felt that she had been insulted, she also knew that such a situation was beneficial to her live streaming room. It could completely bring about a huge wave of popularity. The popularity from the last duel with Black had mostly disappeared in the past nearly 2 months. Encountering Black again now would undoubtedly bring another wave of popularity to her live streaming room, and she might even have the foreshadow of her previous popularity. This time, Black would also bring an even bigger boost of popularity to her. Poison Beauty was thinking if she did not have the quality of an actress, she would probably have trembled from joy. This was because she knew that encountering Black again was completely different from the other time. When I was matched with Black the last time, it was only in the Celestial Stairway promotion duel, so it was not stored in the Celestial Stairway video library. But now, this duel will undoubtedly be stored there. Given Black's popularity, if his male mother fans get this video to the top 10 most popular of the Star Web video library, won't it be the same as me entering the top 10 as well? Whether I win or lose, I will have this chance just because I'm matched with Black. Lin Yuan was standing there, commanding the gold eye/fantasy eye source sand to create sand, when Poison Beauty said, "Black. Last time, it was because I didn't dodge your fatal blow. I won't be so careless this time. Why don't we start 5 minutes later? If you're an expert, wait until I'm ready before we face off." Upon hearing Poison Beauty's words, Lin Yuan only felt that she was crazy. Star Web duels were not a child's play. It might seem easy between losing and winning, but it was actually the result of deliberate planning. It was just like how Poison Beauty had said so much to delay for time during the last duel just so her feys would spread their formation. Lin Yuan had not made a move in the last duel but waited for Poison Beauty to do so before returning the attack. Back then, he needed source sand to create a large amount of gravel underground to control Poison Beauty at the critical moment. Although it seemed to be the work of Chimey alone that he had been able to defeat Poison Beauty, it was the result of the teamwork between Chimey and the source sand. Without the source sand controlling the tainted toad, if the tainted toad had jumped away when Chimey was attacking, even if Chimey could kill the tainted toad, it might not be able to kill Poison Beauty, who had been swallowed into its belly and used the toad as a meat shield. Chimey was now sleeping. Under the situation that he could not summon it and could only use the source sand, if he did not let the source sand create sand in large amounts and reveal Red Thorn, it would be hard to beat Poison Beauty, an unconventional long-range poison support type spirit chi professional. If it were a usual duel, Lin Yuan might have attacked the moment his opponent summoned their feys, finishing the duel early. However, he was standing there and letting Poison Beauty perform. This was because his spiritual power was being channeled to the source sand underground through his feet. When the source sand received Lin Yuan's spiritual power, it created sand faster than usual. Soon, Poison Beauty let her feys lay out the formation. Although Poison Beauty had said 5 minutes, she needed far less time. She had perfectly shown her formation within 2 minutes. She had said 5 minutes because she hoped that more people would enter her live streaming room. That way, she would have higher chances of receiving gifts and increasing her fanbase. After 5 minutes, Poison Beauty jumped onto the Silver X/Elite Tainted Toad's back and ordered the Gold 7/Flawless Poison Weaving Dark Spider to create layers of poisonous spider webs within 20 meters around her before commanding it to stay on those poisonous spider webs around her, ready to protect her. This time, Poison Beauty did not let the Gold 9/Elite Illusory Mist Western Jackdaw spit out a large amount of poisonous mist. Due to her previous duel experience, she knew that layer of glazed flame on Black's fantasy breed avian fey could evaporate that poisonous mist. Thus, Poison Beauty was not going to spend spiritual power to let the illusory mist Western Jackdaw release the poisonous mist. Instead, she channeled more on the Gold 7/Flawless Poison Weaving Dark Spider and Silver X/Elite Carrion Parasol Mushroom. She would let the Carrion Parasol Mushroom spread the fungus, which could make wounds rot quickly, all over the place little by little. Compared to the mist poison, the fungal poison was undoubtedly much more resistant to high temperatures. Although Poison Beauty knew that her duel with Black could bring her popularity, she was still unresigned because he had beaten her in the previous duel. Last time, she had not figured out why the Tainted Toad had sent her consciousness feedback that it had been bound by the ground beneath and was unable to jump up at the critical moment. Since she could not figure it out, Poison Beauty had blamed it all on the fact that the Tainted Toad happened to get its feet stuck in the earth at the time when it was using its land pollution ability. When the Tainted Toad used that ability, the land would indeed become as sticky as mud when it was covered in poison. Chapter 361, This Youth is Supposed to be a Miracle. This time, Poison Beauty looked at the perfect formation she had pulled off and had the idea of defeating Black again. If she could defeat Black, she believed that her popularity would definitely increase much more than simply matching with Black. With more and more people in Poison Beauty's live streaming room, comments flooded the screen and basically blocked the image of the battle. This made the viewers that just wanted to watch the duel turn off the comments and wait peacefully to watch the silver-masked youth's duel. As for the viewers fooling around in the comment section, they thought that after the duel was over, there would be a video to watch on the Star Web video library. Thus, they were not in a rush. After all, they were Black's mother fans. For the male mother fans, Black's duel video was meant to be watched hundreds of times. 5 minutes might seem very short, but time passed in the blink of an eye. As Lin Yuan had been channeling spiritual power into the Gold Eye/Fantasy Eye source sand during these 5 minutes, the area below the celestial stairway dueling ground was almost filled with the source sand's sand particles. When Poison Beauty launched her attack, the Silver X/Elite Carrion Parasol Mushroom released huge amounts of the fungus that could decompose the flesh into the air. The Gold 7/Flawless Poison Weaving Dark Spider secretly used its mist transformation spider web and let the mist-like spider web disintegrate into the air as it used web attachment. The mist transformation spider web dispersed in the air, and coupled with the floating fungi, they created highly toxic spider webs, advancing toward Lin Yuan's side. Poison Beauty's intention was very simple. While ensuring her safety, she wanted the poisonous spider web to constantly reduce Lin Yuan's chances of survival. She would use the toxins to slowly erode away all life on the dueling ground and drag it out in a battle of attrition to win this duel. The moment Poison Beauty launched a frenzied attack, she and the viewers in her live streaming room saw that the silver-masked youth was not the least bit panicked. With a light wave of his hand, the entire celestial stairway dueling ground, except for the ground under his feet, turned into a sea of churning sand instantly. The source sand was madly devouring any object that touched the sea of sand, wanting to sink everything that existed on it into the sea of sand. Then, it would be crushed by the heavy pressure of the sea of sand. At that moment, Poison Beauty, who was on the Tainted Toad's back, could completely feel its helplessness in the sea of sand. She could not stop its tendency of sinking into the sea of sand because when it stepped into the churning sand, and she commanded it to jump onto the Gold 7/Flawless Poison Weaving Dark Spider's spider webs, it could no longer do so. Poison Beauty felt the familiar feeling of restraint coming from the Tainted Toad, and she could not help but shout, "Oh my goodness! That's the feeling!" Although the poison weaving dark spider was on the spider web and did not touch the churning sand below, the stacked spider webs were pulled into the deepest part of the sea of sand below after a large amount of gravel was stuck onto them. Soon, the poison-weaving dark spider had nowhere to hide. This sudden and violent attack was too much for even a duelist like Poison Beauty, who had experienced hundreds of duels, to handle. Poison Beauty felt that she was like a small broken boat swaying under a natural disaster and could die at any time when the boat was destroyed. It was an extravagant hope to find a foothold on such a sea of sand. Therefore, she could only let the Gold 9/Elite Illusory Mist Western Jackdaw pull her arm and fly into the air with her. Only then did she escape this disaster. Before Poison Beauty could heave a sigh of relief, a dozen of snaking blue-black chains faintly appeared in the sea of sand. The tips of these broadswords were blue-black with a very strong metallic luster. The chain blades that were connected with chains flew nearly 10 meters high out of the sea of sand. From the astonished Poison Beauty's perspective, these chain blades possessed sophisticated dexterity and instantly formed a blue-black steel cage, which firmly locked Poison Beauty and the Gold 9/Elite Illusory Mist Western Jackdaw inside. Several violent crashing sounds could even be heard from the steel cage. Poison Beauty and the Gold 9/Elite Illusory Mist Western Jackdaw were trying to break free from the steel cage. Unfortunately, their efforts were in vain. Lin Yuan stood at a distance, his feet stepping on the yellow sand that formed a huge palm under his feet. The palm's fingers were slightly bent as if guarding Lin Yuan, standing in the center and commanding the duel. In the opinions of the viewers in Poison Beauty's live-streaming room, such a scene simply seemed like a duel of art. A silver-masked youth was standing like the sand's monarch, dominating everything in the world of yellow sand. Such a scene was simply mind-blowing. The blue-black chains danced and pulled the steel cage in the air downward. When the steel cage was pulled into the churning quicksand, it churned even more violently and formed a huge vortex of quicksand below the blue-black steel cage. This blue-black steel cage was buried under the sea of sand as if its evilness was sealed. At that moment, a faint mournful and painful caw sounded from underground. In Poison Beauty's live-streaming room, the viewers discovered that the silver-masked youth had actually won this star web duel. The quicksand that had been churning on the dueling ground earlier stopped when he achieved victory. Only a silver-masked youth stood straight and looked worldly against the sea of sand. Many of Black's mother fans in Poison Beauty's live-streaming room had become girlfriend fans at this moment. But in the eyes of the viewers in her live-streaming room, regardless of whether they were Black's fans, this duel had proven the miracle the silver-masked youth had created. Black had indeed created gravel in the controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift as rumored. They were cheering for Black now. Poison Beauty's live-streaming room was once again flooded with Black. So awesome, which was the announcement of a silver-masked youth creating miracles while overcoming all obstacles. Or he himself was a miracle. Chapter 362, Lin Yuan has grown taller. Although it had to be said that Black had won this duel without much of a fight, this duel was very precious. Black had turned everyone's perception of him upside down, after all. He had used a combat system in this duel that he had never used before. It seemed that in this duel, he had yet to show his complete strength before he ended the duel. At that moment, the viewers in Poison Beauty's live-streaming room could not help but grumble about Poison Beauty. Why was she so weak that she let Black end the duel so quickly? It was not even enough. However, they were just grumbling. Although Poison Beauty had many anti-fans, none of them would hate her strength. After all, her strength was self-evident. Poison Beauty's strength never lay in the fact that she had the two poison-type feys, the Gold 9/Elite Illusory Mist Western Jackdaw and Gold 7/Flawless Poison Weaving Dark Spider. Instead, it was because of the combination of the four poison types feys abilities and exclusive skills after she had contracted the Silver X/Elite Carrion Parasol Mushroom and Silver X/Elite Tainted Toad. Otherwise, she would not have made people so terrified in the Celestial Stairway promotion duels and been known as one of the most reliable goalkeepers. At that moment, the viewers in Poison Beauty's live-streaming room were very curious. What was the chain blade that came out of the sea of sand? How had Poison Beauty and the Illusory Mist Western Jackdaw died deep in the sea of sand? Only Poison Beauty might be clear about this. Or maybe it had happened so quickly that she had lost her life before she could even react. In any case, Black had once again broken the impression that everyone had on him with a new posture. At the same time, Black had added another layer of mysteriousness that made people could not help but explore. If many people felt that Black's strength was his age and talent previously, when mentioning his strength, besides sighing about his age and talent, they would have to sigh about his true strength. Black's stance was like a natural disaster, completely killing Poison Beauty, an experienced combat class spirit chi professional. From this point, Black's combatability could be seen to exceed the standard of gold. Previously, when he wanted to participate in the Radiance 100 sequence competition, even his fans thought he would merely be taking part in it this year. They did not think that the strength Black had shown could qualify him to pass the competition this year and become a Radiance 100 sequence member. But now, based on the strength that he had revealed, it seemed to be possible for him to become a Radiance 100 sequence member this year. After all, the strength that Black showed now had reached the level of Platinum. So did he have any other hidden trump cards? This was something that only the mysterious Black himself would know. After Lin Yuan finished this Celestial Stairway duel with Poison Beauty, he did not plan to have another duel. Lin Yuan checked Black's personal data on Star Web. Name, Black. Gender, male. Height, 179 centimeters. Weight, 62 kilograms. Star Tower Floor, Celestial Stairway 6 stars. Spirit Chi Occupation, Healing Type Professional. Occupation Rank, C Rank. Exclusive Achievement, Straight to Celestial Stairway, no losing streak from Star Tower to Celestial Stairway. Contracted Phase. Morbius, Bronze X/Legend. 1000 Questions Beast, Bronze X/Legend. Twilight Starbird, Silver I/Fantasy I. Red Thorn, Silver I/Fantasy I. Acid Corrosion Queen Bee, Gold I/Legend. Source Sand, Gold I/Fantasy I. Dual Record. Star Tower, Duels, 100, Wins, 100, Losses, 0, Highest Floor, 100. Celestial Stairway Promotion Duel, Duels, 2, Wins, 2, Losses, 0. Celestial Stairway, Duels, 6, Wins, 6, Losses, 0, Consecutive Wins, 0, Highest Star, 6. Lin Yuan saw his Celestial Stairway star rating had changed from Celestial 1 star to Celestial 6 stars. After experienced 5 consecutive duels, nothing was difficult for Lin Yuan. The only one that could be considered difficult was the duel with Poison Beauty just now. If she had not given him so much preparation time and the source sand had not spread its formation, Lin Yuan would need to spend a lot of effort to defeat her. However, Poison Beauty's effort to stall for time had also happened to give Lin Yuan time to prepare. Looking at his own profile, Lin Yuan was suddenly surprised to find that it was almost a new year. He had managed to grow a centimeter taller in the last few days, from 178 centimeters to 179 centimeters. He was also 500 grams heavier. This discovery surprised Lin Yuan because he was someone who wanted to grow to 180 centimeters. At that moment, Lin Yuan saw Tian Ningning's message. Tian Ningning, God Black, you're simply too impressive. Your elemental source type life form is really too powerful. Upon looking at her message, he could not help but blink his eyes. He could not afford to be called God Black. Black, just call me Black. When Tian Ningning saw Black's reply, she somehow felt a puff of youthfulness. He was just like a shy youth that had received a compliment. When Tian Ningning recalled Lin Yuan's elemental source type life form, she sent a question. Tian Ningning, God Black, I wonder if you can tell me the grade of that elemental source type life form that can manipulate gravel. When Lin Yuan saw Tian Ningning's message, he could not help but look straight at how she addressed him. However, he did not hesitate to reply. Black, Gold I/Fantasy I. Lin Yuan felt he did not need to hide the grade of his source type source sand. He knew that even if he did not tell Tian Ningning, the scholars would still figure it out at that time. Instead of that, it would be better to let his exclusive reporter reveal it openly. After she saw his reply, she was elated and secretly shocked by his strength. After chatting for a while, Tian Ningning asked Lin Yuan about what to write about the 5-star web duel records. Lin Yuan gave a brief reply and logged off Star Web. He looked in the mirror in his room to see if he had really grown a centimeter taller. After looking for a while, he sighed. He simply could not see whether he had gone a centimeter taller. He also did not know how he had gained 500 grams. At that moment, there was a knock on Lin Yuan's door. He opened the door only to see Lu Ji standing there in glowing spirits. Upon seeing that, he said with a smile, Big Brother Lu, has the cocoon of evolution completed its parasitism? When Lu Ji heard that, his eyes flashed. Yes. The source-type cocoon of evolution has parasitized the insect queen. It will soon reproduce, suck the insect queen's energy, and be able to reach normal. At that time, the bayonet beetles inscribed by my insect queen's normal ability will be able to be enhanced. Upon seeing the glow in Lu Ji's eyes, Lin Yuan knew that the heart of insect swarm's fighting spirit and ambition had returned. Chapter 363, Protein Silkworm Chrysalises. If there was anyone who knew someone the best, it would undoubtedly have to be the person himself. This was also the same for Lu Ji. Only Lu Ji knew himself the best in this world. After getting the source-type cocoon of evolution from Lin Yuan, Lu Ji had returned to his room to prepare before letting the cocoon of evolution parasitize the insect queen. The cocoon of evolution had finished its parasitism on the insect queen, and Lu Ji discovered firsthand how helpful it was. As the insect queen's contractor, Lu Ji naturally could intuitively feel how the cocoon of evolution would enhance the insect queen after reaching normal. This was a qualitative change. Lu Ji previously felt that he could not develop as a combat class spirit chi professional any longer. Since the core of his strategy was the bayonet beetle's combat power, as long as he slowly let the insect queen provide energy to the cocoon of evolution to raise its grade and quality, every unit in the swarm would change qualitatively before undergoing a quantitative change after the cocoon of evolution grew up. Then, the improvement of strength would show a trend of exponential growth. Lu Ji now had great confidence in his future. Sometimes, regaining confidence was the same as being firm twice toward the same goal on the previous path. While Lin Yuan was happy for Lu Ji, he pondered slightly and said, "Big brother Lu, I'll go get you some protein silkworm chrysalises in the next few days." Having the insect queen eat a lot of protein silkworm chrysalis is very useful to raising the cocoon of evolution's grade and quality. When Lin Yuan had previously used true data to view the cocoon of evolution, he discovered that although it was a parasitic source-type life form like the acid corrosion queen bee, it was similar to red thorn in its growth. The cocoon of evolution was a mycelium source-type life form that could only absorb energy from the host's body to raise its grade and quality. Besides needing energy, the reproduction and division of the mycelium also needed a lot of insect protein. The protein silkworm chrysalis was a kind of relatively common spiritual ingredient. Due to its rich insect protein, it was a favorite insect species fey. Since most insect species feys would grow shells, some spirit chi professionals would feed the insect species feys some protein silkworm chrysalises to help with their evolution during the critical period. It could be said that the protein silkworm chrysalises were beneficial to the insect queen's evolution. Even though the protein silkworm chrysalis was a relatively common spiritual ingredient, Lu Ji's contracted insect queen was a platinum/fantasy breed source-type life form, which had reached the level of diamond in terms of energy. Therefore, the protein silkworm chrysalis the insect queen consumed must at least reach gold to be able to have an obvious effect on the insect queen, and the cocoon of evolution parasitized on it. In Lin Yuan's opinion, the most suitable protein silkworm chrysalis should actually be determined with the energy level in Lu Ji's insect queen. If the insect queen could eat diamond protein silkworm chrysalises, the two source-type life forms would have the greatest benefit. Although there were many benefits of eating the platinum protein silkworm chrysalises, they were still not quite on the same level compared to the diamond protein silkworm chrysalises. Furthermore, the diamond protein silkworm chrysalises could even raise the insect queen's quality when eaten over time. This situation was just like the spirit-drawing ichthyosaur, Blackie, consuming the butterfly shell flowers to stimulate the dragon species bloodline in its body. There would not be much effect eating it just once or twice. If it could be eaten over a period, the enhancement would be very obvious. Without the cocoon of evolution, Lin Yuan could not enhance the insect queen using the way he used to enhance the other feys. When Lin Yuan enhanced other feys with the spirit chi crystals, he would raise the cocoon of evolution's grade and quality as well. But that did not matter. If he could feed the diamond protein silkworm chrysalises to the insect queen, it would be an excellent method of killing two birds with one stone for raising both its grade and quality. Although the diamond protein silkworm chrysalises were not priceless, they were still very expensive. This was why the stronger the spirit chi professionals were, the scarcer the resources were. Lin Yuan, I've been feeding gold protein silkworm chrysalises to the insect queen. Based on this rate, the cocoon of evolution can successfully grow from a clump of mycelium to a normal source-type life form. Lin Yuan waved his hand and replied, "Big brother Lu, I'll see if I can get some high-grade protein silkworm chrysalises in the next few days." Before Lu Ji could speak, Lin Yuan added, "This time, we'll be able to see more possibilities from the insect queen with the discovery of this cocoon of evolution. Big brother Lu, although you can't contract other feys, there's not necessarily only one source-type life form like the cocoon of evolution. Source-type life forms with similar functions as the cocoon of evolution might still be found in the process of collecting many source-type items in the future. Lu Ji actually wanted to refuse Lin Yuan's help in finding the protein silkworm chrysalises. He could earn money to buy them for himself with his own efforts, and since he was used to being independent, he subconsciously refused Lin Yuan's help. But after hearing Lin Yuan's words, Lu Ji did not think of refusing again. Although Lu Ji had not said his thanks, he had indescribable gratitude in his heart. 3 times of redemption had lit up his life, and that was supreme grace. But now, not only were there 3 times of redemption, but this youth in front was giving him the right to look forward. Lu Ji felt that he really had nothing to give back to him. The only thing he could do was to become stronger and use his life to protect him. Lu Ji looked at Lin Yuan and firmly nodded before saying, "All right. I've rejoined the Radiance 100 sequence, so I can go to the Guild Alliance and apply to establish a guild club. There is no need to conduct an audit if I go. It can be done on the same day. I'll go get this done in a moment." Lu Ji had actually come to Lin Yuan for this very thing. Chapter 364, Genius, Go bring in the guest. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard Lu Ji's words. "Big brother Lu, since you're going to the Guild Alliance to apply for the guild club's establishment today, I'll have Uncle Hu find someone to build the guild club's base on the vacant land behind the mansion in a couple of days." In a few days, Lin Yuan would give the Bronze X/Legend wood weaving house centipede for Hu Chuan to contract. At that time, he could become a Class 5 spirit craftsman. Although Hu Chuan was at the standard of a Class 5 spirit craftsman now, it was completely different from being a Class 5 spirit craftsman recognized by the Radiance Federation. When he became a Class 5 spirit craftsman, one of the top lifestyle class spirit chi professionals in the Radiance Federation, he would naturally come into contact with other Class 5 lifestyle class spirit chi professionals. At that time, it would be akin to Hu Chuan roping in the resources of a group of Class 5 spirit chi professionals for Lin Yuan. With Hu Chuan, a Class 5 spirit craftsman, around, if Lin Yuan wanted to find these Class 5 lifestyle class spirit chi professionals afterward, it would also be much more convenient. Lu Ji looked at Lin Yuan and said seriously, "Young master, what's the name of our guild club?" Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard how Lu Ji had addressed him. Although Lu Ji usually called him by his name because of his previous request, Lu Ji would always address Lin Yuan as young master when it came to the critical moment. Lin Yuan had not really thought of the guild club's name. However, since he was going to establish a guild club and take part in the Guild Alliance's tournament, the goal of the guild club was bound to be the champion. In that case, it had to not worry about the floating clouds blocking the view, for where I stand is at the highest peak of the mountain. The highest level of the sky was the dome. The top of the sky is considered the highest, so our guild club's name will be called Dome. When Lu Ji heard Lin Yuan say Dome, it was as if he felt a magnificent corner of Lin Yuan's heart. This alone had let Lu Ji be full of pride. He could not help but say in his heart, "The top of the sky. The top of the sky. The top of the sky." This was such an awe-inspiring heroic spirit. After leaving Lin Yuan's room, Lu Ji clenched his hands tightly into fists for a long while. After Lu Ji left, Lin Yuan looked into the mirror and touched the back of his head, feeling a little confused. Growing taller was a happy thing. He had obviously grown a centimeter taller but could not see it, so he felt terrible. As for the diamond protein silkworm chrysalises, the easiest way for him to get them was to spend a huge amount of radiance dollars and purchase them on the market. The items that could be bought on the market were not considered rare in a sense, regardless of how expensive they were. This was also the reason that Lin Yuan did not think about using the flower brocade pearls to exchange for the diamond protein silkworm chrysalises. The diamond protein silkworm chrysalises circulated in the market because they were a kind of insect species fey that shed its shell over 5 times a year. For this spiritual ingredient that was relatively easy to obtain, using scarce resources in exchange for it was an unwise thing to do. Even if Lin Yuan did not care about these losses, he would not do so even from the perspective of building his faction and developing it. If he wanted to develop a faction, he had to do everything in an orderly manner and make the most reasonable deployment and integration of all resources. This was how he could accumulate endless reserves. Lu Ji was now Radiance 100 sequence number 30, and the Radiance Sacred Hall had announced this piece of news. This made many fans, who had been following him since he had only entered the Radiance 100 sequence, tear up. In addition to the people in the mansion who were happy for Lu Ji, Bai Hao and Wang Fan were the happiest for him. They were the members of the Radiance 100 and the A-level Guild Club's main team. Although Bai Hao and Wang Fan already knew that Lu Ji was going to return to the Radiance 100 sequence, tears actually came out uncontrollably when they witnessed his return at the Radiance Sacred Hall. The rolling hot tears were proof of their years of friendship. Therefore, Bai Hao and Wang Fan were full of smiles in the days after. However, on the second day of the competition, the Star Web reporters had presented that they were mocking Lu Ji's opponent. This made them very annoyed. Lu Ji was completely done on the day he went to the Guild Alliance to apply for the establishment of a guild club. This was enough to prove the sequence's privilege in the Radiance Federation. However, Lu Ji did not choose to let the Guild Alliance publicize the guild club. Instead, he intended to wait until Lin Yuan competed in this year's Radiance 100 sequence and became a sequence member before making the public announcement. This was because when Lu Ji had applied for the establishment of the guild club, he had only filled in one name in the column of the President Black. In the past few days, Lin Yuan had used 10 flower brocade pearls to exchange for 170 drops of silver flood dragon essence blood through the blind trade method. This harvest made him feel very unsatisfied. Although the essence blood of silver flood dragon species phase was rare, it was not very useful. The silver flood dragon species phase were rare, so even though the flower brocade pearls were Creation Master's favorite, there was a limit to how much essence blood could be exchanged. It could not be said that the blind trade this time was a loss, but it was not a gain either. Lin Yuan understood that a method like blind trade was unsuitable for the exchange of unorthodox items. However, these 170 drops of silver flood dragon essence blood would be more than enough for the spirit drawing Ichthyosaur or Blackie to use. At the same time, Lin Yuan bought for Lu Ji 3 diamond protein silkworm chrysalises at the market price at the Rare Life Form Pavilion in the past few days. The platinum/fantasy breed insect queen would often take nearly 10 days to absorb a diamond protein silkworm chrysalis. These 3 diamond protein silkworm chrysalises were enough for Lu Ji to use for a month. He believed that it would take less than 15 days for the source-type cocoon of evolution to advance to normal with the diamond protein silkworm chrysalises. In these few days, Lin Yuan frantically enhanced many usnias to silver. He was enhancing the spiritual power in his body little by little in this way. After returning from the question and answer session with the Moon Empress in the Radiance Moon Mountain, Lin Yuan was prepared to put the 3 silver/legend mountain river eternal life carps into the red sandalwood longevity fish tank. When he was going to give Hu Chuan the bronze/legend wood weaving house centipede, whose spinneret had split during evolution, his phone rang. Genius was now lying in Lin Yuan's arms, constantly rolling and acting coquettishly. It even tickled and played with Lin Yuan from time to time. Lin Yuan was most afraid of being tickled, so he had to keep avoiding Genius's little paws. After Genius had become a 1000 questions beast, although its habit of sleeping had changed a lot, it would become very energetic in the afternoon. Its habit of causing disturbance had not changed at all. When Genius heard Lin Yuan's phone ring, it said, "Yuan, quickly answer the call." Looking at Genius fussing in his arms, he could not help but rub affectionately on its soft fur. "If it wasn't because you were fussing, I would have picked up the call." Genius was still messing around previously, but after Lin Yuan picked up the call, it was obedient and motionless in his arms, afraid of disturbing the conversation between Lin Yuan and the other person. When Lin Yuan picked up the call, he heard Lisan's voice. "Expert, I've arrived at the agreed location." Lisan was standing at the mansion's entrance when he spoke, looking a little nervous. He knew that the meeting today would determine his and the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's future. Lin Yuan patted Genius in his arms and replied, "Go, Genius. Go bring in the guest at the entrance." Chapter 365, Genius Intimacy and Detachment. Genius said in a cute voice after hearing Lin Yuan's words, "Yuan, meow. I'll go now." Lin Yuan stretched out his hand and helped Genius brush its fluffy fur on its little head. Then he gently rubbed its head twice and was about to bend down to put it down. At that moment, Genius leaped up from his arms to his neck and rubbed its fluffy face against his cheek. With a leap, it gracefully landed on the ground from Lin Yuan's shoulder. While Genius was running, its 2 long white tails at the back moved elegantly, and its posture was unspeakably light. Lin Yuan felt the lingering warmth on his face and revealed a bright smile on his face. Chimey was still asleep. Besides accompanying Lin Yuan, Genius was usually guarding Chimey below the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree. Among all of Lin Yuan's feys, since Genius had evolved from a housekeeping beast like the 100 questions beast and had high intelligence, except for Morbius that was hiding in the bracelet on Lin Yuan's hand, Genius cared for the other feys. The blue flash purple butterfly, which was usually not very enthusiastic about Lin Yuan, would fly around Genius for a while every time Genius entered the spirit lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan had been with Genius and Chimey for so many years, so he naturally knew Genius very well. Although it was very understanding, it was still a cat species fey, which was arrogant by nature. Just like the metal-type gold cat species fey that Xin Ying had contracted, it did not even bother about Zhang Xiaobai at all, except for her. Genius was also the same, but in addition to being arrogant like other cat species feys, it was also very understanding. Genius had very high intelligence and could clearly see Lin Yuan's interpersonal relationships and preferences. Therefore, it would also accept the people or things that Lin Yuan accepted. Besides Lu Ji, Wen Yu, and Hu Chuan, even the mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer, which were both feys, also liked to hold Genius and play with it. But when facing some unrelated people, Genius could uphold the indifference and elegance of cat species feys. For example, at this moment, although Listen, who was standing at the mansion's entrance, had high intelligence, he was good at handling interpersonal relationships. But the longer he stood at the mansion's entrance, the more nervous he felt. Just at this moment, the sky was getting dark, but the things in the distance still could be vaguely seen. Listen found that the royal capital was clearly at the beginning of winter, but the interior of the mansion in front of him was as verdant as the summer and also faintly gave off the bamboo fragrance. This was often said as people do not live without bamboo. The diffused bamboo fragrance reached Listen's nose. The bamboo fragrance should make one calm and quiet, but it made him more and more nervous. At that moment, Listen heard a cute yet polite voice. "Welcome to return from faraway mansion. Follow me inside." Upon hearing this voice, Listen searched for a long time before realizing the voice was from a pure white cat. It was squatting in the middle of the mansion's entrance, with its azure blue eyes looking at him with a trace of judgment and detachment. Listen hurriedly replied, "Thank you. Thank you very much." When Listen finished speaking, he saw that white cat stand up and walk ahead to lead the way and even turn back to look from time to time. Listen felt that this white cat was often glancing back to see whether the person behind it was still following. When Listen saw this white cat, he subconsciously thought it was a housekeeping beast. However, he completely dispelled this idea. There would not be any housekeeping beasts as graceful and elegant as this white cat in front of him in this world. Housekeeping beasts were too common, and Listen had had a top-notch one when he was young. Even the most top-notch housekeeping beast could not have such a sparkle in their eyes like this white cat. Moreover, this white cat had two tails. Listen saw a large mansion emitting a soft glow from a distance. However, he thought little about it. The closer he got, the more apprehensive and nervous he was. When he walked near to the mansion, Listen suddenly found an inscribed board on top engraved with "Return from far away." Listen was not surprised by the words on the inscribed board, but the material it was made of it was completely jade-textured old willow wood. Before Listen could think, the cute voice said, "We're here." Then Listen saw the white two-tailed cat leap forward. He looked up, only to see it had scampered into the arms of a cheerful youth of about 18 or 19 years old. It was intimately rubbing his neck. Listen knew him. He was the expert he had met on Star Web. This cheerful youth could casually take out any kind of bronze/epic fey and had an advanced class 4 creation master backing him up. When Listen looked at Lin Yuan, the latter also sized up this youth with red phoenix eyes and a beauty mole at the corner. He could see that this youth was competent and calm. While capable and calm, he had a trace of maturity that did not match his appearance. He had clearly been through a lot. However, Listen had terrible dark circles around his red phoenix eyes and seemed worldly. He had clearly been dealing with the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's mess and had rushed over immediately after that. Lin Yuan smiled a little and said, "Have a seat inside." Then he took the lead and sat down on the water rhinoceros leather sofa and took the 3 treasures teas brewed on the table before pouring a cup both for himself and Listen. When Lin Yuan walked inside and exposed the furnishings, Listen, who was behind him, was completely dumbfounded. If Listen saw this scene at any other time, he would have thought that he was adrift due to his fatigue and anxiety, or speculate whether this mansion that seemed to be decorated with jade-textured wood and emitting a jade-textured luster could be imitated with ordinary jade-texture stones. But the glow had a calming effect on the heart, and that unique texture of the wood told Listen that everything was real. Even if Listen had high emotional intelligence, he also froze for a moment. When he returned to his senses, he found that the cheerful youth had sat there, pouring 2 cups of hot tea and looking calmly at him. Chapter 366, Combat Power. I don't lose out. At this moment, Listen felt a sudden change within his vision. He used to think that those rising factions using a lot of high-grade plant feys to decorate the rooms were very luxurious, but now that he had seen this mansion, it was as if he truly knew what unparalleled foundation meant. Listen forcefully held back his surprise and sat in front of the youth. Before Listen could speak, the cheerful youth said, "It's cold in early winter, and you're not wearing much. Have some hot tea to warm up." Lin Yuan had asked Listen over intending to accept his and the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's allegiance. However, he still had to know through Listen what difficulties the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce was currently encountering. Lin Yuan wanted to take over the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce and let Listen manage it as his subordinate because the Chamber of Commerce could bring Lin Yuan convenience. As long as the Listen and the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's difficulties were less than or equal to the convenience brought by the Chamber of Commerce, Lin Yuan was willing to accept their allegiance. If the amount of trouble was equivalent to the convenience, whatever Lin Yuan did would be useless. Despite that, he was still willing to take them under him, as he appreciated Listen's talent. In order to establish a private faction where everyone was an elite, it was necessary to have a genius like Listen. Lin Yuan lifted the Dihua porcelain teacup and took a sip of the Three Treasures tea before raising his eyebrows slightly. The Three Treasures tea in the cup should perhaps be called Four Treasures tea. When Wen Yu had been brewing this Three Treasures tea, she had added rare plums into it, which made the taste of the tea richer. The sourness and sweetness in the plums eliminated the fragrance of the oil in the pine nuts. On the contrary, it set off the fragrance of the other two ingredients in the Three Treasures tea, which were the plum blossoms and Buddha's hand flowers. When Listen heard Lin Yuan's words, he felt warmth in his heart. No matter what, this cheerful youth in front of him had given him equality and respect. For so many years, especially ever since something had happened to the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce when Listen would go to plead Class 3 creation masters, and their retainers would put him in a difficult position. In stark contrast, this cheerful boy, who was just living in this mansion with immeasurable wealth and had a deep foundation, was treating him like an old friend. He poured him a cup of hot tea to let him wash away the coldness of early winter. Such a feeling made Listen feel warm. Listen picked up the teacup and took a sip. He did not bother about drinking water on his journey rushing here, so he had been thirsty at the mansion's entrance. With just a small sip, the fragrance of the plums immediately made his mouth water. Then he tasted the tea in his mouth. Although his expression remained unchanged, he felt more shocked the more he tasted it. The main spiritual ingredients sold in the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce were the Buddha's hand flowers ranging from bronze to gold, and it also supplied many Class 4 and Class 5 stores on Star Web. This made Listen very familiar with the Buddha's hand flowers. Listen had little reaction to the initial taste of the Buddha's hand flower in the tea. Then he realized that the taste of the Buddha's hand flower was very similar to the platinum Buddha's hand flowers he had tasted before. However, the taste was much more mellow. If the platinum Buddha's hand flowers were dried and sold as spiritual ingredients, a small piece would cost over 300,000 radiance dollars. Such a precious thing was actually an imperceptible faint taste in the tea to enrich the taste. This luxury once again allowed Listen to understand the foundation of this cheerful boy in front of him. It had to be known that being rich and not regarding money as money was different in a way. When Lin Yuan saw Listen drink the hot tea and warm up his body, he said, "Tell me about the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce." Lin Yuan got straight to the point and asked directly. Other people would have embellished for a long time to give an answer that could be most beneficial to them. However, Listen did not do so. Rather, it was actually highlighting and presenting the problems and difficulties encountered clearly. Listen did not elaborate on the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's advantages. He knew that it was considered nothing to this youth in front of him, so he focused on the difficulties it had encountered. Lin Yuan listened to Listen's words while his fingers tapped gently on the completely jade-textured table, emitting a shallow sound. After Listen finished the introduction, he was no longer as nervous and anxious as before. He had placed everything before this youth in front of him, so he knew that he only needed to wait for this youth's decision. When Listen had just arrived at the mansion, he had been simply too nervous and shocked. Thus, he had been walking stiffly. Now that he had relaxed, he picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. Then when Listen turned around, he saw a strange scene that did not belong to this world. The dancing butterflies and the swimming 5 fortune ranchos in the purple splendor made Listen feel his phoenix eyes were blinded. The 5 fortune ranchos were not too rare, and elite ones were only 60 or 70 radiance dollars. But where could he see a large group of bronze/flawless 5 fortune ranchos? Listen was drinking tea but coughed due to the shock. At that moment, Lin Yuan had also finished thinking. The trouble that the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce was experiencing now was a rising faction that wanted to take over it. But behind this rising faction, there was the shadow of a veteran faction that did not have a rich foundation. This veteran faction was the one that had poached 1 Class 4 Creation Master and 3 Class 3 Creation Masters from the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. Even without a rich foundation, a veteran faction would have at least a Class 4 Creation Master. In terms of combat power, if other factions recognized a faction as a veteran one, they must have King Class or higher combat power. However, it could not be said that the faction going against the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce had Emperor Class experts in terms of combat power. Only S-rank Spirit Chi professionals with Myth Breed phase could be called Emperor Class experts in the Radiance Federation. However, the combat power above the King Class was vaguer in definition. Even if a suzerain Fey did not become a Myth Breed, they could be called having a combat power of King Class and above. As a suzerain/Myth 3 Fey, Endless Summer was considered to have pinnacle Emperor Class combat power. Therefore, although Lin Yuan's private faction had few powerful people, it did not lose to other factions in terms of peak combat power. Chapter 367, Late Night and Craftwork Go Better Together. Lin Yuan merely took over the empty shell of the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, which was not a big deal. Furthermore, the veteran faction had poached all its creation masters. If this veteran faction bit him after he took over the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, Lin Yuan did not mind taking this veteran faction without foundation to establish his authority, since he had decided to form his own private faction. That could also be used to intimidate other veteran factions with a foundation in the future. Thus, when they had any thoughts about his private faction, they would have to weigh whether they were qualified or not. Besides the collision in combat power, as long as the other party did not have Class 5 Creation Masters, Lin Yuan was confident that he would have the upper hand in terms of resources. Even if the other party had Class 5 Creation Masters, Lin Yuan really dared to compete with the Class 5 Creation Masters with Bronze/Legend phase. After weighing the matter, Lin Yuan decided to accept the allegiance of Listen and the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. Although the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce was only an empty shell now, its channels and functions were still there. It could be said that there were 1,000 things to be done. The only trouble it had encountered so far was the rising faction under the veteran faction, which was eyeing and wanting to annex it. Lin Yuan felt that he did not lose out when comparing such trouble to a talent like Listen. Since Lin Yuan had finished weighing the matter, he raised the teacup in his hand and reached forward. When Listen saw Lin Yuan's action, an ecstatic expression immediately appeared on his face. Listen hurriedly held up the teacup and knocked it against Lin Yuan's teacup. Then he excitedly drank the 3 treasures tea in one gulp. Afterward, Listen half kneeled on the ground with a knight's salute, and a silver rune shot out from his spiritual energy. "I, Listen, swear by the willpower rune." Upon saying this, Listen looked at the cheerful youth sitting on the water rhinoceros leather sofa. Lin Yuan did not stop his action and said, "I'm Lin Yuan." When Listen heard that, he replied with a very solemn and respectful expression, "I, Listen, swear by the willpower rune to dedicate the entirety of my life and the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce to Lin Yuan. I only hope to be blessed and be able to lead the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce down the road." Listen did not say what would happen if the oath was broken. This was because he had dedicated his whole being to Lin Yuan in the oath. Lin Yuan could deprive Listen's control over the willpower rune and let him be rejected by the will of heaven and earth with a single thought. Although this would not kill Listen, there was not much difference between being rejected by the will of heaven and earth and wanting Listen's life. It was a serious matter that Listen had used the willpower rune to make such a heaven and earth oath, but he did it to show his loyalty and also for his own sake. Lin Yuan had actually been thinking about whether to vow his loyalty to Lin Yuan during this time. After all, Listen had only met Lin Yuan on Star Web once, let alone saying how well he knew him. However, Listen thought for a while and realized with a bitter smile that he simply did not have the right to think. He knew that even if he and the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce came over, they would likely be a dispensable pawn. That was also the best choice among all the options available to him now. Since Listen had come over, the next thing to do was to show his maximum value as much as possible and prove his capabilities so that he and the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce could get more resources. From this moment, Listen had become Lin Yuan's attendant, which was different from retainer knights and protectors. As long as Lin Yuan protected the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, he would be Listen's master. At that moment, Hu Chuan pushed the door open and walked out of the room. At a glance, he looked like he had just woken up and was still a little dazed when he walked out of the room. If it was any other time, this should be the time he would work as a toolman. Hu Chuan was in a daze, but when he came downstairs and saw this scene in front of him, he felt he was still not awake. What is the posture of these two youths downstairs? It's too strange. Although Hu Chuan did not witness the whole process of listen swearing with his willpower rune, when he saw the youth with red phoenix eyes and a mole at the corner of his eyes, half kneeling on the ground, he knew that he should be considered as someone on Lin Yuan's side. After Listen made an oath with the willpower rune, Lin Yuan went forward and reached out to pull him up from the ground. When Listen made the oath with the willpower rune to pledge his allegiance, Lin Yuan did not refuse. This was because a willpower rune oath was indeed a very powerful guarantee in this world. One had to be wary of each other when there were absolute interests, just like in Lin Yuan's previous life. If one party unilaterally tore up an agreement without considering the consequences, the agreement would be no different than scrap paper. Making a willpower rune oath was akin to making an agreement into an unbreakable oath. If the party who swore by the willpower rune broke the agreement, it would be akin to paying with their life. This was a little like two strangers who first obtained a marriage license and then fell in love. Lin Yuan was a bit embarrassed thinking about it. What kind of strange analogy was this? After Listen swore with the willpower rune, Lin Yuan could really freely use him and pour resources into Listen and the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. He would allow Listen to unleash his capabilities and develop the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. At the same time, Listen could also bring more benefits to Lin Yuan. It was a win-win situation for both Lin Yuan and Listen. It had to be said that after Listen swore with the willpower rune, he had become someone that Lin Yuan could trust. When Lin Yuan saw Hu Chuan, he said, "Uncle Hu, how good it would be if you slept more at night after being busy during the day. Staying up late hurts your liver." In Lin Yuan's opinion, Hu Quan's body could not take it even if he usually stayed up late. After all, even Zhang Xiaobai knew about soaking wolfberries in the insulated cup to maintain his health. When Hu Chuan heard that, he quickly waved his hand and replied, "Late night and craftwork go better together." When Listen heard Hu Quan's words, he looked at Hu Chuan differently. He had already labeled this uncle with an unkempt beard in his heart. The corners of Lin Yuan's mouth also twitched slightly. He could not force Hu Chuan to sleep at night, so he let Lu Ji work on giving Hu Chuan tonic food. Lin Yuan had been prepared to give Hu Chuan the evolved bronze/legend wood weaving house centipede. Now that Hu Chuan was walking over, Lin Yuan spoke. Chapter 368, Lin Yuan, do you not have a flying mount? Uncle Hu, have you reported to the Spirit Craftsman Association? As Lin Yuan spoke, he brought over a hibiscus cake baked by Wen Yu from the table and tore it into small pieces to feed Genius that was nestled in his arms. It still loved to eat these soft snacks, but when it came to taste, it loved to eat meat like Lin Yuan, especially pork. When Hu Chuan heard Lin Yuan's words, he laughed out loud. Hu Chuan, who was still a little sleepy, immediately felt spirited. Ha ha ha! I've reported. After a while, those old guys from the Spirit Craftsman Association will all have to come back to hold a ceremony for me. Hu Chuan was very excited and thrilled when he said this. This burly uncle with an unkempt beard was smiling brightly. He now had a mentality of being a winner in life, as he was now only one high-quality bronze fey away from becoming a Class 5 Spirit Craftsman. What else was more comforting than being able to achieve one's ultimate goal in life at middle age? Lin Yuan looked at Hu Quan's excited and thrilled look and said, "Uncle Hu, it looks like you'll have to make another trip to the Spirit Craftsman Association tomorrow." Lin Yuan's words made Hu Chuan a little puzzled. He completely did not understand what he meant. Just as Hu Chuan was about to ask, Lin Yuan added, "Uncle Hu, I've got the wood weaving house centipede that I've told you about before." When Hu Chuan heard Lin Yuan's words, he was full of surprise, and his eyes instantly lit up. Anticipation was written all over him. When Listen, who was at the side, saw Hu Quan's expression, he knew that the quality of the wood weaving house centipede that Lin Yuan had mentioned would not be low. When Listen heard about Hu Chuan saying about the Spirit Craftsman Association's ritual through their conversation, he assumed that this uncle with an unkempt beard was a Spirit Craftsman Grandmaster that was about to reach Class 5. The wood weaving house centipede that could make a Spirit Craftsman Grandmaster look forward to so much was at the very least a bronze/flawless wood weaving house centipede. When Listen thought of Lin Yuan's means, he thought, this wood weaving house centipede that made this uncle with an unkempt beard look forward so much won't be an epic one, right? Lin Yuan waved his hand and summoned the bronze/legend wood weaving house centipede from the Spirit Lock spatial zone. A 30 cm long dark green multi-legged insect species fey appeared on the completely jade-textured table. Since the wood weaving house centipede that Lin Yuan had chosen was very active and lively, it began to hide from Lin Yuan and the others on the completely jade-textured table when it was summoned. Lin Yuan took this bronze X/legend wood-weaving house centipede in his hand. Otherwise, he was really afraid that this small thing would gnaw on the completely jade-textured table. Listen's attention was drawn the moment he saw this 30 cm long dark green insect species fey. He was now thinking about the fact that Lin Yuan had actually taken out a bronze/legend fey. However, he did not expect that he would be lucky enough to see such a thing that always existed only in legends. It would only appear when Pinnacle Class 4 creation masters were lucky. Such a situation was simply too rare. In a sense, this bronze/legend fey was uniquely enjoyed by Class 5 creation masters. Bronze/legend feys were something that only Pinnacle King class experts could only hope for. Now that Lin Yuan had summoned it, Listen understood that he had completely underestimated the foundation of this cheerful youth in front of him. At that moment, Hu Chuan suddenly shouted, "Ah!" His voice was full of fascination and surprise. "Oh my goodness! This bronze/legend wood-weaving house centipede is actually splitting." Lin Yuan nodded and replied, "That's right. Uncle Hu, you're really lucky." Hu Chuan was initially grinning in ecstasy, but after he heard Lin Yuan's words, the corners of his mouth could not help but cramp. It made Hu Chuan's jaw drop. If it were not for the fact that Lin Yuan had given him this wood-weaving house centipede, Hu Chuan would have to ask Lin Yuan, "Is that something a human should say? Don't you know whether I'm the lucky one or you gave me something good?" Hu Chuan was now being overwhelmed with joy, and so was Listen. Listen had always felt that he was already very lucky to be able to be backed up by a big tree. However, he realized that he was not backed up by a big tree but a deep forest, where the edge could not be seen. As a smart person, Listen was deep-minded. He always had a clear perception of himself and knew about his talents. Listen had always considered him to be an external talent with excellent communication skills, but such a talent could only be displayed with powerful support at the back. Only when this support was more reliable could Listen display his external talents better. Listen felt that he could finally make good use of his talents with a backer that could take out a bronze/legend fey. Hu Chuan took the bronze/legend wood-weaving house centipede and carefully observed its split spinneret. After looking at it for a long time, he then carefully stored it into his diamond fey storage box. He laughed out loud and said to Lin Yuan, "I can't thank you enough for your kindness. Lin Yuan, I'll contract this wood-weaving house centipede. When I become a Class 5 spirit craftsman, just let me know whatever you want me to do. I have a good liver." Lin Yuan replied with a smile, "All right. When the time comes, I really have to trouble Uncle Hu with a lot of things." Listen had been listening to Lin Yuan and Hu Chuan talk, and being good at reading someone from their body language was the most basic instinct for him. He had been under the impression that Uncle Hu was Lin Yuan's elder, but he did not expect that he had a similar status to him. Even if he had a higher status, he was not much different in nature. This discovery made Listen think about the bronze/legend wood-weaving house centipede that Lin Yuan had casually given. After entering the mansion, Listen had to re-estimate Lin Yuan's foundation 3 times. Although Listen thought a lot, he also wanted to understand Lin Yuan a little more. After all, the rest of Listen's life was going to be spent under Lin Yuan's hand. Hu Chuan was going to return to his room to contract the bronze/legend wood-weaving house centipede and let it fuse with the willpower rune he had comprehended to become a fantasy breed fey. However, Hu Chuan suddenly thought of something and asked, "Lin Yuan, have you not prepared a flying mount yet?" Chapter 369, A Good Opportunity for the Moon Empress. Hu Chuan had been at the mansion for some time. During that period, he had noticed that Lin Yuan mostly used his cell phone to book a flying fey to travel when he went out. It seemed that Lin Yuan should not have a flying fey at the moment. After Lin Yuan heard Hu Chuan's words, he touched the back of his head and said, "Uncle Hu, I haven't prepared a flying fey that I can ride on outside." Although the little grey fellow in the Spirit Lock spatial zone was a Grus fey, and Grus feys were good at flying, not all of them could fly. For example, the cassowary feys were not good at flying. They could only flap their wings and flew a dozen meters away, but they were usually fast and powerful. Their claws could easily grasp through metals that were of a higher grade than them. The little grey fellow's genetic model had not yet been fully shown, so Lin Yuan was not sure if it was good at flying. When Lin Yuan had decided to raise this little grey fellow, he did not decide to use it as a flying mount. Upon hearing that, Hu Chuan's eyes immediately lit up. "Lin Yuan, when I contract the bronze/legend wood-weaving house centipede and let it become a fantasy breed, I'm confident of building a fey carriage made mainly of jade-textured wood." Hu Chuan rubbed his hands together and chuckled as he said this again. Clearly, he wanted to make a big piece out of the completely jade-textured wood. When Hu Chuan saw Lin Yuan's thoughtful look on his face, he continued saying, "Thanks to the fantasy breed wood weaving house centipede split spinneret, I can use the jade-textured wood to build a variety of sophisticated objects, mixed with some high-grade metals, which can allow the Fey carriage to have a very strong defense. Its interior can also be decorated comfortably." Lin Yuan nodded in approval. He felt that Hu Quan's proposal was good. Lin Yuan would never want to experience the discomfort of riding on a divine travel black swallow if he was not in a hurry and had a choice. The feeling of sitting for a long time was like having 30 wet nurse wrong one poking your butt with needles. It simply hurt too much. The Fey carriage did not refer to the kind that he could drive with before the spirit chi awakening. Rather, it was to be pulled by Feys in front and was somewhat similar to the horse carriage in Lin Yuan's previous life. However, the Fey carriage was much larger than the horse carriage. A Fey carriage could be used on land, water, and air depending on the Fey pulling it. Nonetheless, the Feys pulling the carriages were mostly flying ones with abilities that had defensive effects. Generally, more than 3 flying Feys would be pulling the Fey carriage in front. If each of these Feys had abilities with defensive effects, in addition to the carriage's defensive effect, these flying Feys could also effectively play the role of protecting the carriage. Even if there were millions of benefits of having a Fey carriage, most spirit chi professionals would not choose to build one, as the resources needed to do so were just too much. Rather than building a Fey carriage, they would rather cultivate a flying Fey for transportation. Therefore, the Fey carriage was something that only veteran factions with a deep foundation would consider building. It was undeniable that the Fey carriage was sturdy with strong defensive properties, and one could also decorate its interior comfortably. Hu Chuan had given such an opinion because he felt that Lin Yuan's foundation was enough to build a high-end Fey carriage. After all, Lin Yuan could take out a bronze/legend wood weaving house centipede within 10 days. Given such a capability, building a high-end Fey carriage was very easy. Hu Quan's offer to build a Fey carriage was actually a way to repay Lin Yuan. Building a high-end Fey carriage was not a small project. Even though Hu Chuan, a Class 5 spirit craftsman, had always been working hard like this, he would also take at least 2 months to use a blacksmith spirit to carve out a Fey carriage. Finding a Class 5 spirit craftsman who used 2 months of effort to stay up late and make a Fey carriage was not something that could be done with money. Even veteran factions had to provide some favors after promising enough benefits. They even had to help the Class 5 spirit craftsmen search for some kind of rare materials as payment, and only then would it be possible for them to invite the Class 5 spirit craftsmen. The new batch of completely jade-textured wood within Lin Yuan's spirit lock spatial zone was about to mature. He could get 20 wooden boards from the completely jade-textured rare wood in one go, which were more than enough to make the horse carriage's bottom. Lin Yuan was not lacking in materials to make the Fey carriage but the flying Feys pulling the carriage. Lin Yuan had always been different from ordinary creation masters. Although he could easily enhance bronze/epic Feys and even bronze/legend Feys, he had no way of doing so for high-grade Feys. Given his current level of a C-rank spirit chi professional, he could only enhance gold Feys at most now. Even if he used the crystals condensed by Morbius's spirit chi condensation, he could at most raise the Feys grade to platinum. As long as Lin Yuan was in his right mind, he would never use the spirit chi crystals to enhance the flying Feys pulling the Fey carriage. Although one spirit chi crystal would condense every 7 days, it was still considered a shortage of resources to Lin Yuan. He still had to use the spirit chi crystals to first strengthen his Feys. Secondly, even if he did not need to strengthen his Feys, would it not be good to use the spirit chi crystals to enhance bronze/legend Feys? When Lin Yuan was about to speak, a clear laugh suddenly came from the mansion entrance. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up because he knew who had let out that peal of laughter. He said to Hu Chuan, "Uncle Hu, let's put aside the Fey carriage first. I still don't have a flying Fey that is suitable for pulling the Fey carriage right now." Then Lin Yuan turned around and walked to the door. As expected, he looked at the entrance and saw a man standing there wearing a silver robe almost all year round. He was Mystic Moon. Lin Yuan hurriedly said, "Uncle Mystic. You came over so late without informing me. I could have picked you up at the entrance of the mansion." Mystic Moon looked at Lin Yuan with a clear smile on his face and replied, "It's cold in early winter. If I told you in advance that I was coming over and picked me up outside the mansion, you would have to stand in the chilly wind for nothing. Instead, it's better that I come straight in and bring you the things your master has for you." When Mystic Moon entered the mansion, he heard the conversation between Hu Chuan and Lin Yuan. Upon hearing Lin Yuan say that he did not have a suitable flying fei pulling the fei carriage, Mystic Moon secretly took Lin Yuan's words to heart and intended to tell the Moon Empress when he returned to the Radiant Moon Palace. Mystic Moon thought about how the Moon Empress was always dazed in the inner palace of the Radiant Moon Palace, thinking about what gift she should give to her disciple but never thought of anything suitable. Wasn't this a good opportunity now? One annotation text missing. Chapter 370, What about a Cinerari urn? This was not Mystic Moon's first time coming to Lin Yuan's mansion. Although Mystic Moon would not come every other day, he would come once every half a month, so it had long been like a walk in a park. However, since Hu Chuan would be sleeping during the day and working hard at night, and Mystic Moon mostly came in the morning, this was the first time that Hu Chuan saw him in person. The two envoys of the Radiant Moon Palace, Cold Moon and Mystic Moon, were prestigious. Envoy Cold Moon handled external affairs, while Envoy Mystic Moon handled internal affairs. Therefore, they were very famous. But to Envoy Mystic Moon, those with strength and status knew very few, but those top factions of the Radiance Federation were qualified to know about it. Hence, Hu Chuan did not recognize Mystic Moon's identity. However, when Hu Chuan saw him dressed in a silver robe, he seemed to have vaguely recalled a rumor inside his head that he could not quite remember. Listen had figured out the close relationship between Mystic Moon and Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan called Hu Chuan Uncle Hu before, mainly because of Hu Quan's age. It was a polite way to address him. But when Lin Yuan called this silver-robed man Uncle Mystic, it was also a kind of an uncle on a kin level even if there was no blood relationship between them. Otherwise, this silver-robed man would not have brought something to Lin Yuan on his master's behalf. Lin Yuan hurriedly picked up a teacup and poured a cup of 3 treasures tea for Mystic Moon before giving it to him and saying, "Uncle Mystic, have a cup of tea." Mystic Moon took the teacup, and after just one sniff, he said in a clear voice, "Little Yuan, this 3 treasures tea with plums smells good." Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan chuckled and replied, "When you brewed this?" The plums that Uncle Mystic sent over last time were also added inside. When Mystic Moon heard that Wen Yu had brewed it, he said, "When you went to training, Wen Yu and Cai Cha learned a few days of the tea ceremony. I heard from Cai Cha that Wen Yu learned quite well." Mystic Moon's words contained his appreciation for Wen Yu, and he clearly had great expectations of her. As the Moon Envoy of the Radiant Moon Palace on the Leaning Moon Mountain, Mystic Moon was the Moon Empress Envoy. It was not too much to say that he was the Radiant Moon Palace's chief steward. Wen Yu had been just a spirit attendant in the Radiant Moon Palace, so Mystic Moon had not paid attention to her. Ever since Lin Yuan had chosen Wen Yu as his assistant, she had then appeared in Mystic Moon's sight, and he also had contact with Wen Yu. At first, Mystic Moon was in favor of sending 2 spirit attendants to Lin Yuan as assistants. Since Wen Yu had independently completed the mansion's construction very well, Mystic Moon had seen her strong capability of doing things, which put off his intention to tell Lin Yuan about his suggestion. However, Mystic Moon truly thought highly of her when Lin Yuan had gone out for training. At that time, she had visited the Radiant Moon Palace to find the Moon Empress to become stronger. After the Moon Empress had coached her about the ability of a creation master, she left Wen Yu to Mystic Moon and let him take her to learn about the Radiance Federation's major factions. At first, Mystic Moon had only listened to the Moon Empress order and guided Wen Yu, but the more he guided her, he discovered her resourcefulness that was far beyond ordinary people. This had allowed him to see the best in her besides her being a spirit chi professional and creation master. As the Radiant Moon Palace's Moon Envoy, Mystic Moon could not help but sigh at the strength of Wen Yu's resourcefulness in terms of faction insights and resource deployment. When she had been a spirit attendant, Wen Yu simply did not have the opportunity to show her talents. Now that she was Lin Yuan's assistant, she had the chance to do so. After Mystic Moon discovered Wen Yu's talent in that area, he carefully taught her for a month. This was the reason that when Wen Yu returned to the mansion and played the Fey Battle Flag game, she had been able to take over the resources from the other 5 players, shocking Lin Yuan. After Mystic Moon finished the tea in the teacup, he placed it on the table. Then he waved his hand and took out a small square box made of beeswax. Mystic Moon gave it to Lin Yuan and said, "This is something small that your master made for you." Lin Yuan took the small square box and noticed that Mystic Moon had the intention to leave, so Lin Yuan said, "Uncle Mystic, sit here for a while. I'll go wash some fruits for you to eat." After saying that, Lin Yuan went to the kitchen and did not give Mystic Moon any chance to refuse him. When Mystic Moon saw Lin Yuan like that, he could not help but laugh involuntarily. Mystic Moon always felt that Lin Yuan was very competent and was not at all like an 18 or 19-year-old youth. But now, Lin Yuan had shown childish behavior, which let Mystic Moon know that Lin Yuan really treated him as a family. When Lin Yuan had called Mystic Moon Uncle Mystic outside the Radiant Moon Palace, besides treating Lin Yuan as the Radiant Moon Palace's young lord and his young master, Mystic Moon also regarded Lin Yuan as his junior and nephew. After Lin Yuan went to wash the fruits, only Mystic Moon, Hu Chuan, and Listen were left in the large living room. Mystic Moon looked at Hu Chuan and Listen and said, "Let's sit together." When Hu Chuan and Listen saw Mystic Moon, they were a little formal, not only because Mystic Moon was Lin Yuan's uncle. Rather, it was because of Mystic Moon's clear and superior aura. Such an aura was simply transcendent. It was simply not something that ordinary people could have. When Mystic Moon heard Hu Chuan and Lin Yuan's conversation earlier, he heard Hu Chuan say he was a Class 5 spirit craftsman. Therefore, when he looked at Hu Chuan, he could not help but also think highly of him. Mystic Moon had heard Hu Chuan say before that he wanted to build a fey carriage, so he could not help but ask, "What kind of material do you think is more suitable for the construction of the fey carriage?" Hu Chuan was a little surprised. Why would this silver-robed man in front of him ask him such a question? However, since he had been asked, Hu Chuan answered truthfully, "I think it would be the best if the main body of the fey carriage is made of completely jade-textured wood, with some rare metals." After Mystic Moon heard Hu Chuan's idea, he nodded in appreciation. The combination of completely jade-textured wood and rare metals was indeed very suitable for a fey carriage. It was not tacky and did not look shabby. However, it was a little inferior to the coral stones faded from gemstone corals of suzerain feys. Then Mystic Moon asked, "Then how many flying feys pulling the fey carriage do you think are more suitable?" Upon hearing that, Hu Chuan thought for a moment and replied, "Actually, 3 flying feys are enough. If conditions allow, it is best to have 5. Otherwise, having 1 is actually not bad." Hu Chuan now had also set his heart on making a fey carriage. He wanted to make an item that could represent his peak achievement after becoming a Class 5 spirit craftsman. Secondly, Hu Chuan also wanted to repay Lin Yuan and contribute more to him. However, this was not so much the case when Mystic Moon heard it. Mystic Moon nearly thought he had heard wrongly. Was this still the same Class 5 spirit craftsman who just said he wanted to make a carriage out of completely jade-textured wood and rare metals and had great ideas? Mystic Moon really wanted to pry open Hu Chuan's brain to take a look inside. How poor and shabby had the first half of his life been that a Class 5 spirit craftsman would say 1 flying fey was enough to pull a fey carriage. If only 1 flying fey was used to pull the fey carriage, then what was the significance of the fey carriage? Wouldn't such a fey carriage be a cinerary urn that could not move a few hundred meters in the sky? Chapter 371, Don't Learn to be Unsophisticated. In Mystic Moon's opinion, as the Moon Empress disciple, Lin Yuan must have at least 9 feys pulling the fey carriage. If Lin Yuan loved having more feys, having 12 of them would not be too much. Although using more flying feys to pull the carriage would not speed up its flying speed, if these feys had defense abilities, the more feys there were, the more they could protect the carriage's safety. Mystic Moon looked at the expression on Hu Chuan's face and found that Hu Chuan was quite serious at this time. Mystic Moon cleared his throat and asked again, "Then how many species of feys do you think are more suitable to pull the carriage?" Mystic Moon's words made Hu Chuan interested. He replied without thinking, "If you want to show the grandeur, it is natural that the higher and rarer the feys pulling the carriage, the better it is. There's not so much attention on the species of feys." Upon hearing Hu Chuan say that, Mystic Moon lost the idea of communicating with him further. If he wanted to show the foundation of the feys pulling the carriage, he had to let them look uniform when they were flying. Otherwise, if there were different species of flying feys pulling the carriage, wouldn't that become a killjoy meeting and messy? Therefore, it would be best to have only 1 kind of fey pulling the carriage. That way, he could ensure the same species feys flying speed. Also, high-grade feys of the same species would not have any conflicts while flying. The fey carriage's owner couldn't contract all the feys pulling it. Since they were not contracted feys, there would be much weaker control over them. If 2 species of feys were natural enemies and had conflicts while flying, although they were feys creation masters trained and would not cause any serious consequences, it would be a very troublesome matter to appease the feys' friction. If rare feys pulled the carriage, it could show the grandeur. If a high-grade soft-shell turtle fey that knew how to fly was combined with a high-grade snake fey that knew how to fly, wouldn't it be like the black tortoise in the sky and telling people they should rate your fey carriage 10 points? This was simply too unsophisticated. After listening to Hu Chuan's words, Mystic Moon was even firmer about telling the Moon Empress that Lin Yuan did not have suitable flying feys for his fey carriage. At the same time, he was also a little worried. Would Lin Yuan become unsophisticated by being with this class 5 spirit craftsman? It was really a question worth pondering. Hu Chuan was still caught up in the beautiful thought of wanting to build a fey carriage, but he did not know that Mystic Moon had labeled him as unsophisticated. In fact, Hu Chuan would have cried foul if he learned about it. Hu Chuan was born at the grassroots level. He had dared to say that he would build the fey carriage's main body with completely jade-textured wood and rare metals because he knew that Lin Yuan had these spiritual materials. If Lin Yuan had not broadened Hu Quan's horizons during this period, he would have never even thought about such a thing as a fey carriage. Hu Chuan could not be blamed. When Hu Chuan really became a class 5 spirit craftsman, he would naturally have broad horizons after the promotion of his status and level. Mystic Moon turned his head and looked at Listen, who was at the side. After chatting with him for a while, Mystic Moon became keenly aware that Listen's diplomatic talent was not inferior to Wen Yu's strategic talent. Lin Yuan actually had internal and external helpers by his side, just like how the Moon Empress had Mystic Moon and Cold Moon. If Cold Moon's and Listen's external talents were compared to a support-type spirit chi professional, then Cold Moon's way of supporting was to first kill everything that could threaten her team. She would use such a hardcore approach to support. On the other hand, Listen would turn all the enemies that were hostile to his team into his own people. He would use a soft-core approach to support. There were pros and cons of such a support method, but Listen was still young and had plenty of time to grow. After Lin Yuan washed the fruits, he cut them into bite-sized pieces. Then he placed them on a fruit plate with some fruit forks before carrying it out. After sitting with Lin Yuan for a while, Mystic Moon then left. At this time, only Lin Yuan, Listen, and Hu Chuan were left in the living room. Lin Yuan became serious and said, Listen, your listening Heron Chamber of Commerce will still run as it is. When Listen heard Lin Yuan's words, he nodded and replied very seriously, Young master, I brought all the 11 source-type items with me this time. The listening Heron Chamber of Commerce and I have pledged our allegiance to you. Thus, all these source-type items are yours now, young master. Lin Yuan waved his hand and said, I'll still only take 6 source-type items as per the previous agreement. The remaining 5 source-type items are the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's existing resources. Do you want it to remain in its current state? When Listen heard that, he took his stand and answered, No, I want the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce to develop into a large chamber of commerce. Lin Yuan shook his head when he heard that. Although Listen had a very outstanding talent in diplomacy, he was still inexperienced. He had always been in the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, after all. He needed some guidance so that he could understand that the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce could be more than just a large chamber of commerce. Or he should not only focus on the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. Since you have pledged your allegiance to me with the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, I'll put my first batch of resources in it and give you the same goods. Listen knew that Lin Yuan had not finished speaking yet. He seriously waited for Lin Yuan's next words. At the same time, he was also curious about the goods that Lin Yuan had mentioned. At that moment, Lin Yuan turned around and looked at Hu Chuan before saying, Uncle Hu, after you become a class 5 spirit craftsman, find a construction team and have them build the guild club's base in the open space behind the mansion. Hu Chuan took complete charge and replied, Lin Yuan, don't worry. After I become a class 5 spirit craftsman, as long as I say so, there'll be construction teams that will rush to build the guild club's base for us. Lin Yuan said, Uncle Hu, the powder of those completely jade-textured pieces of wood collected before can now come in handy. As soon as Hu Chuan heard that, he understood the meaning. Only those who had some foundation could afford such rare things as the completely jade-textured wood. Thus, accessories and vessels with completely jade-textured wood powder as the glaze had become a luxury sought after by those who did not have a deep foundation in the Radiance Federation. Any one of them could be sold at a high price of nearly 10,000 Radiance dollars. In Hu Quan's opinion, the resources Lin Yuan had said he would put into the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce should be the objects made of completely jade-textured wood powder. Hu Chuan could not help but sigh a little. In this return from faraway mansion, it seemed like everything was different from the outside world. The things that were hard to find in the outside world were treated like garbage in this return from faraway mansion and could only collect dust inside the storehouse. Listen was a smart person. He speculated what resources Lin Yuan was going to give from their conversation. Chapter 372, 360 million Radiance dollars in 6 months. Listen was in an ecstatic mood. In fact, thanks to Listen's operation, this batch of goods alone would be enough for the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce to expand its previously held online resources on Star Web by more than 5 times. It would also allow the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce to make a qualitative leap in its offline resources. This allowed Listen to see the bright future of the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. After being backed by a big tree like Lin Yuan, Listen did not have to worry about other factions scheming against him and the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce in the future. The fact that Lin Yuan was willing to invest in him and the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce was another matter. Listen had never expected that he could get such preferential treatment when he just pledged allegiance to Lin Yuan with the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. Listen had sworn a willpower rune oath and become Lin Yuan's person, so he would not rebel. But when he had sworn the oath, he had also been really helpless. However, Listen now had a sense of belonging. At the same time, he could not help but sigh. This feeling of relying on a big tree is really fucking great. Lin Yuan looked at the expression on Listen's face and smiled slightly before saying, "Listen, do you now think that the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce can only develop into a large chamber of commerce?" Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Listen hurriedly replied excitedly, "I feel that if the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce deploys the objects made from completely jade-textured wood powder, I'm certain that it will develop into a rising faction." Listen had begun to plan how to deploy these objects. Such resources, which were in short supply in the market, were good stuff for Listen to make money and consolidate connections. Such good stuff had to be used where it was needed the most. At the same time, Listen also knew that Lin Yuan would not give him much of such good stuff. However, as long as there were a small number of such objects, Listen was confident that he would be able to get the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce to the next levels. Lin Yuan shook his head again as he did not expect that Listen had still yet to jump out of the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's framework. Thus, he said, "Besides the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, if you were to coordinate some other assets, how much do you think you could coordinate?" Lin Yuan's words were like a heavy hammer that struck Listen's heart. This had broken the chains that were previously binding Listen's heart, causing the invisible chains to break inch by inch. It had also unleashed the beast in Listen's heart. Listen's eyes seemed to light up with 2 ambitious flames. His fists under the table had been clenched pale, but he pretended to be calm and said, "I can coordinate as much as there is." Lin Yuan laughed and replied, "All right. Since you can coordinate as many assets as there are, then you'll first develop the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce into a rising faction for me to see." Even if Lin Yuan only had an eye on Listen's talent and the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's function as a chamber of commerce, with the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, the basic supplies that Lin Yuan normally needed would only need to be taken from the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. This could save Lin Yuan a lot of trouble, and the basic resources for Lin Yuan's development no longer needed to go through the Star Web. Now that Lin Yuan's faction had the Chamber of Commerce, in a sense, Lin Yuan had become a channel for basic supplies at this time. This allowed the development of Lin Yuan's faction to gain great convenience afterward. However, since Lin Yuan had previously thought highly of Listen, the latter should be able to bring enough benefits to Lin Yuan. Otherwise, if Lin Yuan put in the resources, it would be equivalent to playing ducks and drakes. If this really happened, it would prove that Lin Yuan's acceptance of Listen and the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's allegiance was a mistake. The flame of ambition burned brighter and brighter in Listen's eyes at this moment. Lin Yuan's words unleashed the ambition that had been locked up inside Listen because of the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. Now that this ambition had been completely released, Lin Yuan could sense the fighting spirit brought about by Listen's ambition. Lin Yuan found Listen's ambition very praiseworthy. The more Listen's ambition burned, the more beneficial it was for Lin Yuan. The Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce was only the first wisp of dust under Lin Yuan's private faction, the Sky City. Since this wisp of dust belonged to the Sky City, why not start with this wisp of dust to absorb more dust and set up a monstrous dust storm? Listen said solemnly, "Young master, I'll show it to you within a year." Lin Yuan shook his head and answered, "A year is too long. I think 6 months is enough time." After saying that, Lin Yuan did not bother about Listen, who had clearly been flustered by his words. Instead, he looked at Hu Chuan and asked, "Uncle Hu, if you get people to create these objects from completely jade-textured wood, how many objects can be produced every day?" Upon hearing that, Hu Chuan pondered for a while and replied, "If I get people to do it, I think it would be better to make high-end products. I'll find Class 3 spirit craftsmen to do them. The completely jade-textured wood fragments you have there simply can't be finished. So, if I get 20 Class 3 spirit craftsmen, then the small and large objects every day would add up to 200 pieces. Lin Yuan naturally would not let Hu Chuan use the completely jade-textured wood fragments to make those objects mixed with completely jade-textured wood. That was simply using a sledgehammer to crack a nut for Hu Chuan. He could find Class 3 spirit craftsmen to help him out. Hu Quan's words made Lisan's previous worry and panic completely disappear. If there were 200 pieces of objects made of completely jade-textured wood powder every day, that would be 6,000 pieces in a month. There would be 6,000 pieces of objects of all sizes mixed with completely jade-textured wood powder. According to the scarcity in the market, it was not a problem to sell them for 60 million radiance dollars. There were 6 months in half a year, and that would be 360 million radiance dollars. Given Lin Yuan's resource worth of 360 million radiance dollars, Lisan felt that he would simply be too useless if he could not develop the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce into a rising faction. Lisan carefully calculated. If the resources were used properly, the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce could have the capital to become a rising faction in more than 3 months. The Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce could go the way of a veteran faction with resources and a large amount of radiance dollars. He could use resources to take in spirit chi professionals to work for the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. Lin Yuan once again looked at Lisan and asked, "Are 6 months enough?" Lisan hurriedly replied, "Young master, I am sure that I can complete the task you gave me within 4 months." After Lin Yuan briefed him, Lisan left the mansion. The Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce had moved to the royal capital, and Lisan still had a lot of things to do. Hu Chuan had also returned to his room to contract the bronze/legend wood weaving house centipede. He was in a rush to let it fuse with his willpower runes so that it could become a fantasy breed fey. The moment the wood weaving house centipede became a fantasy breed fey, Hu Chuan would transform into a true class 5 spirit craftsman. At that moment, only Lin Yuan was left in the hall. He was holding genius and ready to go back to his room. Suddenly, he furrowed his brows. Lin Yuan felt that red thorn, which had always been in the leaf-shaped diamond fey storage box, had eaten a dimensional life form and suddenly underwent a mutation. Chapter 373, Gill-like Petals. After Lin Yuan sensed red thorn's mental feedback, he immediately turned his gaze to the leaf-shaped diamond fey storage box in front of his chest. As Lin Yuan used his spiritual energy to feel the situation in the leaf-shaped diamond fey storage box, he saw that red thorn was digesting the dimensional life form's flesh. Its mouth of relinquish was like a trembling furnace, accompanied by the sounds when disintegrating the flesh of dimensional life forms. The tongue of relinquish in the mouth of relinquish secreted a special acid for the flesh of dimensional life forms and ensured that the mouth of relinquish, a flesh-devouring furnace, would never be overloaded. The acid corrosion queen bee was comfortably lying on the large flesh-like flower above the mouth of relinquish. From time to time, it carried out the acid-swallowing larvae it had produced through her gold ability from the hive it had built inside the mouth of relinquish. Then the acid corrosion queen bee fluttered, carrying the acid-swallowing larvae like an offering into the huge opened mouth of red thorn's mouth of relinquish. It was like a servant offering a treasure to the queen. However, the queen did not react to the treasure, nor did it show the slightest response. Nonetheless, the acid corrosion queen bee was happy with it and even danced on the mouth of relinquish's flesh-like flowers. Lin Yuan could not help but hold his forehead. Ever since the acid corrosion queen bee started living in a bigger house, it had been bootlicking red thorn so much that he could not stand it. After Lin Yuan roughly checked red thorn's appearance in the spirit lock spatial zone, he found that red thorn had not changed much in appearance. Lin Yuan looked at the large living room of his mansion and summoned red thorn. The summoned red thorn was like a strange, hideous, and beautiful giant pumpkin-shaped sphere. Dozens of mouths of relinquish were opened on it. The tongue of relinquish stirred in the mouth of relinquish, helping the mouth of relinquish to digest the remaining food. 60 terrifying eyes of relinquish blinked from time to time and revealed a strange luster appearing each time. The 12 useless flowers on red thorn's corrosive cavity that were nearly 1 meter large were gorgeous. When Lin Yuan summoned red thorn and put his attention on the huge 1 meter long flowers, he saw where the change in red thorn's appearance had occurred. Previously, these 12 large red flowers did not serve a single purpose. The only value of these flowers was roughly to increase red thorn's visuals. At the same time, red thorn could make sounds like a musical instrument based on these 12 flowers. Unexpectedly, many thread-like membranes had grown on the layers of petals in the middle of these 12 large red flowers. It looked as if the large red flowers were composed of nearly 100 petals of dark red gills in general. Lin Yuan finally knew why red thorn had suddenly comprehended the ability to breathe underwater and had become an amphibious source-type life form from one that could only bloom on land. Those 12 large red flowers were now in this shape to allow Redthorn to survive underwater. When Lin Yuan had viewed the leaf-shaped diamond fey storage box previously, he had found that among the flesh of the underwater dimensional life forms placed inside, the gold ones had all disappeared. They were in conjunction with the changes of Redthorn's 12 large flowers. It was conceivable that after eating these underwater dimensional life forms and digested the flesh of the gold ones, a mutation had occurred in Redthorn. At that moment, Morbius' voice rang in Lin Yuan's mind. Yuan, it's a great thing that Redthorn can breathe underwater because of its mutation. Lin Yuan nodded. He was also very surprised by Redthorn's mutation. He had never had a fey that could fight underwater. Although the spirit-drawing ichthyosaur was an aquatic fey, Blackie could not fight. It was a support-type aquatic fey that replenished spiritual power, after all. But now that Redthorn had completely mutated into an amphibious life form, it could completely show the same strength it had on land underwater. Redthorn's sea of flowers spread out at the bottom of the water and could indirectly control the body of water. Such a mutation gave a huge boost to Redthorn's strategic significance. At the same time, Lin Yuan was also secretly shocked at the greatness of the flesh of the underwater dimensional life forms. Just like the flesh of the alien insects and abyss-dimensional life forms that Redthorn had devoured, one increased the acidity in Redthorn's body, while the other increased its resistance and withering to fire. However, the flesh of the underwater dimensional life forms opened up a new field of combat for Redthorn. Upon hearing Morbius's words in his mind, Lin Yuan said, "Unfortunately, there is simply too little flesh of the underwater dimensional life forms in the leaf-shaped diamond fey storage box." As he spoke, Lin Yuan touched Redthorn's gill-like petals. Under Lin Yuan's careful examination, he found that the gill-like petals only appeared on the outer layer. Many of the petals in the inner layer still retained their shape as before. Clearly, Redthorn's ability to breathe underwater had not been completely mutated successfully. It still needed to devour more flesh of the gold underwater dimensional life forms. After Lin Yuan summoned Redthorn again, it immediately weaved the thornless vine into a vine chair. Redthorn controlled its vine and sent the vine chair under Lin Yuan's buttocks. It even shook twice to indicate Lin Yuan to sit down. At the same time, its 12 large flowers blew in unison. But this time, Lin Yuan was surprised to find that the blowing sound produced from Redthorn's flowers sounded a bit like his own name. Then he felt Redthorn transmitting smug emotions to him. It was just like an 8-year-old child who had scored 100 marks on her exam and was waiting for her father to praise her. Lin Yuan was very happy that Redthorn could actually make the sound of his name through its gill-like petals. It meant that Redthorn could vaguely learn a language. With the first signs of such an ability, as long as someone carefully taught it, Redthorn could communicate with Lin Yuan like genius after a period. Of all Lin Yuan's feys, the highest intelligent one was undoubtedly Morbius, followed by Genius. After that, between Chimey and Redthorn, Chimey should have higher intelligence. However, Chimey still could not talk now. Its singing ability was very similar to the ability of a parrot to learn words. Due to its songstress bird's talent, Chimey quickly remembered a melody and then sang it after memorizing it. However, Lin Yuan believed that as long as Chimey's grade and quality improved, it wouldn't take long before it could speak. As a plant source type life form, Redthorn could have such a high intelligence when it was at Silver/Fantasy I. This had to do with the enlightenment from Endless Summer's Enlightenment Willpower rune. On the other hand, in Lin Yuan's opinion, it should be related to the way Redthorn had obtained energy. Redthorn grew by absorbing huge amounts of flesh energy, which could drive the development of its intelligence. This was somewhat like the history of human development. Humans really began to develop civilization after eating meat and turned from herbivores into omnivores. In a sense, being carnivores was power. Of course, Lin Yuan added another sentence in his mind. It's best to eat pork for meat. And it has to be the blackback mountain boar meat made by Uncle Li. Upon sensing Redthorn's urgent need for praise, Lin Yuan sat down on its vine chair and praised it generously. Redthorn is awesome. You can call my name so quickly. Redthorn is the smartest. Treating a life form like Redthorn, which was akin to having the intelligence of an 8-year-old child, was actually no different from human children of that age. Chapter 374, Redthorn's Underwater Domain. When Redthorn was showing its superiority, Lin Yuan had to constantly give encouragement and acknowledgement. This would allow Redthorn to have more drive when learning how to talk in the future. Hearing Lin Yuan's praises, Redthorn's 12 large flowers extended from 1 meter to 1.2 meter due to its joy. As Lin Yuan sensed Redthorn's happy emotions, he said, "Redthorn, learn how to read from me, okay? If you learn how to read, you will be able to converse with me like how genius converses with me. Redthorn's 12 large flowers actually shivered for a moment. This was obviously Redthorn using its own methods to show that it had accepted Lin Yuan's proposal and was rather interested. Lin Yuan praised Redthorn again. When Redthorn showed its willingness to learn, it was important to give timely acknowledgement. At that moment, Genius jumped out from Lin Yuan's embrace onto one of the large flowers and said, "Redthorn, I can teach you how to read every day too." Redthorn and Genius had an extremely great relationship. When Redthorn heard Genius' statement, it turned its body and used the massive flower to play with Genius. Morbius suddenly spoke in Lin Yuan's mind. "Yuan, the spirit chi crystal is ineffective toward Redthorn. If Redthorn can grow well, then we will be able to explore the sea region, obtaining some rare resources from the sea." Lin Yuan could feel that Redthorn already had the strength of a silver/fantasy fey. He said, "I have to experiment if Redthorn's raimets are able to survive underwater. If they can survive, it is possible to explore the shallow sea region." Subsequently, Lin Yuan carried Genius off the massive flower and placed it on the sofa before saying, "Genius, wait here for me. Once I return, I will bring you upstairs to sleep." Genius let out a meow and used its little head to rub on Lin Yuan's hand. Lin Yuan used his hand to knead on Genius' head before he withdrew Redthorn back into the diamond-grade fey storage box. After exiting the mansion, Lin Yuan walked toward the man-made lake within the mansion garden. As he was walking toward the man-made lake, he took a small piece of completely jade-textured wood out of the diamond-grade fey storage box. The completely jade-textured wood was emitting a gentle glow on Lin Yuan's hand. It immediately illuminated everything within 3 meters from Lin Yuan. The glow was very gentle and made it very comfortable. As the light emitted from the completely jade-textured wood blended with the bright moonlight, it gave the early winter's moonlight a refreshing feeling. The mansion's man-made lake was 5 meters in depth. Wen Yu nurtured plenty of decorative aquatic feys on the surface of the man-made lake. Schools of fish in various colors were all swimming around in the man-made lake. Lin Yuan walked in front of the man-made lake and summoned Redthorn by the shore of the lake. He then asked Redthorn to enter the water using its own conditions. Lin Yuan might be able to sense Redthorn's mutation, which gave Redthorn the capability to breathe underwater, but Redthorn had yet to complete its mutation. Therefore, Lin Yuan was truly afraid that Redthorn might not be able to adapt to the man-made lake, which was 5 meters deep. This was also Redthorn's first time encountering water. Perhaps after eating underwater dimensional life forms flesh and blood, Redthorn wasn't afraid of water. Therefore, it immediately leaped into the 5-meter deep man-made lake. Lin Yuan watched nervously as Redthorn sank to the bottom of the lake. Immediately after, Lin Yuan noticed that Redthorn's 12 large flowers were completely opened up at the bottom of the lake. The gill-like petals were swaying, allowing Redthorn to have a relaxed time within the water. Lin Yuan's clothes were already completely drenched due to the splashes made when Redthorn jumped into the man-made lake. Therefore, he simply jumped into the lake and dove down to the bottom. He then used his thoughts to converse with Redthorn, asking Redthorn to summon a few raimets. Be it the brutal vine raimet or the miniature spore cavity raimet, Redthorn summoned a few of each. In the beginning, the brutal vine raimet twisted and turned uncomfortable in the water. After a period of time, even if Redthorn transferred energy to the raimet, it was still far inferior in movements as compared to when it was on land. As for the miniature spore cavity raimet, it lost its ability to release spores after a short period. It was obvious that Redthorn's capability to breathe underwater didn't get inherited by the raimets. At present, it seemed like Redthorn was able to live casually underwater, but the man-made lake was only 5 meters in depth. Lin Yuan was unable to test the depth limit of Redthorn's underwater survival. However, if Redthorn could consume large quantities of flesh and blood from gold underwater dimensional life forms when those 12 large flowers turned their stamen into gill-like organs, Redthorn's underwater breathing capability would have a complete mutation. By then, Lin Yuan reckoned that the brutal vine raimets and the spore cavity raimets should have inherited the underwater breathing from Redthorn. As such, the top priority now was for Lin Yuan to obtain more flesh and blood from gold underwater dimensional life forms. When Lin Yuan swam out of the man-made lake, he withdrew Redthorn into the leaf-shaped fey storage box from the bottom of the lake while it was still having a good time. He then asked Redthorn to continue consuming dimensional life forms flesh and blood to increase its grade and quality. Lin Yuan then swung off the excess water from his body and walked into the mansion. At this moment, the royal capital's temperature was already below 0. But due to the heat emitted from Lin Yuan's body, his drenched clothes didn't turn into ice from the winds of the early winter. However, when the cold wind blew across, it still quickly took away Lin Yuan's body heat, allowing Lin Yuan to feel a strong but refreshing chill. It was fortunate that he had used the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar to cleanse his body's impurities and enhanced his genetic model. Therefore, Lin Yuan's resistance level was extremely high. Coupled with the fact that Lin Yuan was already a C-rank spirit chi professional, sickness like fever and cold had already been left behind by Lin Yuan. After returning to the mansion, Lin Yuan noticed that Genius was already sleeping on the sofa. While Genius was sleeping on the sofa, its small head was still facing the direction of the entrance. It was obvious that it had been waiting for Lin Yuan to return. However, as Genius had been waiting, it gradually entered its dreamland. Lin Yuan looked at his drenched clothes and felt the warmth from his hands. He used his mouth to blow a few puffs of breath and noticed his hands were still rather cold. Lin Yuan was afraid that he might shock Genius when he carried it with his cold hands. Thus, he returned to his room first to have a warm shower. After changing to a set of clean clothes, Lin Yuan returned downstairs softly to carry Genius back to his room. Lin Yuan then carefully covered Genius with a small blanket after placing it on the bed. Subsequently, Lin Yuan logged on Star Web. Chapter 375, Play You? What is there to play? Lin Yuan logged on Star Web this time to purchase some gold water world dimensional life forms flesh for Red Thorn. According to the situation inside the leaf-shaped Fey storage box, Lin Yuan's master had actually put in enough dimensional life forms flesh and blood. However, the water world dimensional life forms were too few. When Lin Yuan had received the leaf-shaped Fey storage box, there was an almost equal quantity of dimensional life forms from the alien insect, abyss, marsh, and subterranean dimensional rifts. After all, these 4 dimensional rifts that opened on the land had almost equal quantities in the world too. But if a comparison must be made, alien insect dimensional life forms were slightly more in quantity. However, there were about 300 carcasses of water world dimensional life forms in the leaf-shaped Fey storage box. Among them, there were over 200 gold ones, while close to 80 were platinum. Furthermore, Red Thorn had already consumed all the gold water world dimensional life forms during this period. At present, there were only those 80 platinum water world dimensional life forms left. Given Red Thorn's current grade, it still wasn't possible for it to digest the flesh of platinum water world dimensional life forms. If Red Thorn was to consume forcefully, it wouldn't just waste the platinum water world dimensional life forms flesh and blood energy, but it would also give a huge burden to Red Thorn's mouth of relinquish. Therefore, when it came to the remaining 80 platinum water world dimensional life forms, Red Thorn could only watch but couldn't eat them. As compared to the 4 dimensional rifts that opened on land, the water world dimensional rifts would only open in the sea. The sea had always been a paradise for ocean fays. Human spirit chi professionals were seldom seen even in the coastal waters, let alone water world dimensional rifts that were opened within the sea region. The water world dimensional rifts life forms would normally be hunted down by ocean fays quickly. Therefore, a spirit chi professionals had an extremely small chance of finding a water world dimensional rift in the coastal waters. Once Lin Yuan logged onto Star Web, he checked his purchase with No Loss store first. He realized that the purchase with No Loss store's fan club had new members. They were probably some spirit chi professionals from some faction or the creation masters that had purchased the flower brocade pearls during the blind trades. Lin Yuan didn't bother about his store's fan club. This time, Lin Yuan displayed another 10 flower brocade pearls on his purchase with No Loss store and still used the blind trade to sell them. Using the lesson he had learned previously from the blind trade for the Silver Flood Dragon Essence Blood, Lin Yuan asked for the same items as the first blind trade. He wanted to trade for Strange Flames. There were 130 bundles of intermediate class Strange Flames sealed up in the Phoenix Perching Chinese Parasol Tree, and they were being absorbed by both the Phoenix Perching Chinese Parasol Tree and Chimey. Half of them had already been absorbed. Lin Yuan could clearly feel a trace of transformation within Chimey's bloodline. Therefore, he wanted to trade for more Strange Flames. They should allow Chimey's quality to reach Fantasy 3 before Lin Yuan competed for the Radiance 100 sequence. By then, Chimey's innate bloodline would be immediately activated. It would then transform from a Twilight Starbird into a new kind of Fae. Lin Yuan would then be able to use all the Spirit Chi crystals that he had accumulated to help enhance Chimey's grade. Once Chimey's grade was enhanced, the Fantasy 3 Chimey and the exclusive skill, Radiant Body, would be Lin Yuan's strongest singular attack move. Thus, Lin Yuan was using the flower brocade pearls as sickles to harvest intermediate class Strange Flames. He would harvest all the Strange Flames and supply them to the Phoenix Perching Chinese Parasol Tree and Chimey. Lin Yuan's display of 10 more flower brocade pearls on the purchase with no loss store was sending a message to the outside world, I have plenty of flower brocade pearls. Previously, Lin Yuan had never checked on the information on any factions before making trades with them because he was waiting for a suitable chance. After this blind trade, the chance would be ready. According to Lin Yuan's pace of selling the flower brocade pearls, he would soon accumulate a huge batch of flower brocade pearls. He wasn't planning to sell the accumulated flower brocade pearls with the same blind trade method. He was planning to bundle them up and sell them with 10 flower brocade pearls as a single unit. He would then trade with factions and creation masters who were urgently in need of flower brocade pearls, allowing for a trade of better resources. Most factions and creation masters might not be suitable to trade with Lin Yuan, however, if anyone could obtain a large batch of flower brocade pearls in a single trade, it would definitely save plenty of time and effort. Therefore, there would still be plenty of factions and creation masters who would be willing to make the trade. After handling the matters with purchase with no loss store, Lin Yuan went to look for the merchant selling the flesh of dimensional life forms and feys that Zhou Jiaxin had recommended to him a few months ago. Once Lin Yuan reached his destination, he noticed a boar sitting at the front of the store with a frowning expression as he flipped through his accounts. Lin Yuan greeted and asked, Big Brother Feng, what are you fretting about? The boar, Big Brother Feng, lifted his head and looked at Lin Yuan. He only had a slight impression in his mind that he had seemingly met this youth before. When Lin Yuan noticed that Big Brother Feng didn't recognize him, he immediately hinted, Big Brother Feng, I am the one Big Sister Zhou Jiaxin recommended previously. The boar, Big Brother Feng, had a flash of enlightenment as he closed his accounts book and stood up to talk. I remember now. Aren't I trying to celebrate New Year's? Recently, the fey flesh is selling well and earning good money. However, all the flesh of dimensional life forms is stuck, and I can't even sell it at discounted prices. Lin Yuan originally wanted to give words of consolation, but just as he was about to speak, he held back. He didn't have any method to console Big Brother Feng. It was nearly time for the active period of the dimensional rifts that happened once a decade. By then, a large batch of dimensional life forms flesh would certainly enter the market. Therefore, if Big Brother Feng couldn't sell the current stock before the new year, it would be even harder to sell afterward. Lin Yuan immediately spoke of his objective for today's visit. Big Brother Feng, I wish to buy some dimensional life forms flesh. Big Brother Feng had a better expression as he immediately asked, what kind of dimensional life form flesh? What grade? It is already the end of the year, so I will sell them at a discounted price. I can sell alien insect dimensional life form flesh for 70% off, marsh dimensional life form flesh for 50% off, subterranean dimensional life form flesh for 40% off, and abyss dimensional life form flesh for 30% off. Isn't it cheap? Lin Yuan didn't expect the prices to be really low. Unfortunately, he didn't wish to buy the flesh of those dimensional life forms. Big Brother Feng, I wish to buy the flesh of water world dimensional life forms. Once Lin Yuan's statement ended, he noticed that Big Brother Feng's expression turned stern. He then spoke in an angry tone. Kid, are you playing with me? Lin Yuan didn't understand why Big Brother Feng was speaking like this. He involuntarily muttered in his mind, play you? What is there to play? I just want to buy dimensional life form flesh. Chapter 376, Gold-Edged Skirtfish. The boar, Big Brother Feng, was originally worried about the active period of the dimensional rift that would soon arrive. The moment he thought that he still had a large amount of dimensional life forms flesh that he had not sold yet, he could not even eat his meal. Big Brother Feng had been very happy since Lin Yuan had come over and wanted to buy the dimensional life forms flesh. He had even deliberately given Lin Yuan a discount and sold at the base price. He was even selling the alien insect's flesh at a 70% discount at a loss. However, he did not expect that Lin Yuan would actually ask for the water world dimensional life forms flesh. Was that something that people would buy? Or how could anyone want to buy those? Big Brother Feng saw Lin Yuan's puzzled face and aggrieved expression that did not seem fake, so he patiently asked, have you ever seen the water world dimensional life forms flesh? Lin Yuan was now wondering why Big Brother Feng had been under the impression he was playing around with him. Now that he had heard Big Brother Feng's question, Lin Yuan immediately replied, of course, I've seen the flesh of the water world dimensional life forms. When Big Brother Feng heard Lin Yuan say that, he immediately said, if you have seen the flesh of the water world dimensional life forms, you should know how it smells. Is that kind of stuff something that could be sold? Do you want me to stink everyone to death with the stench? Lin Yuan touched the back of his head. He thought about how he had previously viewed the water world dimensional life form's flesh in the diamond fey storage box. He had never taken it out to have a look. The size of the water world dimensional life forms was not small. Most of the platinum water world life forms in the diamond fey storage box were over 8 meters long, with the biggest one at 25 meters. It would be inconvenient for Lin Yuan to take out such a large thing. However, the smell of the dimensional life form's flesh was unpleasant. The alien insect's flesh contained an extremely strong foul smell, while the abyss dimensional life form's flesh contained a strong sulfuric smell. However, even if the water world dimensional life form's flesh smelled bad, it was not to the point that it would stink the surrounding people to death, right? Upon hearing Big Brother Feng's words, Lin Yuan knew it was certainly hopeless for him to buy the water world dimensional life form's flesh on Star Web. The dimensional life form's flesh was not very useful, so the channels for sale had always been very few. For an unlicensed importer of dimensional life forms flesh like Big Brother Feng, the supply of the water world dimensional life forms flesh could be said to be a winning hand to him. Big Brother Feng's current reaction indicated that he had never sold the water world dimensional life forms flesh. It seemed that it should be hard for Lin Yuan to find a place that would sell that. However, Lin Yuan was a bit confused regarding what Big Brother Feng had said just now, so he asked, "Big Brother Feng, why wouldn't anyone buy the water world dimensional life forms flesh?" Upon hearing that question, Big Brother Feng recalled that Lin Yuan had bought dimensional life forms flesh from him before, so he wrinkled his nose and answered, "Firstly, it's because the flesh contains venom. Although the water world dimensional life forms contain nutrients that are good for water-type feys, the venom in their bodies will cause a large amount of foul-smelling mucus to appear on the surface of the fey that consumed their flesh. Then, the surface of the fey wrapped in mucus will constantly fester, so only a fool would want to buy such flesh. Of course, this is only the first point. The second reason is that if their flesh is not put into a fey storage box right away, it will immediately rot after leaving the seawater and being exposed to the air for a few minutes. After the decomposition, the water world dimensional life form's odor will immediately change from an unbearable fishy smell to the stench of decomposition. I believe no one can endure that kind of smell." As he spoke, Big Brother Feng was still wrinkling his nose with lingering fear, which expressed that he would never want to recall that fishy smell again. At this point, he suddenly had some doubts. Why would this cheerful youth in front of him want to buy the water world dimensional life form's flesh? Thus, he asked, "Kid, why are you buying such flesh? I have a lot of water-type phase flesh here. I can also give you a 10% discount if you need it." Big Brother Feng had a good impression of Lin Yuan because of his faint natural, cheerful aura. After getting along with him, it was easy to have a good impression of him. Lin Yuan replied somewhat awkwardly, "I'm buying the water world dimensional life form's flesh to feed it to my fey." After listening to Big Brother Feng's explanation, Lin Yuan could not help but sigh a little at the powerful digestive function of Red Thorn's mouth of relinquish. It could easily digest the toxic substances that the other feys were unable to and give itself a favorable mutation. But after saying that, Lin Yuan noticed that Big Brother Feng's face was red. He was obviously going to go berserk soon. Lin Yuan quickly added, "Big Brother Feng, do you have any gold-edged skirt fish here? I want to buy some." Lin Yuan was really afraid that he would make Big Brother Feng angry to the point that he would suffer from some diseases, such as brain thrombosis, high blood pressure, gastric ulcer, diabetes, liver cirrhosis, and myocardial infarction. After all, Big Brother Feng was someone who Zhou Jiaxin had introduced to him. If he really had any complications from being angered, it would be awkward when Zhou Jiaxin found out. Endless Summer and the mother of Bloodbath recently preferred to eat gold ingredients, such as the gold-edged skirt fish, so Lin Yuan thought of buying some from Big Brother Feng. Big Brother Feng was actually so angry that he was going to curse. When Big Brother Feng had seen Lin Yuan's perfectly guileless look, he thought he might have blamed Lin Yuan wrongly. But now that he heard that Lin Yuan wanted to buy the water world dimensional life form's flesh to feed his fey, Big Brother Feng was sure that the youth in front of him, who had given him a good first impression, was playing around with him ruthlessly. How could a sane person think of buying the flesh of the water world dimensional life forms to feed their fey? Wasn't it better to just feed it dung? Before Big Brother Feng could get angry, however, he heard that Lin Yuan wanted to buy the gold-edged skirt fish. As a result, his eyes lit up. Although Big Brother Feng was selling the flesh of feys and dimensional life forms, he could not sell much gold feys flesh. Furthermore, the weight of one gold-edged skirt fish was not even 500 grams, which made it an expensive ingredient. If he could see a few of them, he could definitely make a small profit. Big Brother Feng had planned to close the stall at this time, but he did not expect to receive a large order before doing so. Chapter 377, The World of a Literary Youth is Too Hard to Understand. Big Brother Feng straightforwardly said to Lin Yuan, "Come with me to the storage room and take a look. I happen to have a few gold-edged skirt fish. I prepared them for those big hotels. If you have any you fancy, take them away." Big Brother Feng suddenly gnashed his teeth. "Kid, have you heard of Zhao Xiaochun, the one in the Radiance 100 sequence with the title Food Hater?" Lin Yuan felt that Big Brother Feng's thoughts jumped far. How come the topic shifted to Zhao Xiaochun? Although Lin Yuan could not be said to be familiar with Zhao Xiaochun, he had met her with both his identities. Lin Yuan asked, "Big Brother Feng, do you like Zhao Xiaochun a lot?" When Big Brother Feng thought of her, he gnashed his teeth in hatred. Upon hearing Lin Yuan ask if he liked Zhao Xiaochun, he slapped his thighs fiercely, his emotions out of control. What's Zhao Xiaochun's stomach made of? She can eat damn much. The primary sales channel for my high-grade ingredients is the royal capital, but now, most of the restaurants there have gone bankrupt because of Zhao Xiaochun. I really don't know how a glutton can be called food hater. She's obviously more like critical needle girl. I've seen Zhao Xiaochun's competitions several times. I really can't see how such a thin little girl can put so many restaurants to bankruptcy." Big Brother Feng became a chatterbox at the mention of Zhao Xiaochun. Lin Yuan did not know how to comfort him. It was like how he did not know Shi Su at the controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift. Compared to what Big Brother Feng had said, it was obvious that Shi Su was in a more terrible situation. After thinking for a while, Lin Yuan said, "Zhao Xiaochun's title is Food Hater. Maybe Food Hater means to wipe out all the food so that there is no more food." Lin Yuan's words caused Big Brother Feng to choke and cough before a mouthful of air could come up. Big Brother Feng told himself silently, "Others are angry, but I'm not. There's nobody to replace me if I get sick from the anger. I still have a store to run." Big Brother Feng was thinking that he must quickly sell the gold-edged skirt fish to this kid and let him get lost right away. This kid's words sounded more infuriating than Zhao Xiaochun causing the restaurants to go bankrupt. Lin Yuan followed Big Brother Feng to the storage room, where the rare ingredients were stored. He found that Big Brother Feng really had a lot of good stuff. Although there were no rare platinum ingredients, there were many gold ingredients. Lin Yuan felt that these gold ingredients were of good quality, so he made up his mind to buy some more. Due to the mansion's two big eaters, Endless Summer and the Mother of Bloodbath, Lu Ji had to buy a lot of food back every day. It was better to make a big purchase from Big Brother Feng and then store them in the kitchen. Anyway, the white jade snow orchids were placed on the kitchen cabinets, so he could put the ingredients there as long as he wished. Even some ingredients stored in the kitchen with bronze/epic white jade snow orchids could be fresher than when they were first bought back. Hence, Lin Yuan had a mindset of buying from Big Brother Feng. Lin Yuan would buy some of Big Brother Feng's gold ingredients as long as the people in the mansion loved to eat them. Lin Yuan's mindset of buying everything exhilarated Big Brother Feng. Big Brother Feng, who was in great sorrow and great joy, felt that his mind was spinning in pain. This batch of gold ingredients that Lin Yuan had bought this time was almost as much as the amount that his store usually sold in a month or so. After he finished picking out the ingredients, he settled the bill. Lin Yuan did not expect to spend 700,000 Radiance dollars to buy this batch of gold ingredients. He felt that the Radiance dollars were getting less and less spendable now. How come it was similar to Federation dollars? After settling the bill, Lin Yuan said to Big Brother Feng, "Big Brother Feng, if I need ingredients again in the future, I'll come back to buy them from you." When Lin Yuan had bought the large batch of gold ingredients, Big Brother Feng was beaming with joy. Now that he heard Lin Yuan's words, the smile on his face was even more exaggerated. Big Brother Feng looked a bit fierce. After beaming with joy, he actually looked a bit like an anglerfish baring its teeth. "All right. All right. If you need anything here, just call me. I promise to serve you well. It'll always be the same 10% discount." After Lin Yuan left, Big Brother Feng could not help but say, "This kid is really nice, but it's a pity he's a dummy." Lin Yuan did not know that Big Brother Feng had labeled him like that. Lin Yuan had yet to fulfill the purpose of his visit to Star Web, as he hadn't bought the flesh of gold water world dimensional life forms. He even learned a piece of bad news. The flesh of the water world dimensional life forms was not available for sale. After logging off Star Web, Lin Yuan looked at his phone. At that moment, although it was late at night, he scrolled his cell phone and found Gao Feng had updated his friend's circle. Gao Feng, I'm in the wind. I'm in the waves. These are verses in the waves at night. I'm also a little secret of the verses. Lin Yuan did not expect that Gao Feng was a literary youth. It was too pretentious. Since he knew that Gao Feng was still awake, Lin Yuan called him. The Gao family had been developing sea resources lately, so Gao Feng should know where to get the flesh of gold water world dimensional life forms. The phone rang for less than 10 seconds before Gao Feng picked up the phone. Lin Yuan listened to the obvious sound of waves on Gao Feng's side. Clearly, Gao Feng should be currently listening to the waves at the beach. Lin Yuan always thought that Gao Feng was just pretentious before posting on the friend's circle. He did not expect that Gao Feng was really listening to the sea at the beach. The wind in Wind Mist City was still strong this winter. He simply had so many thoughts listening to the sea. Before Lin Yuan could speak, Gao Feng's pretentious and surprised voice came from the other end of the phone. Brother, are you calling me because you miss me? Hee. Lin Yuan could hear that Gao Feng was tired through his voice over the phone. Before Lin Yuan could speak, Gao Feng added, Brother, I'm at the beach. Listen to the sound of the sea. Then, Lin Yuan felt as if Gao Feng had put his phone's microphone toward the sea. Lin Yuan could not hear the sound of the waves clearly, but the sound of the sea wind was loud in the phone's microphone. Lin Yuan was in a mess. The world of this literary youth was simply too hard to understand. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan had regarded Gao Feng as his friend. Upon hearing Gao Feng's tiredness in his voice, Lin Yuan asked Gao Feng instead of talking about himself first, what's been going on lately? You've got yourself so tired. Chapter 378, Curiosity killed Lin Yuan. Gao Feng wanted to stroll at the beach because he was in a bad mood. Otherwise, it would be better to stay at home in winter. Why would he need to come out to be blown by the knife-like sea wind in early winter? Upon hearing Lin Yuan ask himself that question, Gao Feng felt a warmth in his heart. At the same time, he was somewhat surprised. When he went out, his father had told him not to have too much fun outside for too long and had not heard the fatigue in his voice. However, Lin Yuan could immediately hear the tiredness in his voice over the phone. Gao Feng knew that even if Lin Yuan was meticulous and could immediately hear the exhaustion in his voice if he did not consider himself a friend, he would have never asked him what happened. Gao Feng felt touched and sighed before replying, Brother, you don't know those Class 5 spirit craftsmen are really too hard to hire. If I use Class 4 spirit craftsmen, I'm worried that the 4 pieces of completely jade-textured supreme-grade green elm will go to waste. After Gao Feng finished, he thought that he would use the Gao family to invite the Class 5 spirit craftsmen if it still did not work out. During this period, Gao Feng had been thinking of giving a gift to his grandfather, so he had not used the Gao family's status. Instead, he had been using his accumulated interpersonal relationships in planning this matter. But he now found that without the Gao family, he could not hire a Class 5 spirit craftsman with his own strength alone. When Lin Yuan heard that, he raised his eyebrows slightly. Lin Yuan had thought that it was because of those 4 completely jade-textured green elm boards. It had been a month since he had traded that with Gao Feng, yet Gao Feng actually had not yet started making objects with the 4 completely jade-textured green elm boards. Hu Chuan had now become a Class 5 spirit craftsman and could totally help Gao Feng. Thus, Lin Yuan said, if you can't find a Class 5 spirit craftsman at your side, I have one here. Send me the blueprint of the object you want to make and the 4 completely jade-textured green elm boards to me if you need to. As soon as Gao Feng heard Lin Yuan's words, he immediately felt his gloominess go away. He finally found the early winter sea wind was too cold. I'm a weak, pure support type spirit chi professional. Why should I be trampled by the sea wind here? At the same time, Lin Yuan meant much more in Gao Feng's heart. Even if Gao Feng's other friends could find a Class 5 spirit craftsman, they would never offer to help. No one would be willing to owe a favor to a Class 5 spirit craftsman for someone else. Brother, thank you so much. I'll mail it to you when I get home later. When Lin Yuan heard that Gao Feng was fine and sounded much more relaxed, he told him the purpose of his call. Gao Feng, do you know where to get the flesh of gold water world dimensional life forms? Gao Feng was immediately surprised and asked, Brother, what do you want that for? It's fishy and also poisonous. No one would keep that. Some time ago, a Class 2 water world dimensional rift opened at the coastal waters within our Gao family's control. The water world dimensional life forms that gushed out of it immediately turned into biochemical weapons after being killed. It was so smelly that after the person who went to deal with this Class 2 water world dimensional rift returned, he did not eat properly for a week. The flesh of those dimensional life forms was thrown to the bottom of the sea after they were killed. When Lin Yuan heard Gao Feng say so, he was clear. It seemed that it was possible to get the flesh of the water world dimensional life forms. It would be the dimensional rift's active period after a while. At that time, not only would the dimensional rifts on the land become unstable and have higher chances of opening, but it would also be the same for the water world dimensional rifts in the sea. The Gao family had been developing the coastal waters and had controlled a lot of them. As long as Gao Feng waited for the dimensional rift to become active and monitored the water world dimensional rift that opened in the coastal waters, Lin Yuan would certainly be able to get the gold water world dimensional life form's flesh for Redthorn to devour. The flesh would help its 12 large flower petals to once again undergo gill-like mutation, allowing Redthorn to have a stronger ability to breathe underwater. Gao Feng, when the dimensional rift becomes active, can you help me get some flesh of the gold water world dimensional life forms? Gao Feng assured that there was no problem. After thinking for a while, Gao Feng added, "Brother, I should be able to get the flesh of the bronze water world dimensional life forms. Do you think it'll help?" Lin Yuan pondered for a while. Redthorn was now a silver/fantasy breed fey. Even if the bronze water world dimensional life form's flesh was useful, the effect would really be too weak. The effect on Redthorn's mutation could be said to be negligible. As such, there was absolutely no need for Gao Feng to bother looking for the flesh of the bronze water world dimensional life forms. The flesh of water world dimensional life forms below gold is of little use to me. I'll need gold and platinum ones. In Lin Yuan's opinion, although Redthorn could not eat the gold water world dimensional life form's flesh now, there was no harm in saving more. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yuan was a little curious. Why did Big Brother Feng and Gao Feng have lingering fears about the water world dimensional life form's flesh? Lin Yuan's curiosity was overwhelming. He then went to the empty space outside the main residence and summoned the smallest platinum water world dimensional life form from the leaf-shaped diamond fey storage box. It was more than 8 meters long. It looked like a strange fish that was covered with a layer of anemone-like tentacles. The color of these tentacles looked very bright, but black stingers that clearly were highly toxic could be seen hidden in these tentacles. From its body structure alone, most of these water world dimensional life forms were tentacle-based life forms with strong combat ability. When Lin Yuan just summoned this platinum water world dimensional life form with strange tentacles, he almost fainted from the smell. Since Lin Yuan was standing outside against the wind, he smelled a pungent, fishy smell that he had never smelled before in his life, even before this 8-meter-long strange tentacled fish landed on the ground. He did not know how to describe such a smell. It was like putting dozens of sea fish guts in a sauce jar and covering them with a plastic sheet before exposing them to sunlight for 10 days. Then, when the guts of this mix of a dozen fish turned green, they would be rolled into a crepe to be eaten. It was roughly such a smell. Of course, Lin Yuan's description might not be accurate. Perhaps the smell of those dozen fish fey's green guts was not as fishy and pungent as this water world dimensional life form's flesh. Lin Yuan hurriedly took advantage of the fact that the platinum water world dimensional life form had yet to fall to the ground to store it back into the leaf-shaped diamond fey storage box. Previously, he had heard from Big Brother Feng that it would easily rot when exposed to the air. Lin Yuan did not want to smell an even more fishy smell after it rotted. Even though he had stored it back in the fey storage box, Lin Yuan's stomach was still churning. He looked at the large pile of fishy mucus in the empty space, and the corners of his mouth could not help but twitch wildly. Lin Yuan hurriedly returned to the mansion, took out the cleaning tools, and cleaned up the mucus dripping from the platinum water world dimensional life form's body. If he did not have good endurance, he would have vomited while doing so. It took him 3 hours to clean up the courtyard under the cold wind of early winter. However, the fishy smell would probably be dispersed tomorrow morning. At that moment, the ostrich logistics courier arrived outside the mansion and smelled the smell emanating from this mansion, so he could not help but speculate. Did the people in this mansion just poop in the courtyard? Chapter 379, I'm first class among flowers. Under the strange gaze of the ostrich logistics courier, Lin Yuan received the delivery with some uncertainty. Then, the ostrich logistics courier rode on his own flying fey and speedily left 500 meters from the return from faraway mansion as if he was escaping. Lin Yuan looked at the silver fey storage box of gold ingredients that he had bought from Big Brother Feng and lowered his head to sniff the smell on his clothes. He only felt his stomach churning again, so he hurriedly used Morbius' calm mind on himself. Only then did he save himself from ejecting a parabola from his mouth. Since Lin Yuan was standing against the wind in the empty space outside the mansion, his clothes were also stained with the fishy smell of the flesh of the water world dimensional life form. This fishy smell stayed on longer than the fragrance of perfume. If one did not wash it properly a few times, they would not be able to get rid of this fishy smell. Lin Yuan hurriedly took this silver fey storage box of gold ingredients back into the mansion and put it on the table made of completely jade-textured wood. Then he went straight upstairs to take a shower and change his clothes. After cleaning the fishy-smelling clothes he had just taken off, Lin Yuan thought that he should really change his name into Lin Suffering. He had jumped into the man-made lake once that night, been cleaning the courtyard for 3 hours, taken 2 baths, and changed clothes twice. What was this called if it wasn't suffering? Lin Yuan suddenly paused. It was okay if he wasn't called Lin Suffering. He could be called Brother Bathe. His biological clock had been changed, and he slept before 11 o'clock every night. Lin Yuan looked at the time now and realized that it was already past 1 in the morning. However, he was not sleepy because of the fishy smell of the water world dimensional life form's flesh. He went downstairs and took the silver fey storage box of gold ingredients to the kitchen. He sorted them on the huge kitchen cabinets that almost occupied one side of the wall. After arranging the gold ingredients, Lin Yuan carefully washed his hands before returning to his room. After returning to his room, he thought of the beeswax box that Mystic Moon had brought to him on behalf of his master, the Moon Empress, when he had come earlier. Lin Yuan summoned the not-so-large beeswax box from his amber button-shaped diamond fey storage box. After he leaned on his back, opened it, and saw what was inside, he sat up on the bed. There were a total of 3 items placed inside. There was a delicate-looking openwork pendant made of flowing cloud beeswax. This pendant was engraved with layers of osmanthus patterns and looked to be full of a kind of pure feeling. Layers of osmanthus seemed to be dappled in the shade of the tree and growing. There was a small groove above the pendant. Lin Yuan looked at the size of this groove and took out the extreme token he had previously placed in the spirit lock spatial zone with a flip of his hand. This extreme token contained the Moon Empress one-time moonlight domain. It was also a treasure that she had left to him in addition to arranging a path protector, the Mother of Bloodbath, for him. The moonlight domain sealed by this extreme token could not only protect him but also allow him to unleash a fatal blow when necessary. This extreme token could be set in this openwork pendant made of flowing cloud beeswax. Lin Yuan looked at its groove and found that it could fit perfectly. A pattern of a half-moon at the bottom and top was revealed from the whole of the flowing cloud beeswax pendant. The osmanthus pattern on this pendant was like a quietly growing osmanthus under the moonlight night. It had the feeling of the osmanthus flowers bloom in the evening, and the faint shadow reflects in the curtains. They fall with the wind, and the fragrance lingers at night. They did not compete and were quiet, but they had become the most beautiful scene under the moon. There is no need for green foliage and red flowers, for I'm the first class among flowers. Lin Yuan somehow suddenly thought of this line of poetry. This verse might be considered a kind of encouragement. After another look at the flowing cloud beeswax pendant, Lin Yuan stood up and put a black string through the hole before hanging it on his neck. Then he put the pendant close to his chest, inside his clothes. The flowing cloud beeswax was a kind of spiritual material that could quickly channel spiritual power and was very sensitive to spiritual power. Since he had placed the extreme token inside the pendant, as long as Lin Yuan circulated the spiritual power within his body slightly and channeled it into the pendant, then the extreme token inside would immediately be activated and release the moonlight domain sealed within. As he looked at the 3 star-shaped stamens on the osmanthus engraved on the extreme token, Lin Yuan immediately recognized it as the silver stamen gold luster kasha. The Moon Empress should have carved out this pendant by herself stroke by stroke. As for the other 2 items in the amber box, one of them was a light greenish liquid in a crystal bottle. When Lin Yuan took a look at it, he saw a line of words engraved on the walls of the bottle. Disciple, this source type item is a spatial source type item. This bottle of spirit fluid is a spirit fluid with hollow crystal shellfish's shell powder. As for how to use the spirit fluid in this bottle and that source type item, consider it as a test from me. After looking at the words on the bottle, Lin Yuan suddenly felt that his master wanted to give him something but had to find an excuse because of the independence he had always been talking about. This made Lin Yuan feel very ashamed, and this was the first time he wondered if he was too overly independent. However, if he wanted to make a career, he could not rely on the Moon Empress for everything, even if he could do so for a lifetime. After a careful study of the test that she had given him, even if a Class 2 creation master could not necessarily see the effect of this source type item after contracting it, they could also see how a source-type item should actually be contracted. At a glance, the light green spirit fluid in the bottle was related to the method to contract this source-type item. If he knew how to contract that spatial source-type item, he naturally would know how to use that light green spirit fluid. The Moon Empress had always known that he was a Class 2 creation master, so this was not considered a test at all. The moment Lin Yuan opened the stopper of that bottle of light green spirit fluid, pure spirit chi mixed with medicinal properties assailed him. Chapter 380, Ethereal Jellyfish and the White-Clothed Followers. Lin Yuan discovered that the light green spirit fluid in this bottle contained an extremely high concentration of spirit chi. However, in comparison, it was still a little lesser than in his spirit lock spatial zone. Although the spirit chi in this bottle of light green spirit fluid was not as concentrated as the one in his spirit lock spatial zone, its majestic medicinal properties were something that Lin Yuan could never get, no matter what. The majestic medicinal properties floated out of the bottle and made Lin Yuan feel as if the space before him was torn and distorted by the medicinal properties in the bottle containing spatial energy. The medicinal properties that contain spatial energy should be the result of the addition of hollow crystal shellfish shell powder to this spirit fluid. The hollow crystal shellfish was a big name in the Radiance Federation. Such feys was the reason why Ostrich Logistics could deliver goods within 3 hours, no matter where they were. The hollow crystal shellfish were claimed by the Ostrich Logistics to be cultivated by themselves. It was considered one of Ostrich Logistics' core feys. At the same time, Ostrich Logistics was extremely strict with their own cultivated hollow crystal shellfish. They simply would not allow the hollow crystal shellfish to circulate outside. Lin Yuan wanted Ostrich Logistics' hollow crystal shellfish, but he had no way to obtain it. The shell powder of Ostrich Logistics' treasure had been added to this bottle of light green spirit fluid. Given Ostrich Logistics' control of the hollow crystal shellfish, only an expert of such a level like his master, the Moon Empress, would probably be able to get the hollow crystal shellfish's shells from a semi-official power like Ostrich Logistics. Lin Yuan glanced at the third item in the beeswax box. It was the spatial source-type item that the Moon Empress had mentioned. The Radiance Federation had announced hundreds of source-type items, but none of them were spatial source-type items. However, this did not mean that spatial source-type items did not exist. On the contrary, spatial source-type items were fought over by the major factions whenever they appeared, as they had always been the rarest existence among all source-type items. At the same time, there were quite a few types of spatial source-type items. Some were good at combat, some were good at defense, and some had special functionalities. Even some factions had compared one type of spatial source-type item with the island whale and raised it to the point of it being a strategic treasure. Such special spatial source-type items were akin to obtaining the qualification of spatial teleportation. This spatial source-type item in front of Lin Yuan could perform spatial teleportation. It could be said that although spatial source-type items that could perform spatial teleportation were not as precious as the island whale, its role was not much smaller than the island whale for factions. If a faction could obtain the ability for spatial teleportation, it would be akin to ignoring the obstacles to the faction's development caused by distance. One could imagine how important this spatial source-type item was for the development of a faction. Such a spatial source-type item that could perform spatial teleportation was something that Lin Yuan could not obtain, no matter what, with his current foundation. Lin Yuan had been able to exchange with the Gao family for a strategic treasure like the floating island whale because the Gao family could not hatch it even after spending great resources. Since the floating island whales and the island whale's crystal eggs were different, this had made the Gao family treat this unhatched floating island whale as a product of a failed mutation. Such a floating island whale was a useless thing in the Gao family and would instead consume many of their resources. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan had still taken out 3 bronze/epic feys to exchange for the floating island whale that had been treated as something useless by the Gao family. One of the bronze/epic feys that Lin Yuan had exchanged was the rare yellow spring lily, and thus he managed to exchange for the useless floating island whale. It could be seen how much importance the major factions attached to the control of strategic-level treasures. Lin Yuan knew that if the Moon Empress had not given him this spatial source-type item that could perform spatial teleportation, he could not exchange for such a treasure given his current resources and foundation. Even if he could take out numerous bronze/legend feys to exchange, the outcome would be the same. After all, no matter how precious bronze/legend feys were, they could only allow a spirit chi professional to have a bronze/fantasy breed fey. However, a spatial source-type item that could perform spatial teleportation was a strategic treasure that could benefit a faction and allow it to develop rapidly. Even if Lin Yuan could exchange for it with many bronze/legend feys, how could he let such feys circulate in the market easily? Lin Yuan had been checking this source-type item with true data. It was like a transparent glass ball, but if one looked carefully at it, they could see that there seemed to be something transparent floating faintly inside. This source-type item was also called ethereal jellyfish. The way to contract such a source-type item was to break the transparent outer shell. Then within a minute, it would be fed with the spirit fluid containing highly concentrated spirit chi, which was highly mixed with spatial energy. If he did not feed it the special spirit fluid every minute, the ethereal jellyfish would die. When the ethereal jellyfish became a normal I/normal fey, a large amount of the contractor's blood would be dropped to stimulate the ethereal jellyfish, causing it to spit out the 3 gastric pouches from its body. At that time, a large amount of the contractor's blood would be injected into its body to help the ethereal jellyfish grow 3 gastric pouches again. At that point, it would be considered being successfully contracted. Lin Yuan looked at the contract method of the ethereal jellyfish displayed under true data and couldn't help but feel that it was a really strange method. He touched the ethereal jellyfish in the glassy sphere that he could not see how it looked like, and he couldn't help but say, with this ethereal jellyfish, it's possible to perform spatial teleportation. Then I can start to implement the plan of white-clothed followers under the Sky City. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. The Sky City was not only going to collect resources from now on, but it was also going to develop its martial force. Chapter 381, Making a Move on the Ethereal Jellyfish. Just as Lin Yuan was preparing to form a contract with the ethereal jellyfish and was holding up the bottle that contained the light green spirit fluid, he suddenly realized the difficulty when forming the contract. This spirit fluid contained highly concentrated spirit chi and was fused with spatial energy. To a certain extent, it was already a monopoly skill of Class 5 creation masters. Only Class 5 creation masters were able to concoct a spirit fluid with such spirit chi concentration. A pinnacle Class 4 creation master might be able to use the hollow crystal shellfish's powder to fuse with the spirit fluid perfectly and release the spatial energy from the hollow crystal shellfish. However, it still wasn't possible to achieve the spirit chi concentration in this bottle of light green spirit fluid. It also meant to say that this ethereal jellyfish could only be contracted with the help of a Class 5 creation master. The individual requirement to form a contract with the ethereal jellyfish wasn't too demanding. However, the sub-requirements were extremely demanding. Firstly, one would need to find a Class 5 creation master, and that Class 5 creation master had to be willing to help. This was an era where even a Class 4 creation master was extremely hard to find. It was imaginable that even if a faction found this strategic class treasure, the ethereal jellyfish, and wanted to use it to expand their faction rapidly, they could only watch and couldn't do anything to form a contract with it. It wasn't only the case. The ethereal jellyfish had an extraordinary trait. After successfully forming a contract with it, the evolution path was rather similar to the acid corrosion queen bee. Once the ethereal jellyfish was contracted, it wouldn't be able to fuse with the contractor's comprehended willpower rune. It could only wait until its grade was at Diamond X/Legend before it could comprehend a willpower rune by itself to become a fantasy breed. In other words, if the ethereal jellyfish wanted to become a fantasy breed, it wouldn't be any different than a wild fey. Actually, the ethereal jellyfish's circumstances weren't disadvantageous for Lin Yuan. It was actually a great advantage. As Lin Yuan contracted more feys, even with his comprehension ability, he still wouldn't be able to comprehend willpower runes faster than the speed of him contracting feys and source-type life forms. At present, Genius, Blackie, the spirit-drawing ichthyosaur, and the blue flash purple butterfly had yet to find a suitable willpower rune. If the ethereal jellyfish didn't need to fuse with Lin Yuan's comprehended willpower rune, it would greatly reduce Lin Yuan's pressure to comprehend willpower runes. It might be challenging for feys and source-type life forms to comprehend willpower runes on their own, but if the fey or source-type life form's quality could be upgraded to legend quality earlier, it would greatly increase the chances of the comprehension of a willpower rune. As for the ethereal jellyfish, Lin Yuan could use his ability to upgrade the ethereal jellyfish to legend quality at the bronze grade. It would significantly increase the chances of the ethereal jellyfish comprehending a willpower rune. Once the ethereal jellyfish's grade was enhanced to Diamond X, everything would go naturally. The ethereal jellyfish was a source-type life form that could use spatial transfer. Once it became a fantasy breed, it would obtain a new exclusive skill, greatly enhancing the spatial transfer ability. However, even if the ethereal jellyfish didn't become a fantasy breed, it would still be able to conduct long-distance spatial transfer if its grade was high enough. It would already be useful enough for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan held onto the glass sphere that contained the ethereal jellyfish and entered the spirit lock spatial zone. Once Lin Yuan entered the spirit lock spatial zone, he noticed that everything was quiet inside here. Chimey had been sleeping on the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree. As for the 130 bundles of mid-grade strange flames sealed within the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree, only a third was left. Lin Yuan observed the condition inside of Chimey's body. He reckoned that Chimey would awaken before the remaining strange flames were completely absorbed. At the same time, Chimey would be upgraded from Fantasy I to Fantasy II. As for that greyish crane species Fey, Grey, it was now in a deep sleep while lying on the cinnabar sweet osmanthus. Grey had eaten plenty of White Cloud Mountain minnows during this period and had bulked up. Thanks to the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone's pure spirit key nourishment, Grey's genetic model was constantly being repaired. Grey was already visibly stronger than before. It was so skinny that it didn't have much flesh in the past. Now that Grey was stronger, it also molted and lost its grey feathers. They were replaced by a layer of fine fluff that was whiter than snow. The layer of snow-white fluff was very soft and dense. Lin Yuan believed that snow-white feathers would start growing out of the fluff soon. The Spirit Lock Spatial Zone's little butler, the wind-speed rapid antelope, was lying by the Pure Land of Bliss border. Perhaps it was due to the uncomfortable sleeping posture that it shook its little head in a daze. It stirred up the white sand on the Pure Land of Bliss before flipping up. Once it flipped up, the heart-shaped butt, which Lin Yuan had trimmed, was now facing him. Lin Yuan rubbed his nose and could feel the intense love, which was expressed with the wind-speed rapid antelope's butt. Immediately after, Lin Yuan focused his attention on the ethereal jellyfish. Firstly, Lin Yuan took a black feather that was formed with the day and night spirit silver. He then used the black feather to knock on the surface of the glass sphere repeatedly. After repeated knocks, the glass sphere cracked. Lin Yuan then reached out and slightly pressed on the crack. The glass sphere containing the ethereal jellyfish shattered immediately. At that moment, Lin Yuan realized that the transparent liquid within the glass sphere wasn't water but actually the ethereal jellyfish's body. The thing that was thumping was actually the ethereal jellyfish's heart. Lin Yuan quickly poured the light green spirit fluid, which contained concentrated spirit chi and spatial energy, onto the ethereal jellyfish. The elemental shellfish could turn into different elements according to the provided spiritual ingredients. In order to guide the mutation, the only thing required was for the elemental shellfish to have more contact with that specific element's spiritual ingredient. But for the spatial energy required by the ethereal jellyfish, it had to be completely fused within the spirit fluid. The spatial energy had to be fused flawlessly with the pure spirit chi, creating a homogeneous spirit fluid. If it was just the massive amount of pure spirit chi, Lin Yuan could do it. However, when it came to fusing it with the boundless spatial energy, it was something that Lin Yuan would never be able to do. Chapter 382, Ruthless Man. Lin Yuan was cautious as he put one drop of light green spirit fluid onto the ethereal jellyfish. Soon enough, Lin Yuan realized that the light green spirit fluid had vanished from the ethereal jellyfish's surface. It was very obvious that the ethereal jellyfish had absorbed the light green spirit fluid. But after absorbing the spirit fluid, the ethereal jellyfish didn't have any changes. Lin Yuan continued to supply the light green spirit fluid by drops. After the 30th drop of the spirit fluid, Lin Yuan noticed that the originally colorless ethereal jellyfish now had 3 areas where the body was subtly light green. However, the ethereal jellyfish was still transparent as its thumping heart was still visible. Finally, Lin Yuan poured in half the bottle of the light green spirit fluid, but the ethereal jellyfish still didn't have any plans on spitting out its gastric sacs. However, those 3 slightly light green areas had expanded. It seemed like those 3 areas were the locations of the gastric sacs. Finally, once every drop of spirit fluid was used up, the ethereal jellyfish had intense movements. The 3 constantly expanding gastric sacs seemed to be stimulating the ethereal jellyfish from within. The ethereal jellyfish was using all strength to wiggle its body and trying to spit out the 3 gastric sacs rapidly. Once those 3 light green gastric sacs were spat out, the ethereal jellyfish looked as though it was weakened and became sluggish in midair. That faintly visible heart was also beating at a much slower pace. Under these circumstances, Lin Yuan disregarded the 3 gastric sacs that were spat out. Instead, he used the black feather formed by the day and night spirit silver to slice across his palm ruthlessly. The moment Lin Yuan's palm was sliced by the black feather, warm and fresh blood dripped onto the ethereal jellyfish's body. Immediately after, the weakened ethereal jellyfish started to absorb Lin Yuan's fresh blood. Due to the loss of its gastric sacs, when the ethereal jellyfish absorbed Lin Yuan's blood, its entire body turned red. At present, the ethereal jellyfish's body was bright red in color. It was only now Lin Yuan was able to see the ethereal jellyfish's true and entire appearance. The current normal normal ethereal jellyfish looked no different than the regular jellyfish in the sea. The membrane-like body was slowly wiggling while there were 20 or 30 tentacles suspended below. Lin Yuan used his hand to touch those tentacles gently and realized they were extremely soft. The originally weakened ethereal jellyfish seemed to have regained its vigor after absorbing Lin Yuan's blood. The membrane-like body suddenly turned illusory and became real again. As the ethereal jellyfish was floating in the air, it seemed to be constantly shuttling within the spatial zones. With each transfer, it would bring about small waves of spatial energy. As more of Lin Yuan's blood was getting absorbed by the ethereal jellyfish, he realized that the blood was mainly gathered at the heart of the ethereal jellyfish. The ethereal jellyfish's heart was the part with the deepest and most bright red place. By now, Lin Yuan had already supplied his blood for 5 minutes, but he noticed that the ethereal jellyfish wasn't even full after absorbing all that blood. It was still insatiably absorbing Lin Yuan's blood. The 3 gastric sacs locations in the ethereal jellyfish had yet to grow any new gastric sacs. The flow of blood from Lin Yuan's palm was starting to slow down. The huge loss of blood had caused Lin Yuan's arm to turn numb. Lin Yuan gnashed his teeth and used the black feather to slice across his other palm. It caused another huge stream of blood to flow into the ethereal jellyfish. At the moment the new blood flowed into the ethereal jellyfish's body, Lin Yuan noticed that he had already developed a connection with the ethereal jellyfish inside his spiritual spatial zone. At the same time, 3 new gastric sacs started to grow again. However, the new gastric sacs were still light red in color. When floating in the air, the ethereal jellyfish was emitting red light. It was just like a huge lantern that felt very festive. Lin Yuan was rather speechless. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have sliced open his other palm too, as the blood from the first palm was already enough. Lin Yuan felt that he was really a ruthless man as he had actually sliced himself in excess. The jasmine lily on the work table produced a seed of green light that landed on Lin Yuan's body. Lin Yuan's palm was healing back to normal at a visible speed. Lin Yuan blinked his eyes. It seemed like not all the feys in the spirit lock spatial zone were asleep as the jasmine lily was still awake. However, even if the jasmine lily was awake, Lin Yuan wouldn't be able to tell. Or should it be said that a plant fey like the jasmine lily didn't even need to sleep? Lin Yuan could totally feel how difficult it was for Zhang Xiaobai to nurture a leech after feeling the weakness the loss of blood brought. Lin Yuan felt that he should start to include some wolfberries in his diet to start a healthy life. It was fortunate that the jasmine lily's ability, heal, could gradually restore vitality, allowing Lin Yuan to replenish the fresh blood that he had lost. Therefore, Lin Yuan merely felt a few minutes of anemia before he was back to normal. The ethereal jellyfish was already Lin Yuan's contracted fey. As he attempted to converse with the ethereal jellyfish, he realized that its mind was in chaos. It didn't even have a clear consciousness and couldn't converse. According to the ethereal jellyfish's unclear consciousness, the feedback it gave to Lin Yuan was that Lin Yuan was its contractor, so the ethereal jellyfish was fond of floating around him. The ethereal jellyfish felt very at ease when floating around Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan couldn't help but hold his forehead. It seemed like this ethereal jellyfish should be the fey with the lowest level of intelligence among all his feys right now. After forming the contract with the ethereal jellyfish, Lin Yuan didn't leave the spirit lock spatial zone. Instead, he started to enhance the ethereal jellyfish, all the way until it reached elite/epic. Lin Yuan was planning to choose one of the 3 exclusive skills that appeared when the ethereal jellyfish reached bronze. Chapter 383, Space Tunnel. Just as Lin Yuan was planning to enhance the ethereal jellyfish to bronze, he suddenly noticed that the 3 light green gastric pouches that it had spat out had turned into light green crystals that contained majestic spatial energy. Although Lin Yuan did not know what the light green crystals were used for, they should be considered very supreme grade spatial spiritual materials just by looking at the majestic spatial energy in them. Lin Yuan took a brocade box out of his amber button-shaped diamond fey storage box and put the light green crystals into it. He then carefully stored this brocade box back into the amber button-shaped diamond fey storage box. After that, Lin Yuan let this pink ethereal jellyfish land on his palm. Its tentacles rested on both sides of his palm, just like a little red cap with its own red wig. Lin Yuan felt that his thinking was really a little dangerous. As he channeled pure spirit chi to the ethereal jellyfish's body, it soon broke through the barrier of Elite X/Epic and became a Bronze I/Normal Source type life form. At that moment, 3 exclusive skills appeared. Lin Yuan did not immediately check the 3 new exclusive skills and choose one of them. Instead, he first took a closer look at its abilities. Fey name, Ethereal jellyfish. Fey species, Ulmerides/floating jellyfish. Spirit life form grade, bronze, 1/10. Fey type, spatial. Fey quality, normal. Abilities. Tentacle node, by breaking its tentacles, the broken tentacles are treated as a spatial node. Node teleportation, by sensing a spatial node, it will transport targets toward a certain spatial node. As Lin Yuan looked at its normal ability, tentacle node, and elite ability, node teleportation, suddenly found that this source-type ethereal jellyfish could teleport targets at bronze. Previously, when Lin Yuan had a question and answer session with the Moon Empress, he had heard her say that, under normal circumstances, spatial source-type life forms that could perform spatial teleportation tended to form their own spatial teleportation system only when they had 4 abilities at gold. However, this ethereal jellyfish had a spatial teleportation system at bronze. Even though it had the most basic spatial teleportation system, every time it evolved, the abilities that appeared would enrich the system it had now formed. However, Lin Yuan did not know how far the ethereal jellyfish's teleportation range reached. He still needed to experiment to know exactly the teleportation range. Nonetheless, it was obvious that now was not the best time to experiment with its tentacle node and node teleportation. After checking the ethereal jellyfish's abilities, Lin Yuan had a rough understanding of its teleportation mechanism. It used its tentacles as a spatial node and fused the broken tentacles into the space as a spatial marker. Then, it would teleport based on searching for the spatial marker. After understanding its 2 current abilities, Lin Yuan began to look at the 3 exclusive skills. The first one was super teleportation. Super teleportation, increase the number of targets that can be teleported within a certain range at a spatial node. When Lin Yuan saw this exclusive skill, his eyes lit up. As the ethereal jellyfish's contractor, he knew that it could not only teleport 1 target at a time. As its grade increased, the number of teleportation targets would also constantly increase. However, the number of targets that it could teleport at one time was still limited. For example, given the bronze eye ethereal jellyfish's strength, it could barely teleport Lin Yuan alone and could not teleport another person. Super teleportation had changed its limited teleportation targets into group teleportation. This exclusive skill had increased the ethereal jellyfish's spatial teleportation functionality, which was a pleasant surprise to Lin Yuan. Even if he could not choose the other 2 exclusive skills, Lin Yuan felt he could also accept super teleportation with pleasure. Nevertheless, he still checked the other 2 exclusive skills. When he looked at the second exclusive skill, he first nodded before shaking his head. Sturdy node, strengthen the spatial node and extend the distance of the spatial node teleportation. It could extend the teleportation distance and allow the ethereal jellyfish to teleport the target farther. However, since it could not teleport many things at once, no matter how far it teleported the target, it was still not as good as the first exclusive skill, super teleportation, which increased the number of teleportation targets. However, when he looked at the third exclusive skill, he slapped his thighs and chose it without hesitation. Space tunnel, breaks off many tentacles or fuses the tentacles with spatial spiritual materials in the space to form special long-distance space passageways. When there are 3 long-distance space passageways, one of them has to be removed to set up a new one. The third exclusive skill, space tunnel, could allow Lin Yuan to set up 3 space passageways. It was the same as setting up a space passageway that could always exist between a distance. Although the choice of these 3 space passageways was at the expense of the ethereal jellyfish being able to perform multi-target teleportation or long-distance teleportation, the strategic significance of space tunnel was clearly higher than super teleportation and sturdy node. If Lin Yuan's floating island whale ascended into the sky later with the sky city established on its back, this ethereal jellyfish's space tunnel could directly connect a bridge from the ground to the sky city on its back for him. He had also thought before that if he did not let the floating island whale land when it ascended to the sky, the people of his private faction, including himself, would have to get on its back with the help of flying feys to high altitude. If that was the case, interested parties would sooner or later notice the floating island whale and the sky city on its back. They would then discover the floating island whale through the flying feys flying toward it. However, the ethereal jellyfish's space tunnel could now increase the convenience of transportation between the floating island whale and the ground. At the same time, this ability would allow the floating island whale to become an untouchable hidden city in the clouds like a floating cloud. Chapter 384, The Outstanding Mother of Bloodbath. Space Tunnel clearly showcased how important the strategic significance of spatial source-type items that could perform spatial teleportation was to major factions, or how important it was to Lin Yuan's private faction, the Sky City. Lin Yuan looked at this bronze eye/normal ethereal jellyfish and decided to enter seclusion and stay up late in the next few days. He planned to raise the ethereal jellyfish to legend when it was at bronze before raising it to silver. It would take too much time to raise it to gold. Lin Yuan was not in a hurry, and there was still less than a month to go before New Year's. He couldn't stay in seclusion until the new year to enhance the ethereal jellyfish. Therefore, he planned to wait until the new year before raising the ethereal jellyfish to gold. As Lin Yuan looked at the little ones who were still sleeping in the spirit lock spatial zone, he felt a little sleepy as well. He did not immediately go to enhance the ethereal jellyfish but first left the spirit lock spatial zone. He would need a good night's sleep before staying up late. It wouldn't be too late when he woke up the next day, received Gao Feng's package, handed it to Hu Chuan, and stayed up late to enhance the ethereal jellyfish's grade and quality. This time, he did not intend to use the spirit chi crystals to enhance it because he had other uses for them. Lin Yuan had exchanged his Star Web Store's flower brocade pearls for strange flames so that Chimey could reach Fantasy 3 and complete its bloodline evolution before undergoing the Radiance 100 sequence test. At that time, Lin Yuan could use the spirit chi crystals to promote Chimey from Silver Eye to Gold Eye and let it become a Gold Eye/Fantasy 3 Fey. After undergoing a bloodline metamorphosis, Chimey would be Lin Yuan's trump card to face all challenges in the test. Early in the next morning, Lin Yuan received the gold Fey storage box that Gao Feng had mailed over through Ostrich Logistics at the mansion entrance. After receiving it, he called Gao Feng to tell him about it. Gao Feng's gold Fey storage box contained the 4 completely jade-textured green elm boards and design blueprints. After all, the things that Gao Feng had sent were really valuable. If Lin Yuan did not let Gao Feng know, the latter would always be thinking about it. Lin Yuan returned inside with this gold Fey storage box and saw Hu Chuan wiping the carving knife in his hand. He approached Hu Chuan and asked, "Uncle Hu, are you interested in the 4 completely jade-textured green elm boards here?" Hu Chuan's eyes immediately lit up, and he answered, "Completely jade-textured green elm? Of course I'm interested in such good stuff." Lin Yuan handed the gold Fey storage box to Hu Chuan and said, "It's been hard on you, Uncle Hu. This is for a friend of mine. I'll have him discuss the price with you when the time comes." Gao Feng could not find a class 5 spirit craftsman, but Lin Yuan happened to know about it and did him a favor. As for the price of using these 4 completely jade-textured green elm boards to make objects according to the blueprints, Gao Feng and Hu Chuan still had to discuss it. Although Hu Chuan had signed a contract with him and did not ask for any sort of remuneration for making any objects for the mansion and his faction, Lin Yuan would not really consider Hu Chuan as a tollman. He would not give Hu Chuan something that his friend wanted to make without telling him about it and let him work as a laborer without his knowledge. This was akin to disrespecting Hu Chuan. When Hu Chuan heard Lin Yuan's words, he became a little unhappy instead. "Why are you so polite with me? Go discuss with your friend. I'm fed well in this mansion, and there are endless spiritual materials for me to use. I've long considered myself as part of this mansion." As he said that, Hu Chuan looked at the feature wall again. He looked at himself beside Lin Yuan and said very firmly, "Don't talk to me about remuneration next time. The best remuneration is to provide a little more completely jade-textured wood for me to use." Hu Chuan then smacked his lips and said, "That friend of yours is lucky. The first thing my fantasy breed wood weaving house centipede is going to make is his object." At that moment, Wen Yu came out of the kitchen, saw Hu Chuan, and said, "Uncle Hu, you really have to sleep at night in the future. Otherwise, after a long time, you simply won't be able to stay up. After all, it's liver detoxification at night. If you stay up late, it'll hurt your liver. Big brother Lu cooked cinnamon pork liver soup for you again today. Uncle Hu, you just refused to eat it. This time, you have to eat until nothing is left." When Hu Chuan heard Wen Yu's tone of saying it was for his own good, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch madly. What Hu Chuan hated most in his life was the taste of liver. To make things worse, Lu Ji had been cooking cinnamon pork liver soup for him, making Hu Chuan, a big old man who had never been taken care of, feel that he was being treated as a pregnant woman. However, it had to be said that Hu Chuan got along with the people in the mansion and slowly treated this mansion as a home he had to protect. Nonetheless, this cinnamon pork liver soup was really too hard for him. Hu Chuan knew it was to help his body detox, but he couldn't eat it even if he pinched his nose. At that moment, he wondered whether he should change his work schedule. Otherwise, not even an immortal could handle eating this cinnamon pork liver soup every day. When Lin Yuan saw Hu Chuan gnashing his teeth, he could not help laughing. Perhaps the only thing that could defeat a Class 5 spirit craftsman like Hu Chuan and not let him stay up late was the cinnamon pork liver soup. While eating, Lin Yuan noticed that Endless Summer, which always had a bold dressing style, had become normal after a night. Endless Summer's hair had returned to its original color, and it had a ponytail. It was wearing a very simple pink and white outfit. Endless Summer looked elegant, pretty, and noble with the body weaponization bracelet on its wrist that was full of pink-purple hydrangeas and some simple, grand spirit accessories. It no longer gave people a rustic, non-stream, heavy metal feeling. Lin Yuan glanced at the Mother of Bloodbath. It nodded at him, expressing that it had completed its mission, and he gave it a thumbs up. He had never expected it to complete its mission so well. The question was, how had it accomplished this? Chapter 385, Life Predator. Could it be related to those vicious cases about the fatty otakus recently? Ever since the scene culture had influenced Endless Summer, its hair had always been like being struck by lightning. When Lin Yuan had last met Endless Summer, it had at least 5 colors on its hair. Its clothing had also been very exaggerated. All kinds of strange clothes made it look crazy. The spirit accessories that Endless Summer had bought before also came in handy. It had almost worn all the spirit accessories it had bought. No matter where it went, sounds of the spirit accessories clanking could be heard. Lin Yuan, Wen Yu, Lu Ji, and Hu Chuan had all politely tried to talk about the disadvantages of the scene culture and told it to go easy on its style appropriately. But Wen Yu, Lu Ji, Hu Chuan, and even Lin Yuan were almost introduced to the heavy metal culture. It made Lin Yuan think that wearing 5 colors with a variety of metal chains might make him look better a little. In the end, rationality thrived over that. What puzzled Lin Yuan was how the Mother of Bloodbath had completely changed Endless Summer's taste, who was dressed in a very exaggerated manner yesterday, after one night. This made Lin Yuan quite curious. At that moment, the Mother of Bloodbath said to Endless Summer, "Sister Summer, those otakus like your previous dressing style the most. If you still dress as you did before and they get your picture and post it on Star Web's forum, there is no telling how many of them will put your picture on their walls. Think about what they will do to your picture at night." Lin Yuan could clearly feel Endless Summer shiver. Then he noticed that Endless Summer glanced at him and asked, "Ah, really?" Lin Yuan wanted to explain to Endless Summer that otakus were huge and gentle animals. What the Mother of Bloodbath claimed was not the otakus' modus operandi. They loved paper cuts, not a photo of someone with a bold style. The otaku's degree of pickiness when looking for paper-cut wives could catch up to emperors choosing concubines. However, Lin Yuan saw the Mother of Bloodbath blink its eyes hard at him, the meaning in its eyes obvious. It was clearly telling him that it had completed the mission, and if he was going to screw up again, he would have to find his own way. It couldn't do anything about it. Lin Yuan received the message from the Mother of Bloodbath's eyes and first looked at Endless Summer's normal dressing style. He then recalled Endless Summer's non-mainstream dressing style again. He quickly cleared his throat and said, "Endless Summer, the Mother of Bloodbath is right. Your photo will turn yellow on the wall in a few days. Otakus are really scary." In order to make otakus sound more terrifying, he added, "Do you know what place is known as a death camp?" Lin Yuan's words made Endless Summer freeze. Besides Endless Summer, even Lu Ji, Wen Yu, and Hu Chuan, who were all at the table, froze, pondering Lin Yuan's question. The Mother of Bloodbath looked closely at Lin Yuan as if it really got to know him for the first time. After thinking for a long time, Endless Summer answered, "Is it the legendary sin cleansing pool?" Lin Yuan shook his head and replied, "The otaku's bed sheets can be said to be death camps." Endless Summer was a little puzzled and did not understand what Lin Yuan meant. However, Wen Yu, Lu Ji, and Hu Chuan did. Then, Lin Yuan saw that Endless Summer did not seem to understand his question, so he asked, "Endless Summer, do you know what can be called a life predator?" Endless Summer thought for a long time but couldn't come up with an answer. Given its suzerain/myth 3 power, only creation breed phase should be able to plunder its life. Lin Yuan felt that Endless Summer should really make up for the fact that it didn't even know about such things. The otaku's hands are comparable to a life predator. When Hu Chuan, who was still looking at the cinnamon pork liver soup in front of him with an ugly expression, heard Lin Yuan say that, he choked on the egg roll and coughed violently. Endless Summer still looked as if it half understood. However, the Mother of Bloodbath looked at Lin Yuan with a very dangerous gaze. He glanced at it as serious as when it had blinked its eyes at him previously and blinked his eyes at it. In Lin Yuan's opinion, this was for Endless Summer's good. Otherwise, why would Lin Yuan make fun of such gentle animals like otakus? The mother of Bloodbath looked at Lin Yuan and suddenly said, what do you know? Quickly cuff and take him away. Lin Yuan felt a little aggrieved. You don't understand, so how do you know what I'm talking about? Both of them should be handcuffed together and taken away. Hu Chuan snorted out a laugh. Before he could laugh a few times, Wen Yu said, Uncle Hu, if you don't eat the cinnamon pork liver soup while it's hot, it's going to turn cold. Big brother Lu got up early in the morning and boiled it for you for an hour and a half. Wen Yu had cleverly changed the topic, shifting it from Lin Yuan to Hu Chuan. Hu Chuan looked at the lumps of pig liver that appeared in this big bowl of cinnamon pork liver soup and felt bitter. When Lin Yuan saw that Hu Chuan was not very interested in the soup, he said to Lu Ji, Big brother Lu, I bought a lot of ingredients last night. If Uncle Hu doesn't like pork liver soup, he can still have beef liver soup or lamb liver soup. Upon hearing that, Hu Chuan held up the bowl, pinched his nose, and ate all the cinnamon pork liver soup. Then he hurriedly drank the banana milk on his left side and ate a few mouthfuls of cut fruits mixed with maple syrup before the pork liver taste in his mouth was suppressed. However, the more Hu Chuan looked at little Yuan eating his breakfast unhurriedly, the more he felt that little Yuan actually looked kind but was cruel. What was the difference between beef liver soup, mutton liver soup, and pork liver soup? Didn't all of them have liver? Weren't the odor of the beef liver soup and mutton liver soup even worse? This kid must be taking revenge on him for not holding back his laughter when he was talking just now. After eating, Lin Yuan told everyone his plan about entering seclusion for a while. Hu Chuan rubbed his stomach and said, I should not be returning to the mansion today and tomorrow. Those old guys from the Spirit Craftsman Association are going to hold a ceremony for me. When I return, I'll be a real Class 5 Spirit Craftsman. Chapter 386, The White-Clothed Followers Project begins. Looking at Hu Quan's joyful expression after he had achieved his life goal, Lin Yuan smiled and said to him, I'll congratulate Uncle Hu in advance. Hu Chuan first chuckled and then rolled his eyes at him before replying, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have become a Class 5 Spirit Craftsman. Lu Ji, who was cleaning up the tableware on the table, said, Uncle Hu, contact us through the phone when you come back. At that time, I'll make a table of delicious food for you to celebrate. Hu Chuan also did not refuse and just subconsciously said, I don't eat liver. Lu Ji looked at Hu Quan's real and unpretentious expression and had some doubts about his cooking skills for the first time. I've eaten a lot of this cinnamon pork liver soup that I made. It tastes quite good. Why does Hu Chuan hate eating that so much? Why don't I add some fish head and Sichuan sesame to it when I make it next time so that it becomes fish head pork liver soup with cinnamon and Sichuan sesame? It can even nourish his mind while nourishing his liver. Lu Ji felt that his idea was simply awesome. It was simply killing two birds with one stone. After sending Hu Chuan out, Lin Yuan returned to his room and logged onto StarWeb with his Creation Master identity. The first thing he did when he logged onto StarWeb was to go to his purchase with no loss store and put up 10 flower brocade pearls for blind trade again. Then he began to check all the messages he had received in his message bar during this period. Among these messages, most of them were asking if he had more flower brocade pearls that could be traded. Although they were all in the name of individuals, these people should have their own factions behind them. Otherwise, even if the buyer was a pinnacle class 4 creation master, they could not use all the flower brocade pearls after buying so many of them. Lin Yuan kept all the messages because he might do this deal sometime after. Of course, some messages were asking Lin Yuan if he had bronze/epic phase. He deleted all of them. Since he had established a private faction territory on StarWeb and set its main operation path to customizing bronze/epic phase suitable for the different willpower runes that Spirit Chi professionals had comprehended, he naturally would not let his purchase with no loss store overlap with his private faction's operation. Wouldn't he become his own competitor? However, that didn't mean that Lin Yuan wouldn't allow high-quality bronze phase to circulate outside his purchase with no loss store. Then he issued the news of the blind trade on his StarWeb store. It was not so much of a trade of items but a trade of people. Lin Yuan wrote, recruiting king class experts with 3 willpower runes and above. Give me loyalty, and I'll give you a future. Lin Yuan posted such a message that did not hide his purpose. He did not write what kind of future he could give, but he believed that given the strength that his small store had shown so far, king class experts intending to join a faction to obtain stable resources were bound to come in contact with him. However, Lin Yuan would not entertain general king class experts. The king class experts that he wanted to recruit had to have at least 3 willpower runes. Lin Yuan's purpose in releasing this message was not mainly to recruit those powerful king-class experts who were not easy to recruit. Those powerful king-class experts could pay allegiance to the top factions so as to obtain a huge amount of resources. Lin Yuan really wanted to recruit those who had bad initial conditions and could only nurture the main fey with a lifetime of resources but were talented enough to comprehend multiple willpower runes. Due to their low starting point, these king-class experts had been limited by resources, so their main fey was often not very powerful. Although having multiple willpower rune on their path of growing could allow them to show their amazing talents, such king-class experts were still not very well treated by the veteran factions. These king-class experts, who didn't have powerful main feys, could not immediately contribute to the veteran factions by paying allegiance to them. Only when the veteran factions invested high-quality bronze feys in these experts could they grow. The addition of such king-class experts was almost like constantly sucking the veteran factions' resources, and it would also take a long time for their feys to grow. As a result, veteran factions were naturally unwilling to do such a deal that sustained losses. The strength-based world was very realistic. No matter how great one's talent was, it had to be piled up with high-quality bronze feys and a huge amount of resources. For the veteran factions, the best choice was to invest in those king-class experts with powerful main feys. Therefore, those king-class experts with only one main fey, low combat ability, but with many willpower runes were in a very awkward position. After all, there were few creation masters in this world, and high-quality bronze feys were simply precious. Even those king-class experts with powerful main feys that joined veteran factions for over 10 years might not necessarily be able to obtain a high-quality bronze fey that was suitable for their comprehended willpower rune. The more such king-class experts were not welcomed by veteran factions, the more beneficial it was to Lin Yuan, as he welcomed them very much. High-quality bronze feys were difficult for other people, but it was just a matter of a dozen minutes for Lin Yuan. Basically, it could be said that Lin Yuan was going to make a deal with no capital with the items within his reach to exchange for the allegiance of those king-class experts with weak main fey but many willpower runes. After Lin Yuan poured in the resources of high-quality bronze feys into such king-class experts, he could completely put them in a free-range state. No matter how weak these king-class experts' main fey was, they had some savings and could provide the resources needed to nurture their new fey. Lin Yuan did not need to think too much and could save a lot of trouble, which was simply his project of having white-clothed followers. Chapter 387, Silver Ability, Node Activation. After Lin Yuan gave these king-class experts with weak main fey but many willpower runes the high-quality bronze feys, they might not bring any strong and favorable returns to him in a short period. But after a year or two of nurturing their other fey, they would be no different from those king-class experts with powerful main feys. They would even become more powerful than them. Lin Yuan wasn't sure how many of these king-class experts would look for him. However, every such king-class expert would be equivalent to planting a seed in the soil that could bear fruit. As long as this seed could sprout in the soil, then it was destined to bloom into a gorgeous flower. Lin Yuan did not believe that those king-class experts with a low starting point but great talent would be willing to settle for mediocrity. He had a temptation that any spirit chi professional could hardly resist, and he was unlike those veteran factions that only provided high-quality bronze feys. What he could provide were high-quality bronze feys that could be customized according to the willpower rune. Thus, the net had been opened, just waiting for the fish to swim in. When the news that Lin Yuan's store put another batch of flower brocade pearls for blind trade spread, the people who paid attention to it rushed to purchase with no loss fey store. Immediately after that, they were shocked by the recruitment news he had posted. This one-star store simply had a huge appetite. Or rather, how many resources did he have as the bottom line to be able to say, "Give me loyalty, and I'll give you a future"? Lin Yuan logged off StarWeb and returned to the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone, ready to enhance the Bronze Eye/Normal Ethereal Jellyfish. When he entered the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone this time, he noticed Grey was playing hide and seek with the Wind Speed Rapid Antelope. They were running and chasing each other and hiding, bringing a lot of fun to the place. After Lin Yuan got close to these two little fellows, he started to concentrate on enhancing the ethereal jellyfish to improve its grade and quality. For the past few days, Lin Yuan had only slept 4 to 5 hours every day, like when he had entered seclusion in the past. After spending 5 days promoting the ethereal jellyfish from Bronze Eye/Normal to Bronze X/Legend, he noticed that although this light red ethereal jellyfish still had no change in color and was still the same color after it had absorbed his blood, its heart would emit a flickering dark red glow from time to time. At the same time, its body became much larger, with many bright silver lines on it. When the ethereal jellyfish contracted its body, it was as if it had traveled back and forth several spaces. Between the dimming and flickering, it was close at hand, but it was as if there were layers of barriers that people simply could not touch. However, when Lin Yuan reached out to touch the ethereal jellyfish, it would transform its body from the layers of space into a solid form, allowing him to touch it. During that period, he found that it always liked to run to his head. It felt very warm on his head, as well as cool and comfortable. Due to the ethereal jellyfish's festive color, Lin Yuan had a feeling of wearing a little red hat and red wig. Only after his violent protest and clear opposition did the ethereal jellyfish get off his head. Instead, it started lying lazily on Lin Yuan's neck when it had nothing else to do. Every time the ethereal jellyfish landed on Lin Yuan's neck, it was like he was wearing a red scarf. But in his opinion, it was better to be on his neck than on his head. As Lin Yuan continued to channel spirit qi into the ethereal jellyfish, it broke through the limit of Bronze X and became a Silver I/Legend Source type life form. When the ethereal jellyfish broke through to Silver, 3 long spiral-shaped tentacles grew between its nearly 30 short tentacles. These 3 long spiral-shaped tentacles were very thick, nearly twice the length of its short tentacles. They grew in the center of the ethereal jellyfish's body and were surrounded by a circle of short tentacles at the side. This made the ethereal jellyfish look much more magnificent than its ordinary jellyfish look. Then Lin Yuan started to check the ethereal jellyfish's true data. Fey name, ethereal jellyfish. Fey species, Ulmeridi/floating jellyfish. Fey grade, silver, 1/10. Fey type, spatial. Fey quality, legend. Abilities. Tentacle node, by breaking its tentacles, the broken tentacles are treated as a spatial node. Node teleportation, by sensing a spatial node, it will transport targets toward a certain spatial node. Node activation, the spatial teleportation marked by the tentacle node will be activated, and the target of the activated node will be teleported to other tentacle nodes or toward itself. Tentacle node will be invalidated after the teleportation. Exclusive skill. Space tunnel, breaks off many tentacles or fuses the tentacles with spatial spiritual materials in the space to form special long-distance space passageways. When there are 3 long-distance space passageways, one of them has to be removed before setting up a new one. Lin Yuan saw that after the ethereal jellyfish reached Silver, its new ability was called Node Activation. This ability was the ethereal jellyfish's first step to perfect its teleportation system that was just taking shape. It clearly brought Lin Yuan a big surprise. Node activation increased the functionality of the ethereal jellyfish's original teleportation system. It could be said that Lin Yuan, the ethereal jellyfish's contractor, would not be the only one enjoying its teleportation effects. Other people holding its tentacles could also teleport to various spatial nodes. Although the tentacles acting as the teleportation medium would disappear after the teleportation, it made the ethereal jellyfish's teleportation system more flexible. In Lin Yuan's opinion, this silver ability was akin to somewhat compensating for the tension in establishing his private faction, where Space Tunnel could only set up 3 passageways and allow its various spatial nodes to link up perfectly with each other. As long as the people in Lin Yuan's private faction had a small section of the ethereal jellyfish's tentacles, they could teleport to any spatial nodes. In case of danger, it would be equivalent to giving the members of Lin Yuan's private faction a chance to escape. Chapter 388, The Storm Rises. There was no need to worry even if the enemy took the ethereal jellyfish's tentacles. Omicron Any needed to take out a drop of blood in advance and let the ethereal jellyfish devour it iota in order to use its tentacles to teleport once between nodes. The blood that it devoured would be memorized in its gastric pouch. Only those whose blood was memorized could activate the tentacles to teleport between nodes. Lin Yuan cut a tentacle and observed it before he found out that the ethereal jellyfish's tentacles would grow out 2 centimeters in 1 hour. Its tentacles were 30 centimeters long, so Lin Yuan deduced it would take about 15 hours for one tentacle to grow. Then he cut off all the ethereal jellyfish's tentacles, and Lin Yuan now had 30 tentacles in his hands. He would have to take these tentacles to the location where he wanted to set up a spatial node. The ethereal jellyfish's ability seemed powerful, but it also had its own drawbacks. If the ethereal jellyfish wanted to teleport, the spatial node would have to be set up in advance, and the range of the spatial node couldn't go beyond the range that the ethereal jellyfish could cover with its strength. Given the Silver I/Legend ethereal jellyfish's strength, it could only cover a small half of the royal capital. At present, such a distance was enough for Lin Yuan. As for long-distance teleportation, Lin Yuan could set up a space tunnel, and the distance would be determined by the number of the ethereal jellyfish's tentacles that Lin Yuan used. The more tentacles he used, the further the space tunnel could be set up. Therefore, in order not to waste the ethereal jellyfish's teleportation resources, Lin Yuan would have to cut the ethereal jellyfish's newly grown tentacles periodically. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Yuan could feel how the tentacles were like hair for humans, where there would be no feelings after it was cut, he really wouldn't want to get his hands on its tentacles. When Lin Yuan exited the spirit lock spatial zone, he noticed it was already late at night. Lin Yuan happened to feel very tired, so he got under his covers, ready to have a good sleep, but the late night in the royal capital was not quiet. Even if black clouds covered the stars and moon in the dark night of the royal capital, they were still illuminated by the lights, full of prosperity. The early winter season had passed and had turned into a real cold winter. Although the weather in the royal capital was not cold in the true north, the cold wind could easily blow through the Spirit Chi professionals' Spirit Chi clothes. Random snowflakes slowly spilled down from the dark clouds in the sky without changing the lively atmosphere. It was almost the Lunar New Year, so many people were out at night. They gathered in some bars and restaurants, watching the broadcast of the Guild Alliance's tournament. In a very exquisite and stylish single villa in the royal capital's main city, a young man around 29 years old was sitting on a black musk deer leather sofa, with a 3-meter-long black leopard lying next to his feet. The leopard seemed to be a little sleepy at this moment and swept its tail, with blood at the corner of its mouth. Clearly, it had eaten not long ago. The youth was holding a crystal wine glass, but he squeezed it so hard that it seemed it was going to explode at any time. An old man of nearly 80 years old was standing behind the youth. He hunched over, and his waist and legs almost formed a right angle. The old man had a walking stick, trembling as if a gust of wind could blow him down. At that moment, this youth's eyes were gloomy as he looked without blinking at the two majestic-looking middle-aged men standing in front of him. These two middle-aged men stood there, with beads of sweat on their foreheads, and their eyes were full of caution as well as the fear of this youth. The youth said coldly, "Tell me, you two. How long has it been? The listening Heron Chamber of Commerce has not been taken down." One of the slightly younger middle-aged men hurriedly answered, "Young Master Zheng, the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce couldn't withstand our pressure and has moved from Indigo Azure City to the royal capital. It'll withdraw and abandon all of its assets in Indigo Azure City. It has already lost its foundation." The gloomy youth's tone suddenly changed. "So, according to you guys, you are still going to take credit for it, right?" The slightly younger middle-aged man's expression was obviously relieved upon hearing the words. He did not see the older partner standing beside him, whose expression had suddenly become uneasy, as he said, "Young Master Zheng, we do not dare to take credit for it. However, the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's online resources are simply too complicated. We still need some time to target them." The gloomy young man was furious and laughed before he fiercely hit the musk deer leather sofa's armrest, creating a loud bang. The slightly younger middle-aged man who had spoken just now was so scared that he fell on his knees. The gloomy youth bellowed, "Are you a pig? A Chamber of Commerce's online resources target the various stores on Star Web. Who knows how many stores on Star Web the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce has signed contracts with to buy goods. Only a pig would think of targeting the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's online resources." The middle-aged man kneeling on the ground really didn't know what to say, so he blurted out after a long while, "I'm a pig." The gloomy youth almost didn't catch his breath and was so angry that he crushed the wine glass in his hand. He threw the base of the glass on the forehead of the middle-aged man kneeling on the ground, creating a bloodstain. Then he looked at another middle-aged man and said coldly, "My Zheng family supported you brothers. Is that how you two do things? Previously, when you made a move on the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce controlled by your own father, you weren't as soft-hearted as now. Hee. Top in the seizure of power? Is it harder to get something done than to eat shit?" The older middle-aged man immediately knelt on the ground and replied in fear, "We brothers are where we are now thanks to your support for so many years. We'll do whatever you tell us to." The gloomy youth kicked the sleepy black leopard that was beside him. It roared due to the kick and revealed its sharp teeth. After it saw the gloomy youth had kicked it, the black leopard continued to lie on the ground without making a sound. The gloomy youth looked at the two middle-aged men kneeling before him and said, "You are all inferior to this stupid leopard. Don't you have any teeth? I thought you all knew when you seized your father's Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce that those who are bitten by sharp teeth are destined never to stand in the way again." Chapter 389, Fantasy 2. When the two middle-aged men heard the gloomy youth's words, they looked at each other. The younger of the two men asked carefully, Young Master Zheng, I heard that the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce found a backer, and the Merchant Guild is just an empty shell now. About that? The gloomy youth's eyes grew dangerous. He looked at the two kneeling middle-aged men and yelled, since the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce has already shifted from Indigo Azure City to the royal capital, it means they did so before your eyes. Don't tell me you cannot even handle the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, which has already given up their downline resources and is just under your watch. As for the other matters, I will handle them. After receiving the gloomy youth's orders, they quickly retreated from the room while feeling terrified. At that moment, the hunched elder standing behind the gloomy youth suddenly said, Young Master, the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's current leader is Listen. I heard that he is rather competent. The gloomy youth stood up and shrugged. He said as though he didn't care, Elder Niu, the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce is just an ant. So what if Listen is a competent person? If he doesn't even have any chess pieces, how can he play chess? One could hear from the gloomy youth's tone that he didn't even put Listen in his eyes. The hunched elder originally wanted to say something, but after hearing the gloomy youth's response, he asked, Young Master, do you want me to find out about the faction backing the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce? The gloomy youth shook his hand and said, Given the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's current situation, do you think a veteran faction would try to take control of it? Furthermore, what I really want is the coastal sea, which the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce controls at Indigo Azure City. My Zheng family wishes to excavate resources at Indigo Azure City's coastal seas. Therefore, the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's coastal sea is destined to belong to my Zheng family. If there is a faction truly obstructing us. After speaking to this point, the gloomy youth lowered his head and didn't talk anymore. The hunched elder Niu stayed silent for a moment before asking, What does young master plan to do? The gloomy youth looked at the crushed wine glass on the floor and said, Listen's backer might not bother about the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. However, if this backer really interferes with the Zheng family's interests, then let the backer be the wine glass on the ground right now. The hunched elder Niu responded, I understand, young master. Let me handle this matter. Before he used almost all of his strength to kick the black leopard on the ground, the gloomy youth nodded. The black leopard never closed its eyes to rest after getting kicked awake earlier. When the gloomy youth kicked it, the black leopard was obviously terrified and didn't even dare to dodge. It endured the kick. The gloomy youth sat on the black leopard's back and said, I want everything to be over before the Dimensional Rift's active period. Otherwise, I won't be able to afford it when the main family tries to blame me, a descendant of a mistress. The hunched elder Niu bowed even lower. Young master doesn't have to worry. The night wind brought about snow and a bone-chilling air that surged toward the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. The winter sun was much lazier than before. During summer, the sun would be high up in the sky when it was 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning. It was already 7 o'clock, but the sky was only dimly lit. Lin Yuan had been toiling for the past few days as he enhanced the ethereal jellyfish without rest. Normally, after toiling for several days, Lin Yuan would sleep until afternoon in order to replenish all his energy that was lost from the last few days. However, it was only 7 o'clock in the morning, and just as the sky turned bright, Lin Yuan woke up. Lin Yuan could feel that Chimey, which had been sleeping in the phoenix-perching Chinese parasol tree's nest, had already awakened. Lin Yuan immediately summoned Chimey from the spirit lock spatial zone. Once Chimey was summoned out, it immediately let out a few clear chirps. When Lin Yuan heard Chimey's clear chirps, he felt as though it was like a clash of soft jade that wasn't only pleasant to the ears, the chirps felt like they could enter deep into the soul. The voice had now turned into a soul voice. Lin Yuan was speechless. If Chimey used its current voice to sing, wouldn't it be irresistible? After chirping, Chimey immediately landed beside Lin Yuan's ear with fondness and used its beak to peck at Lin Yuan's hair, helping to tidy up his morning hair. Immediately after, Chimey jumped onto Genius' head and used its little talon to hop around its head. Shortly after, Genius was awakened from its dreams. Genius let out a lazy meow. However, once Genius saw that it was Chimey, it immediately became energetic. Genius lifted its two fluffy tails and formed a little chair. Chimey flapped its wings and flew over to land on the little chair. Subsequently, Genius wagged its tails, making it feel as though Chimey was seated on a swing. Chimey let out a joyful and carefree expression. Lin Yuan rubbed Genius' cheek and said, Genius, you are pampering Chimey too much. When Chimey heard Lin Yuan's comment, it chirped twice to express its protest before speaking. Genus and Yuan both pamper me. When Lin Yuan heard Chimey talking, he was pleasantly surprised. He never expected Chimey to learn how to speak after reaching Fantasy 2. Actually, it should be natural. During normal days, Chimey could already understand what Lin Yuan was saying. In the past, when Chimey had learned how to sing, it was something like parrot talk. Nonetheless, it had helped build Chimey's foundation in speech. Chimey might not be too proficient in speech. Still, after a period of practice, once Chimey's quality reached Fantasy 3, or it went through a bloodline evolution, Chimey would probably be able to converse like a regular person. Lin Yuan extended his finger and said, "Chimey, come over and let me see your changes after the quality upgrade." Chimey flew off from Genius Tails and landed on Lin Yuan's hand. It chirped twice and said, "Yuan, Chimey has become more beautiful. Look." While speaking, Chimey extended its wings to present itself to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan noticed that Chimey hadn't become bigger in size after reaching Fantasy 2, and it still possessed that delicate and exquisite look. However, Lin Yuan could see that the cloud prints on Chimey's feathers were now more intense. Each cloud print seemed to be concealed by a starry halo, making them look brighter. Chapter 390, Hu Quan's Mask. Even if Chimey didn't use radiant body, the stars within the cloud prints were subtly emitting a glazed radiance. At the same time, the plume feather on Chimey's head had grown longer, and there were some indistinct patterns too. Lin Yuan couldn't really discern the exact patterns, but the plume feather and the patterns made it look as though Chimey was wearing an avian crown. Lin Yuan could tell that Chimey's bloodline must have been activated to a greater extent. Otherwise, Chimey wouldn't have transformations that were visible to the naked eye. Now that Chimey was awakened after the quality upgrade, Genius was obviously overjoyed. Lin Yuan knew that Genius had a little habit of raising its tail higher and higher as it was getting happier. At present, Genius' twin tails were already lifted high up into the sky. However, Lin Yuan was still going to let Chimey continue to rest on the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree to upgrade its quality, progressing from Fantasy 2 to Fantasy 3. Therefore, Lin Yuan said to Chimey, "Chimey, can you continue to upgrade your quality on the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree?" When Chimey heard Lin Yuan's request, it chirped twice and blinked its eyes before saying, "Yuan, when I wake up next time, can you teach me to sing more songs?" Lin Yuan rubbed Chimey with his finger in a pampering manner and said, "You quick-witted little rascal. Of course, it is fine to learn more songs. I can teach you as many songs as you want." After receiving Lin Yuan's reply, Chimey flew around the house twice in an excited manner. It felt like it could already see a whole screen of praises for it in the live streaming room. Chimey suddenly thought, the sparrow voice lowly goddess, am going to be busy for some time. Once I am done, I will sing new songs for everyone. Remember to praise me." Chimey didn't know that while it had been missing for such a long time, its fans had all bitterly been waiting in the live streaming room. Of course, the most miserable fan was the top-ranking one who was still sending gifts frenziedly. At the same time, Chimey was also abnormally excited to be able to upgrade its quality again. A quality upgrade was an irresistible temptation for any Fey. Furthermore, after this upgrade, Chimey could obviously feel that it was much stronger than before. Even though Chimey was extremely active and lively, it was still willing to fall into a deep slumber to upgrade its quality and activate its bloodline. On the other hand, when Genius heard that Chimey was going back to sleep, its lifted tails immediately drooped down again. Lin Yuan rubbed Genius' head and said, "Once Chimey is asleep, you still can play with Grey inside the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Furthermore, Grey will be able to come outside to play with you soon after a period." Genius could feel Lin Yuan's concern in his words as it immediately used its head to brush against Lin Yuan's palm. It then nodded like an adult. Lin Yuan looked at Genius and genuinely felt that he should quickly comprehend a willpower rune that was suitable for Genius. He would then be able to allow Genius to become a fantasy breed. However, even if Lin Yuan could comprehend more willpower runes, the content of the willpower rune wasn't something that Lin Yuan could decide. It was still up to fate. Once Lin Yuan made the arrangements for Chimey, he looked at the time and realized it was already 7:30 am. However, Lin Yuan felt that his mind was still rather drowsy and didn't have enough sleep. When not having enough sleep, it would make an individual feel very weak throughout the entire day. Therefore, Lin Yuan simply carried Genius and laid back on the bed. The winter sun might be up late, but it was still very warm when it shone through the window. Soon enough, Lin Yuan and Genius closed their eyes and fell into the deep dreamland. Lin Yuan slept until afternoon and gave a huge stretch after waking up, feeling very refreshed. After cleaning up, he carried Genius downstairs, who was still rather drowsy and in a daze. Lin Yuan was wearing a set of matte white spirit chi clothes that had a mix of silk and cotton. The white surface was decorated with light yellow embroidery. Lin Yuan already had a sunshine aura, and when complemented by this set of spirit chi clothes, it allowed Lin Yuan to have an even more amiable presence. When Lin Yuan got downstairs, he saw Hu Chuan seated on the leather sofa. The latter was commanding the fantasy breed wood-weaving house centipede to consume the completely jade-textured wooden shavings. He then commanded the wood-weaving house centipede to process the wood shavings inside its belly before spitting out durable jade-textured threads. Hu Chuan acted quickly as he delicately weaved the jade-textured threads on a metallic frame. The durable jade-textured threads wrapped around the metallic frame and formed a cloud-like pattern in just a short moment. When Hu Chuan saw Lin Yuan walking down, he quickly said, "Lin Yuan, come over here and see if this mask I made is suitable for your size." Lin Yuan walked over and saw that Hu Chuan had an item that was almost completed. He looked for a long time before he noticed that Hu Chuan was making a mask. The metal frame didn't have enough jade-textured threads weaved around, and there were plenty of gaps. It was truly hard for anyone to associate it with a mask right now. Hu Chuan saw Lin Yuan's expression and felt that his spirit craftsmanship was getting doubted. He pointed at the sofa by the side and said, "Sit and wait there for 20 minutes. This mask will be done by then." Immediately after, Hu Quan's hands moved delicately and deftly again as he pulled out the thread spun by the wood-weaving house centipede and weaved it on the metal frame. As time went by, the metal frame was completely weaved. Finally, Hu Chuan took out some jade-textured wooden pieces that were already polished up previously and tied them with the threads. He then used a tessellation technique to embed the wooden pieces onto the metal frame. During the past 20 minutes, Lin Yuan had been watching how Hu Chuan created an exquisite mask from just a framework. He truly felt that it was heaven's work when a Class 5 spirit craftsman worked together with a fantasy breed fey. As the only spirit craftsman in the manor, Lin Yuan had naturally discussed with Hu Chuan about Sky City's design. This mask just happened to be designed according to Lin Yuan's ideal of the Sky City. Once Hu Chuan finished the mask, he handed it over to Lin Yuan and indicated for him to wear it. Lin Yuan received the mask and realized that even though it looked heavy, it was surprisingly light. When worn on the face, it was able to cover Lin Yuan's eyes and nose. Chapter 391, Heavenly Craft Pavilion. However, the light refracted by the jade-textured threads could well hide Lin Yuan's chin and forehead with the halo. His mask was paired with two jade-textured wood protrusions, just like two dragon horns. It made Lin Yuan give off the feeling of maturity and evil. The mask followed the curve of his chin, so people simply could not discern his age. Lin Yuan saw the effect of this mask through the shadow reflected on the completely jade-textured table at the side. He gave Hu Chuan a thumbs up and praised him, "Uncle Hu, your spirit craftsmanship is really ingenious. It's simply superb." When Hu Chuan heard Lin Yuan's praise, he said with a chuckle, "You can't show your face in public when dealing with matters now that you've established your private faction. It'll be much more convenient with this mask." The mask's jade silk threads outline the pattern of the majestic city in the clouds. At that time, I'll make some similar ones to the style of this mask, with jade silk threads outlined with some white cloud patterns. It'll be convenient for the others to carry when they go out to take care of their affairs. Lin Yuan nodded and asked, "Uncle Hu, is there still enough completely jade-textured wood in the mansion now?" Hu Chuan thought for a moment and answered, "Thanks to those 4 pieces of completely jade-textured green elm, there is no shortage. It's enough to make good luck bed couches and weave masks for the period before New Year's. I went to check on the completely jade-textured wood fragments I stored up in the past 2 days and found there were simply too many of them. It's more than enough to supply the goods to the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. I can rely on this fantasy breed wood weaving house centipede to make jade-textured silk threads for weaving some objects. I've found a total of 27 spirit craftsmen to prepare license objects. These spirit craftsmen have already started working overtime in the Spirit Craftsmen Association to make them. The manufactured objects are placed in my private warehouse in the Spirit Craftsman Chamber of Commerce. See when it'll be appropriate to send these objects to listen." Lin Yuan thought about his intention to go out later and set up spatial nodes with the ethereal jellyfish's tentacles in various places within the royal capital. He had already set up a spatial node with a tentacle in his house. Lin Yuan now had 29 tentacles of the ethereal jellyfish, so he could set up 29 spatial nodes in the royal capital. Although he did not intend to set up so many spatial nodes at once, he felt that he needed to visit the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's location in the royal capital to set up a spatial node. Thus, he said, "Uncle Hu, I'm going to make a trip to the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce later, and I'll bring these objects made of completely jade-textured wood powder to listen. Hu Chuan replied, I'll now have a Class 3 spirit craftsman take those objects that they worked overtime to make out of my private warehouse before sending them in a platinum fey storage box. After saying that, Hu Chuan made a phone call to the Class 3 spirit craftsman, who was rushing to make the objects at the Spirit Craftsman Association. Lin Yuan could infer from Hu Quan's words how much his words weighed in the Spirit Craftsman Association after becoming a Class 5 spirit craftsman. Hu Chuan could already deploy the Spirit Craftsman Association's resources to a certain extent as long as he didn't go too far. Hu Chuan hung up the phone, and after a moment of silence, he said to Lin Yuan solemnly, Young Master, I want to pull together a group of Class 3 spirit craftsmen to establish an organization under your private faction, Sky City. What do you think? After hearing that, Lin Yuan indicated for Hu Chuan to continue talking about his plan. Although Lin Yuan did not express his opinion, he was in favor of Hu Quan's desire to pull together a group of Class 3 spirit craftsmen and set up an organization under his own private faction. If Lin Yuan wanted to build his Sky City on the floating island Whale's Back, he would need many spirit craftsmen to work for him. Relying on Hu Chuan alone would exhaust him, and he clearly could not complete the huge Sky City's construction. Therefore, if Hu Chuan could gather many Class 3 spirit craftsmen under him, it would obviously be of great use to Sky City's construction. Hu Chuan told Lin Yuan very seriously about his plan. When I was looking for Class 3 spirit craftsmen to work on the objects under my name in the Spirit Craftsman Association, many of them expressed that they were willing to attach themselves to my side without charging any fees if they could learn spirit craftsmanship by my side. So I think this is an opportunity. Hu Quan's eyes clearly revealed something called ambition. Most of the Class 5 spirit craftsmen in the Spirit Craftsman Association have chosen to do things alone or become a respected guest of the veteran factions. There are many Class 3 and Class 4 spirit craftsmen in the Spirit Craftsman Association, but there have been no Class 5 spirit craftsmen to use this power. If we can take in these Class 3 and Class 4 spirit craftsmen, not only can they earn money for us in the future development, but we will no longer need to worry about manpower in the future, no matter what we want to carry out to build. Lin Yuan could hear from Hu Quan's words that he had been thinking about this big family. Of course, a large part of this was also because Hu Chuan had a new goal and ambition after becoming a Class 5 creation master. It was not a bad thing to have ambition, as it could urge people to progress. Lin Yuan was very much in favor of Hu Quan's idea, so he naturally would not go against it. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and said, Uncle Hu's strength as a spirit craftsman is ingenious. How about setting up a heavenly craft pavilion? Tell me how much resources you'll need for that. I'll fully support it. Upon hearing that, Hu Chuan laughed and replied, A heavenly craft pavilion sounds good. Young master, I won't let you down when I develop the heavenly craft pavilion. The Class 3 spirit craftsman appointed by Hu Chuan arrived at the mansion's entrance in a short while. Hu Chuan went to the door and brought back the platinum fey storage box before handing it to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan then stored it in his amber button-shaped diamond fey storage box. When Lin Yuan was about to go out, the mother of Bloodbath, which was originally watching the fish before the fish tank, said, Lin Yuan, wait for me for a moment. I'll go out with you. Old Hu, make me a mask as well. I'll take it out with me. After saying that, the mother of Bloodbath pulled Lin Yuan to stand next to the red sandalwood longevity fish tank and let him in itself look at the 3 mountain river eternal life carps that were swimming inside. Chapter 392, Lazy to Even Bloom. The people in the mansion had long been used to the jaw-dropping good stuff that always appeared inside and were no longer as surprised as they were at first. Lin Yuan was a little confused why the mother of Bloodbath kept looking at the 3 mountain river eternal life carps. Suddenly, a bad thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that the mother of Bloodbath was craving for fish? At that moment, the mother of Bloodbath said, Lin Yuan, the bloodline within the 3 carps is not simple. They have the same bloodline in their bodies that influence and attract each other. When they're together, the 3 bloodlines vaguely fuse into one, as if there is only one bloodline that is 3 times stronger. When the 3 carps evolve to a certain level, it's likely that one will be the dominant one, and 2 will be the supports, forming a special mutation evolution. Lin Yuan was not sure about the special mutation evolution that the mother of Bloodbath was talking about, but he secretly took it to heart. This was because these 3 mountain river eternal life carps had slowly evolved from the myriad form carps, thanks to Lin Yuan. Thus, if a special mutation did occur in the future, Lin Yuan would also have a good idea of what to expect so as not to be too flustered at the time. In less than 30 minutes, Hu Chuan threw the newly made mask with cloud patterns to the Mother of Bloodbath. After Lin Yuan and the Mother of Bloodbath went out, Lin Yuan ordered a flying fei and went toward the Radiant Moon Palace on the Leaning Moon Mountain. When they arrived at the Radiant Moon Palace's entrance, the Mother of Bloodbath transformed into a fist-sized red spider and landed on that silver stamen gold luster kasha that had yet to reach suzerain in front of the Radiant Moon Palace. After a fei reached suzerain, it would possess a strong sense of territory. If two unfamiliar feys rashly landed on the other's body, it would be akin to a great provocation and offense. Lin Yuan entered the Radiant Moon Palace and went straight to the inner palace. Before he reached the entrance, he smelled a burst of lotus fragrance. At that moment, he couldn't help but think of what his master, the Moon Empress, had said before about making lotus root powder for himself from those suzerain lotus feys roots. He swallowed his saliva and only felt a little sorry for those lotus feys that he usually saw every time he was there. The Moon Empress wouldn't really have laid her hands on those lotus feys that have just been promoted to suzerain, would she? Just after entering the inner palace, Lin Yuan saw his master combing the seven-tailed sun-swallowing fox's fur. Mystic Moon was commanding Cai Cha and Yin Cha to cut the lotus roots in the lotus pool. The lotus feys that had just been promoted to suzerain all looked weak, helpless, and pitiful. The blooming lotus flowers of various colors were drooping, looking very spiritless. Lin Yuan felt that if these lotus feys could make expressions, they would all look like "Don't you come here." Mystic Moon said upon seeing this, "They're lazy to even bloom. It seems that there are too many lotus seeds. Just in time for young lord." Having lotus seeds inside the lotus powder can certainly upgrade the flavor to another level. The moment Mystic Moon said that, the suzerain lotus feys in the pool immediately spread their huge flowers completely and produced haze. Some of them didn't have to wait for Cai Cha and Yin Cha to cut them. They took the initiative to break their lotus roots by themselves. The Moon Empress waved her hand to Lin Yuan, who had just entered the inner palace. "Try the pollen cream ginger cakes made from the camellias planted in the garden outside the palace. See if they are to your liking." Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan rushed forward and saw a plate of very exquisitely made soft snacks. Lin Yuan ate a mouthful of pollen cream ginger cake, which felt fragrant in his mouth. Obviously, the taste of chestnut cream was very soft, sweet, and light. The Moon Empress saw Lin Yuan ate it and was afraid he would choke, so she poured him a cup of spirit tea before saying, "It just so happens that you're here today. I'll let Cai Cha and Yin Cha grind you a bowl of assorted lotus root powder. These dozens of suzerain lotus's root powder will be mixed with water into a bowl, and together with the suzerain silver stamen gold luster kasha's nectar, it should be able to let you wash away the impurities in your body again and really make your body become free of dirt." Lin Yuan reached out and scratched the hair on the back of his head, thinking about how the Moon Empress would always go out of her way to cook delicious food for himself whenever he came to the Radiant Moon Palace. She usually had Mystic Moon send all kinds of things to the mansion. There were food, spiritual materials, spirit chi clothes, and even a strategic spatial source type item with the ability to perform spatial teleportation. Cold Moon had also not returned to the Radiant Moon Palace for a long time. During this period, Lin Yuan had called Chu Ci and learned that Cold Moon had taken her to the most remote place of the 32 large cities, Osmanthus City, for training, allowing her scope and strength to greatly improve. Lin Yuan also wanted to send some things to the Radiant Moon Palace, but the Moon Empress did not accept them every time. She only said, "I'm not lacking anything. Tell me if you lack anything." In Lin Yuan's opinion, such a feeling of doing well and expecting nothing in return was actually kinship. Lin Yuan waved his hand, took out the ethereal jellyfish's 3 stomach stones, and said, "Master, these 3 green crystals are what the ethereal jellyfish's stomach had turned into after it spat them out when I contracted it." Upon hearing that, the Moon Empress took the 3 green stomach stones to check and replied, "The energy contained in these 3 stomach stones is almost all condensed from the energy in that bottle of green-colored spirit liquid. It's considered a spiritual material rich in spatial energy. Keep it well. It might be useful in the future." After Lin Yuan put away the 3 stomach stones, he talked about his ethereal jellyfish's space tunnel with the Moon Empress. When she heard that, she obviously also became interested and said, "It might be a good idea for you to build a spatial tunnel within the Radiant Moon Palace and your mansion. It'll be quite convenient to come and go in the future." Lin Yuan also had just this purpose. Lin Yuan summoned the ethereal jellyfish and took its tentacle that he had cut before to set up a spatial node. He ordered the ethereal jellyfish to connect the spatial node he had set up in the mansion with the one in Radiant Moon Palace. After receiving Lin Yuan's order, layers of energy emerged on its light red body. When the spatial energy collided with the node, it vaguely opened a tunnel. Lin Yuan knew that he should put the tentacle of the ethereal jellyfish into it to help the tunnel expand. However, before he could do that, the ethereal jellyfish took the initiative to break off one of its 3 spiral-shaped tentacles, allowing this tentacle to fuse into the new tunnel. Chapter 393, The Development Outside the Radiance Federation and the Sacred Source Item. Although this tunnel gradually took on a shape, it was clear that the energy was still somewhat insufficient. At that moment, Lin Yuan recalled the information True Data had provided for the space tunnel skill. After using the ethereal jellyfish's tentacle, one could use spatial spirit materials to assist in the space tunnel's formation. He simply took out the green crystal formed by the ethereal jellyfish's stomach and put it into the tunnel that was about to be formed. Then, after this tunnel drew away a lot of energy from the green crystal, he found that he did not need to add the tentacle anymore. This 2-meter-high tunnel had been completely built. Lin Yuan looked at the tunnel formed by the spatial energy and crossed over. He had no special feeling when crossing over the space tunnel. He only felt that he had walked through a door, and when he stepped out of the door, the scene had changed. Lin Yuan was very familiar with the new scene because he was already standing in his room in the mansion. Then he returned through this tunnel. After stepping out of the tunnel, he returned to the Radiant Moon Palace's inner palace. The green crystal formed by the ethereal jellyfish's stomach was on the ground, and 1/3 of it had diminished. Lin Yuan picked up the green crystal and fell deep in thought. When he had just let the ethereal jellyfish use space tunnel, 2 unexpected things had occurred. One was that the ethereal jellyfish's spiral-shaped tentacle, which was more than twice as long as ordinary tentacles, could actually detach from its body. After detachment, it would not cause harm to the ethereal jellyfish's body. Another point was that after the ethereal jellyfish used the spiral-shaped tentacle in the middle of its body, it could rely on drawing away a large amount of spatial energy to extend the distance of this space tunnel. Lin Yuan could feel that as long as he marked 2 spatial nodes, no matter how far they were from each other, and as long as he had enough spatial energy to support the tunnel to be opened, he could open a complete space tunnel of an infinite length. The Moon Empress immediately saw the key point to this space tunnel's formation, so she asked, "Can the ethereal jellyfish's space tunnel rely on spatial energy to increase the tunnel's length?" Lin Yuan nodded. She pondered for a few seconds and then asked again, "What are the conditions for setting up a space tunnel?" Lin Yuan thought for a moment and answered, "You need this ethereal jellyfish's tentacle to set up a spatial node and then connect 2 spatial nodes to form a space tunnel." After saying that, Lin Yuan took out one of the tentacles of the ethereal jellyfish that he had cut before and handed it to the Moon Empress. Thanks to the space tunnel he had set up, he suddenly understood something. Even if True Data could show the abilities and exclusive skills of feys in detail, their actual effects could only be demonstrated after a real test. Otherwise, it would be just paper talk. At that moment, the Moon Empress' words made Lin Yuan raise his head in shock. "Do you have any intention of going to a continent outside the Radiance Federation to develop?" Lin Yuan instantly understood the meaning of her words and asked, "Master, is it possible that this space tunnel can still be constructed from the Radiance Federation's royal capital to the other continents' federations?" The Moon Empress took out a gemstone that shone with strong silver luster with a flip of her hand and replied to him, "It's possible to construct a space tunnel from the royal capital to the nearest federation with the hollow crystal mother shellfish's shed spatial shell crystals." When Lin Yuan heard hollow crystal mother shellfish, he recalled the hollow crystal shellfish from Ostrich Logistics. The Moon Empress looked at Lin Yuan's inquiring gaze and explained, "You should be thinking about the relationship between the hollow crystal shellfish and the hollow crystal mother shellfish, right? There's really an inextricable relationship between them." Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan guessed. Does the hollow crystal mother shellfish give birth to the hollow crystal shellfish? Lin Yuan thought. According to the rumors that had been going around, the hollow crystal shellfish was known as a fey that Ostrich Logistics' own research had mutated, so it always had a firm grip on the hollow crystal shellfish. Could it have something to do with this hollow crystal mother shellfish? The reason Lin Yuan had guessed that the hollow crystal shellfish and the hollow crystal mother shellfish had a subordinate relationship was that he could sense the spatial energy contained in the spatial shell crystals was obviously 1,000 times more potent than the green spirit fluid that was formulated with the hollow crystal shellfish's shell powder. Lin Yuan's guess made the Moon Empress reveal a gentle smile on her face. "Your guess is right but inaccurate. Ostrich Logistics' hollow crystal shellfish is just a skill of the hollow crystal mother shellfish. This hollow crystal mother shellfish is neither a fey nor a source-type life form, but a sacred source life form." Lin Yuan listened carefully as the Moon Empress revealed information that he had never even heard of before. The hollow crystal mother shellfish should be ostrich logistics secret all along. But what was a sacred source life form? Without waiting for Lin Yuan to ask, the Moon Empress explained to him as she did during the previous question and answer sessions. The things that appear at the spatial hubs in Class 1 to Class 4 dimensional rifts are known as source-type items. As the class of the dimensional rift becomes higher, the number of source-type items produced also become higher. When a dimensional rift reaches Class 5, it no longer produces source-type items. Each Class 5 dimensional rift produces one and only sacred source item when it's destroyed. When a dimensional rift reaches Class 5, it's like a small complete world inside, and the sacred source item contains the Class 5 dimensional rift's small world's laws. Of course, the condition to form a contract with a sacred source life form is the compatibility with a person's soul. Given the strength of a normal person's soul, an individual can only contract one sacred source item in their lifetime. However, there are some beings with strong souls that can contract two sacred source life forms. As Lin Yuan listened to his master's explanation, he immediately understood the rarity and power of the sacred source life form. Few Class 5 dimensional rifts existed in this world, and its most powerful powerhouse was equivalent to a human's Emperor-class expert. It might even be stronger than Emperor-class experts. The sacred source life form contained the laws of one side of the world, which was akin to the Lorun. That was to say that the sacred source life form could command heaven and earth. Although Lin Yuan was curious, he did not ask the Moon Empress too much about the sacred source life forms. In his opinion, such life forms were far beyond his reach. As for the fact that contracting a sacred source life form was related to one's soul strength, Lin Yuan had no thoughts of it. Soul power and spiritual energy were different. The soul had always been the most mysterious and abstruse existence. However, Lin Yuan suddenly thought that as a transmigrator that had lived an extra lifetime, would his soul strength be stronger than ordinary people? The Moon Empress reached out her hand and lovingly rubbed Lin Yuan's hair before saying, "Sacred source life forms have a seal of the law power. No one can explore what's inside nor what their uses are. But there is one thing certain. There is no weak sacred source life form. Well, disciple, let's not mention the sacred source life forms. Have you ever wanted to set up a space tunnel that goes straight from your mansion to outside the Radiance Federation and then absorb the resources that you need to develop your own faction and train?" When Mystic Moon, who was at the side, heard the Moon Empress suddenly mention the sacred source life form, he recalled that the Moon Empress had promised to give young Lord a sacred source life form on his 20th birthday. Why did she bring this up now? Young Lord has just reached the age of 19, and if his soul was damaged by rashly contracting a sacred source life form, it would affect him for the rest of his life. However, after hearing the Moon Empress change the subject, Mystic Moon was relieved. Chapter 394, Divine Wood, Iron Hammer, Great Lush. Lin Yuan felt the Moon Empress' hand rubbing on his head. Her warm and slender fingers were helping him to tidy up his fringe that the wind had blown before entering the inner palace. He couldn't help but recall that his mother would always help him tidy up his fringe like this when he was young. His hair was extremely soft for some reason. When the wind blew a little, the hair in front of his forehead would become messy. However, he would not look blowsy even if his fringe was blown messy by the wind. Instead, there was an unruly handsomeness, and it would make him appear to be a few years younger. As a transmigrator, Lin Yuan already had an adult soul from birth in this lifetime, with more than 20 years of memories of his previous life. The bits and pieces of his early childhood were the most precious memories sealed in his heart. Lin Yuan had been bearing the burden of everything alone since the death of his parents, and no one had ever helped to tidy up his hair. However, it was once again ruffled again by someone. He only felt his eyes heat up a little. As for what his master had said about whether he wanted to go outside the Federation to absorb the resources he needed and develop his own faction as well as to train, he wanted to do so. However, Lin Yuan had never set foot in the world outside the Radiance Federation. Although it wasn't to the point that he knew nothing about the world outside the Federation, what he knew was from the Moon Empress common sense questions that they had discussed during the question and answer session. Lin Yuan thought that with the Mother of Bloodbath, a suzerain/Myth 2 expert, and Endless Summer, a suzerain/Myth 3 expert, he had the qualification to set foot in the world outside the Radiance Federation in terms of martial force. The Mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer were comparable to Emperor-class experts in terms of strength. In terms of resources, Lin Yuan had control over high-quality bronze feys. As long as there were spirit chi professionals, high-quality bronze feys would be the most scarce resources. Lin Yuan's private faction was just starting now. If it could step outside of the Radiance Federation for development, it would be akin to Lin Yuan being able to eat a huge double-sided cake. The world outside of the Radiance Federation gave Lin Yuan a platform to grow his ambition at will without worries. This was only good for the development of Lin Yuan's private faction, the Sky City, and nothing bad. Lin Yuan had always believed in a saying, stand up straight where you can see because you stand still where you can't. If Sky City, a cloud hanging in the sky, wanted to be stable, it needed to be supported by more resources and martial force. Since this was the place he yearned for, he naturally had to go through trials and hardships. Thus, Lin Yuan said seriously and firmly, Master, I want to open a space tunnel to go to the world outside of the Radiance Federation. His smile on the Moon Empress face grew even bigger. You've made the right decision. Only when you make your way into the world outside the Radiance Federation will you know how a real faction should really develop. The prestige of a faction is fought out, while the growth of a faction will just be an empty shell in the end if it's not washed in blood. Although the Moon Empress had a smile on her face, she spoke very seriously, and Lin Yuan could feel her guidance and teaching from her words. Before Lin Yuan could speak, the Moon Empress added, the Radiance Federation has been full of beautiful mountains and rivers and is quiet and peaceful because it occupies a huge continent, one of the 3 major federations. On the other hand, it's because the life and death struggle between spirit chi professionals within the Radiance Federation has never been encouraged. But the outside world is completely different. They fight for resources, and being badly bruised is par for the course. Lin Yuan naturally understood the Moon Empress' words. He had always known that this world was where strength was respected. Strength was fundamental. Without enough strength, one simply could not maintain the corresponding resources. Lin Yuan had been accumulating resources and increasing his strength with these resources. The faction's development would certainly not stop at its current stability. Lin Yuan had begun to plan to forge his own sword in his hands and then sharpen it step by step. However, his plan of white-clothed followers had just begun, so the forging materials were not yet ready. Since Lin Yuan had already planned to connect the space tunnel from his mansion to the world outside the Radiance Federation, he would need to know the connected location on the other side of the space tunnel very well. Master, you said before that the energy contained in the hollow crystal mother shellfish could support the opening of the space tunnel to the nearest federation. What's the situation of that nearest federation? Since Lin Yuan wanted to develop his faction and train himself in the world outside the Radiance Federation, the other side of the space tunnel certainly couldn't be opened in a deserted place. Instead of that, he would rather just burrow into the deep forests of the Radiance Federation. Hence, Lin Yuan was destined to open the other side of the space tunnel at the nearest federation. However, whether it should be developed secretly in a remote place from the city or openly in the city would require him to understand the situation before making a decision. As Lin Yuan's master, what the Moon Empress liked to see most was Lin Yuan's inquisitive expression. Every time she saw him like that, she always wanted to tell him everything she knew in detail. The nearest federation is separated from the Radiance Federation by a vast sea, on another continent called the Divine Wood Federation. However, the Divine Wood Federation is unlike the Radiance Federation that dominates a continent by itself. The Divine Wood Federation, Iron Hammer Federation, and the Great Lush Federation share the resources of a continent together. The spatial shell crystals that came off the hollow crystal mother shellfish are a bit small. Otherwise, you could have chosen between the Divine Wood Federation and the Iron Hammer Federation. The Moon Empress was obviously thinking about something as she spoke. When Mystic Moon saw that, he broke out in a sweat. If the Moon Empress went to find Ostrich Logistics Spacetime Elder for the hollow crystal mother shellfish's shells, he might get depressed again and isolate himself. It was Lin Yuan's first time hearing about the Divine Wood Federation, the Iron Hammer Federation, and the Great Lush Federation. However, as a healing-type spirit chi professional that preferred output, his hasty blood could be seen. His blood was already boiling at this moment. Chapter 395, Surging Tide in the Dark. When Mystic Moon saw that the Moon Empress was getting more and more abnormal, he hurriedly said, Moon Empress, I heard that the Spacetime Elder has been depressed lately, and he usually doesn't speak for a few days. He was very sick some time ago and has yet to get well now. What do you think? When the Moon Empress heard Mystic Moon's words, she couldn't help but feel a little awkward. She said, the Spacetime Elder did not do things on the fly because his granddaughter insisted on becoming a courier. Did he become less manly 6 months ago? What does that old man's illness have to do with me? After Mystic Moon's reminder, the Moon Empress recalled how depressed the Spacetime Elder had looked all day long. The Moon Empress dismissed the intention to go to the Spacetime Elder's place for larger pieces of the hollow crystal mother shellfish's spatial crystals. Thus, the Moon Empress proceeded to explain the situation of the Divine Wood Federation to Lin Yuan. The Divine Wood Federation is warm and humid all year round, which is particularly suitable for the growth of plant feys and spiritual ingredients. The entire Divine Wood Federation is considered a treasure land with abundant plant feys. There are a lot of fruits produced by the Divine Wood Federation's various plant feys, so almost every household there makes wine from the spirit fruits. I don't know if the environment influences the people in the Divine Wood Federation. They are quite fond of poetry, music, dancing, and even some literature. After listening to the Moon Empress's introduction of the Divine Wood Federation, Lin Yuan began to think about how he should develop there. The Moon Empress spoke again. Although the Divine Wood Federation is a treasure land with very abundant plant feys, including rare and powerful plant feys, its creation masters are extremely scarce. There is not a single Class 5 creation master in the entire Divine Wood Federation, and the highest class of creation masters are only 2 pinnacle Class 4 creation masters. The Moon Empress paused slightly and suddenly changed the subject. If you go to the Divine Wood Federation, don't drink too much of the fruit wine there. Their wine is different from ours. The Divine Wood Federation's wines have protein-rich insect species feys innards added to them because they supposedly enhance the fruit wine's flavor. Lin Yuan's expression became complicated when he heard the Moon Empress words. Could the innards of insect species feys really enhance a fruit wine's flavor? What kind of divine flavor did the insect species feys bitter and fishy innards add to the sweet fruit wine? Even if he was curious, he simply could not raise the interest to try it. He suddenly felt that the people in the Divine Wood Federation had their ways. Was this considered the simplified cultural style of having meat with wine? Then the Moon Empress said again, since the Divine Wood Federation lacks creation masters, the status of creation masters there is unimaginably high. The Divine Wood Federation is like an aristocracy. Even a Class 1 creation master is considered noble in the Divine Wood Federation. If a Class 1 creation master is walking on the street and feels offended by a poor person, they have the right to execute the poor person on the street at will. Lin Yuan immediately felt the bloody darkness behind the singing and dancing of the Divine Wood Federation. Lin Yuan found the privilege of a creation master executing any poor person in the street at will unpleasant to the eye. He could totally imagine how high-class creation masters did what they wanted to in the Divine Wood Federation without restraint. Since creation masters had a very high status in the Divine Wood Federation, Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. His faction was still in the beginning stage and needed a lot of spiritual ingredients. This Divine Wood Federation had a lot of plant feys. Wasn't it a good place for him to collect spiritual ingredients? But then Lin Yuan recalled the 2 other federations on the same continent as the Divine Wood Federation, so he asked her, Master, what's the relationship between the Iron Hammer Federation, Great Lush Federation, and the Divine Wood Federation? The Moon Empress suddenly looked at her palm and answered, a world where strength is respected is inherently full of dangers everywhere. Although the 3 federations appear to be harmonious on the surface to outsiders, the open and vile strife among them is no less than the collision between the waves and rocks at sea. The Divine Wood Federation is warm and humid, so it naturally has plenty of food resources. The Iron Hammer Federation is the exact opposite. It's dry, and almost their entire territory is dominated by undeveloped land. Even plants like the needlepoint iron bark trees, which can survive extremely well with 1 rain per year, also have a record of dying in the Iron Hammer Federation. On the other hand, the Iron Hammer Federation has very rich ore resources, so it has many metal resources to exchange for other resources. Lin Yuan was a little puzzled after listening to the Moon Empress's words. According to what you've said, the Iron Hammer Federation and the Divine Wood Federation form a perfect equilibrium. It's destined to have a large amount of material exchange between the 2 federations. In my opinion, these 2 federations should have an extremely close relationship. Why is there tension between them? The Moon Empress smiled faintly and did not directly answer his question. Instead, she asked, what you said is true, but people always have ambition. The Iron Hammer Federation is stronger than the Divine Wood Federation in terms of martial force. If you were from the Iron Hammer Federation, what choice would you make when it came to a land with abundant resources? Plunder. Lin Yuan answered without even thinking about it. That's right. The Moon Empress gave him an appreciative glance. She then said, the Iron Hammer Federation's denizens are very tough and have tried to seize the Divine Wood Federation's land many times, but the Divine Wood Federation resists tenaciously. But for this reason, the Divine Wood Federation had also paid a great price, so it hates the Iron Hammer Federation to the core. Therefore, the Divine Wood Federation won't let their plant feys enter the Iron Hammer Federation to help improve their environment. At the same time, the Divine Wood Federation has always been eyeing the Iron Hammer Federation's ore sources and has secretly attacked its ore base countless times. Lin Yuan immediately understood that this was a game being played between the two major federations. At that moment, the Moon Empress said, "You should be now thinking that these two federations should have reached the point of no return, but why do they still maintain the calmness on the surface, right?" Lin Yuan nodded. He somewhat did not understand this. Then it's time to talk about the third federation on that continent, the Great Lush Federation. Chapter 396, Carcinoma Fey, Sawtooth Devour Ant. The Moon Empress smiled and explained, "The Great Lush Federation is rather interesting. They are a nation of scholars and benevolent merchants. The merchant guilds on the continent are mostly controlled by the Great Lush Federation's citizens. It's the reason they formed the supply chain, allowing for the Iron Hammer Federation and the Divine Wood Federation to make trades even though they refused to contact each other. However, the Great Lush Federation also has the greatest ambition. They have tried using the massive resources to control the Divine Wood Federation and the Iron Hammer Federation. However, they are also silently getting smashed up by the two federations. The Great Lush Federation is merely superior in terms of resources, but what they lack the most are top-class experts. As a result, the Divine Wood Federation and the Iron Hammer Federation send spies to the merchant guilds of the Great Lush Federation to plunder its controlled resources." After the Moon Empress finished explaining the three federations' relationship, Lin Yuan couldn't help but rub his head. It seemed like the three federations were like old foxes trying to scheme against each other. Each party wanted to devour the two other parties. However, it was how they formed the mutual triangular tug of war. They would be biting each other mutually, forming a subtle balance. On the surface, it might be a pool of calm water, but there were turbulent currents underneath. However, this made Lin Yuan even more interested. After all, one could only catch a fish in muddy waters. The more chaotic it was, it would give more meaning for it to stir up the waves. When the Moon Empress noticed Lin Yuan's excited and interested expression, she was astonished. She didn't think that her disciple was actually a little boar. The Moon Empress suddenly had a thought that if she sent her disciple to the Iron Hammer Federation, would her disciple be using the iron hammers just like those muscle-headed brutes in the Iron Hammer Federation to negotiate or smash them on the head? The Moon Empress was really afraid that once Lin Yuan teleported through the space tunnel, he might act violently with the factions on the other continents. She wasn't afraid that Lin Yuan might create trouble, but it might cause Lin Yuan to fail on the objective of developing on the other continent. But immediately after, when Lin Yuan asked his question, it dismissed the worries on the Moon Empress' mind. Lin Yuan asked, "Master, I have decided to set up a foothold in Divine Wood Federation's city that is nearby. I will then slowly make contact with the Divine Wood Federation." The Moon Empress was filled with approval after hearing Lin Yuan's question, but she asked, "Wouldn't it be better to reveal your identity as a creation master in a major city of the Divine Wood Federation?" Lin Yuan didn't even consider and replied, "Creation masters have such noble status in the Divine Wood Federation, even a Class 1 creation master already possesses the authority to decide one's life or death. In such an environment, the amount of contribution and reward is always equal. I can imagine that it isn't easy to survive as a creation master in the Divine Wood Federation." The Divine Wood Federation, Iron Hammer Federation, and Great Lush Federation were all connected together on the same continent. For creation masters who had such esteemed status, it would be easy to develop in any of the federations. The Divine Wood Federation was lacking heavily in creation masters, so they treated them particularly well. They would certainly make sure that the creation masters were under their control and forbidden from moving out. As such, creation masters in the Divine Wood Federation were destined to lose their freedom. Perhaps, they weren't just losing their freedom. They might also be in danger of losing their lives. The Divine Wood Federation had an abundance of fey resources. As long as they had more high-class creation masters, the Divine Wood Federation would be able to develop rapidly. But even after so many years of preferential treatment to creation masters, the number of creation masters in the Divine Wood Federation never increased. It was evident that the Iron Hammer Federation and the Great Lush Federation had been making moves on the Divine Wood Federation's creation masters in the dark. It was probably that most of the creation masters in the Divine Wood Federation had hazily walked into the underworld while they were developing. Back when Lin Yuan had been training in the controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift, he had already experienced firsthand the chaotic hearts of humans. The lack of creation masters in the Divine Wood Federation allowed creation masters to hold such esteemed status in the Federation. Therefore, Lin Yuan couldn't help guessing that the stagnant number of creation masters in the Federation was probably related to the current creation masters in the Divine Wood Federation. But the more Lin Yuan contemplated, the more he wanted to train himself in the Divine Wood Federation. No one in life was born a genius without learning. It was the same for Lin Yuan. Even though Lin Yuan had lived one lifetime before, Lin Yuan still had plenty of things to develop. Therefore, the more chaotic the place was, the faster Lin Yuan would develop. Seeing that Lin Yuan had a clear objective, the Moon Empress didn't give him any more pointers, allowing Lin Yuan to do as he pleased as long as there wasn't any danger. The Moon Empress knocked on the table with her finger and asked in a serious tone, "Do you know what a carcinoma fey is?" Seeing the Moon Empress' stern look, Lin Yuan sat straight and was also particularly serious. Lin Yuan truly didn't know anything about carcinoma feys, so he simply shook his head. But seeing how the Moon Empress was so stern, it was obviously something he had to pay attention to. It isn't a formidable fey, but once it appears, it will bring devastation to low-grade feys, making it known as the carcinoma fey. Just like the sawtooth devour ants and the poison dust locusts that appeared 3 years ago in Golden Edge City. Carcinoma life forms aren't famous because they are rare mutated individuals in the natural world. The carcinoma feys occasionally appear in the Radiance Federation too. However, whenever a carcinoma fey appears, the spirit guards will subdue it before it can have time to become a danger. However, the Divine Wood Federation doesn't have an organization like the spirit guards. Many individuals with a hidden agenda collect the carcinoma and use them as weapons. Lin Yuan felt the chills as he heard the Moon Empress' explanation. Back when the sawtooth devour ants and the poison dust locusts had appeared in Golden Edge City, they had caused the ranked 7th Golden Edge City among the 32 major cities to drop last in the ranking. It was simply a disaster, and Lin Yuan never expected the disaster's culprit to be the sawtooth devour ant and the poison dust locust, the 2 carcinoma feys. At the start of the disaster, the adventurers outside the Golden Edge City had merely felt there was a sudden increase in ants that they seldom encountered. When these ants appeared individually, they were very fearful of humans. Even if they formed groups, they might not run far away from humans, but they would always do their best to make a detour. Therefore, most of the adventurers hadn't noticed them. Even the members of the spirit guards hadn't really paid attention to the ants that were the sizes of a green bean. But just after 3 days, when the residents of Golden Edge City had woken up, they were shocked to notice that Golden Edge City had been surrounded by an ant horde, turning the surrounding area black. Chapter 397, This was the same as to pull aggression. When the spirit guards had reacted, it had already been too late. Once those green bean-sized sawtooth devour ants couldn't find anything else to eat on the city's outskirts, they had started to invade Golden Edge City due to hunger. The sawtooth devour ant would start to devour anything it saw with the sawtooth-like mouth. It would then swallow the scraps that had dropped off from the sawing. It had caused most of the buildings in Golden Edge City to collapse. Of course, the sawtooth devour ants didn't just devour buildings. They also devoured the normal people and low-ranked spirit chi professionals. The disaster had come so suddenly that the spirit guards didn't have time to prepare. However, the spirit guards had reacted by immediately starting the rescue. In the natural world, the ants would always be produced by a queen ant. Various types of ants would be given different roles to maintain the ant colony to survive. However, the spirit guards hadn't been able to find the queen ant based on the movements of the sawtooth devour ants. Therefore, they had requested for a high-class scholar. After some research and experiment, they found out that when a sawtooth devour ant devoured enough food, it would activate the queen ant genes within their bodies, causing their bodies to produce 100 ant eggs. They would then use their bodies as nutrients to nurture those 100 eggs. The entire process wasn't decided by time but by how much food the sawtooth devour ant ate. After eating enough food, the sawtooth devour ant would be able to complete the awakening of the queen ant genes within 3 hours. It would then sacrifice itself to hatch 100 of its same kind, completing the breeding that happened at a pace of 100 times. This discovery had sent the spirit guard experts in the pits of despair. The sawtooth devour ant was different from the alien insects that came from the alien insect dimensional rift. The alien insects might be numerous, but each individual alien insect would be at least the size of a domestic cat, allowing for effective attacks. Furthermore, once an expert entered the alien insect dimensional rift and extracted the source type item, the dimensional rift would be closed. 100 of the sawtooth devour ants didn't even have the strength that was comparable to a single normal fey. A child would be able to stomp several sawtooth devour ants to death with force. However, the sawtooth devour ants were just too many. Once they grouped up, they would be devouring everything in sight. According to the sawtooth devour ants reproduction method, even if a single sawtooth devour ant remained, the disaster wouldn't be considered to have ended. How was it possible to finish killing every single one of these tiny ants? If they could find an absolute expert in the Radiance Federation to conduct a carpet-style attack on the Sawtooth Devour Ant's active area, it might be possible. However, if they really did that, Golden Edge City would be turned into dust, and all the wealth would be destroyed. Misfortune didn't come alone for Golden Edge City, as another carcinoma fey, the poison dust locusts, appeared. But these newly emerged poison dust locusts were considered the saviors of Golden Edge City, which was in imminent danger. When the poison dust locusts had appeared, they had immediately treated the Sawtooth Devour Ants as food. During the battle between the two types of carcinoma feys, the poison dust locusts had ended up as the victor. Due to the Sawtooth Devour Ants' counterattacks, the poison dust locusts had also been nearly eliminated. The spirit guards immediately had been waiting for that moment to make their moves to contain the remaining Sawtooth Devour Ants and poison dust locusts. The high-class scholars and fey observers had indicated that the carcinoma feys, poison dust locusts, were Golden Edge City's saviors. They had noticed that the poison dust locusts could release poison dust from their wings while flying in the sky. But after some research, the scholars and fey observers were shell-shocked. The poison dust locusts were releasing poison dust that contained emotional toxins, turning love into hatred. If the love was deep, the toxins would turn it into pure hatred. If the people and spirit chi professionals in Golden Edge City were infected on a large scale, then Golden Edge City would turn into this world's most horrifying purgatory of hatred. A Class 5 scholar had once published an article saying that it was fortunate that the Sawtooth Devour Ants and the poison dust locusts had appeared together. Otherwise, it would have been a city-destroying disaster. According to what the Moon Empress said, people in the Divine Wood Federation collected the carcinoma feys to use as weapons. Lin Yuan understood the insanity of the spirit chi professionals on another continent. While thinking through, Lin Yuan's thoughts were suddenly clearer. Perhaps, without the protection of a powerful federation, the world of spirit chi professionals was supposed to be in this way. Seeing how the Moon Empress was serious and concerned, Lin Yuan knew that his master wasn't just trying to explain the situation of the Divine Wood Federation to him, but also for him to take care of his safety. Lin Yuan let out a bright smile that revealed his white teeth. Master, don't worry. I will pay attention to safety. After living 2 lifetimes, Lin Yuan knew how precious life was as compared to others. Only by continuing to live would one be able to carry the burden of kinship, friendship, and responsibility. Therefore, Lin Yuan had always been very cautious when doing anything and wouldn't easily put himself at any risk of danger. After hearing Lin Yuan's response, the Moon Empress knew that Lin Yuan understood the hidden meaning of her words. Just as she wanted to bring another piece of pollen cream ginger cake to Lin Yuan, Cai Cha just happened to bring over the assorted lotus root powder, which was freshly grounded. Cai Cha placed the assorted lotus root powder in front of Lin Yuan and said, "Young lord, the Moon Empress asked me to prepare the lotus root powder for you." Lin Yuan could see Cai Cha serving a bowl of lotus root powder with tender colors. There was a tinge of gold and silver luster, obviously because of the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar's addition. The refreshingly sweet fragrance coming from the assorted lotus root powder entered Lin Yuan's nose, causing Lin Yuan to feel that flowers were blooming in his mind. Just the smell of the lotus root powder was enough for Lin Yuan to feel that someone had cleaned up his mind. There was an extremely light feeling as though Lin Yuan was lying on a cloud. Seeing the clean lotus flowers is enough to clear the heart of impurities. Lin Yuan looked at the lotus root powder and took another glance at the suzerain lotus flower phase on the pond, causing him to feel immense pressure. If I drink this bowl of lotus root powder in front of these suzerain lotus flower phase, what would they feel? Would they feel agitated? This was the same as chopping down the trotters of a blackback mountain boar, barbecuing it in front of the boar, and then asking if it was hungry after cooking it thoroughly. This was the same as pulling aggression. The Moon Empress saw Lin Yuan sneaking a peek at the lotus flower phase and feeling awkward, so she smiled and said, "Later on, you can drink this lotus root powder in your pavilion. By then, your body will receive another cleansing. The previous cleansing was to clean your physical body's impurities, and this cleansing is to clean your soul's impurities. The silver stamen gold luster cassia is able to cleanse the flesh and the soul. However, it isn't that easy to cleanse the soul as compared to the flesh." Chapter 398, The Pine Nut from the Pine Needle Spring Return Rat. Lin Yuan recalled in his head when he had consumed the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar. He didn't even have the time to carefully feel the osmanthus flower's sweet fragrance among the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar. He felt as if a lightning bolt had exploded in his stomach, and a kind of intense pain swept along the abdomen toward his internal organs. Finally, This intense pain was then transmitted from the internal organs to the limbs, as if it was going to tear his body into pieces inch by inch. Although it was akin to his entire body being reborn after taking the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar to cleanse himself, the pain he had to experience in this process was 100 times more torturous than death. His master had said that washing away the soul's impurities was not as easy as washing away the flesh's impurities. He knew that after drinking this lotus root powder made from the suzerain lotus phase lotus root and the suzerain silver stamen gold luster cassia's osmanthus's nectar, he would certainly suffer unbearable torture. Lin Yuan had no way to understand the soul and what would happen after washing away the soul's impurities. He couldn't help but very much look forward to it. The Moon Empress instructed Xi Cha, who was carrying the assorted lotus root powder next to her, take this bowl of lotus root powder over to little Yuan first and then put the water in the hot spring. Xi Cha responded and bowed before retreating from the inner palace. She hurriedly went to help Lin Yuan clean up and set up the hot spring in that pavilion. The Moon Empress told Lin Yuan some secret stories about the Divine Wood Federation for a while. Then, seeing that it was almost time, Lin Yuan left the inner palace of the Radiant Moon Palace and went toward the pavilion where he usually lived. There were many rare feys outside the Radiant Moon Palace, all running around like they were free-range in nature all over the Leaning Moon Mountain. At present, many rare feys were frolicking and playing outside the Radiant Moon Palace unrestrainedly. However, Lin Yuan did not have the heart to look at the surrounding scenery as usual. He covered his stomach with his hand in preparation for enduring a new round of sweet torture. When Lin Yuan walked to the entrance of the pavilion where he lived, he saw a squirrel fey holding a nut half the size of its own body and kept knocking it for a long time but still did not crack open the nutshell. At that moment, Lin Yuan's line of sight and its line of sight intersected. Lin Yuan saw the squirrel fey and immediately recognized it. It was the healing-type pine needle spring return rat. The huge nut was a gold iron pine, which was planted on the Leaning Moon Mountain. This pine needle spring return rat was only a silver fey, so it obviously couldn't crack open this pine nut. The pine needle spring return rat was very humane and had high intelligence among the rodent feys. When it saw Lin Yuan rubbing his stomach and looking at the huge pine nut in its hands, the pine needle spring return rat somewhat reluctantly rubbed the pine nut on its big fluffy tail. Then it looked at Lin Yuan's hand that was covering his abdomen and picked up this huge pine nut before scampering to his feet and raising the pine nut. It had the look of "I watched you rub your stomach, and you look very hungry. I'll give you this treasure to eat." Lin Yuan squatted and took the pine nut from the pine needle spring return rat. He had seen its little actions earlier clearly. It obviously wanted to eat it badly, but when it saw him rubbing his stomach, it shared the pine nut with him. He understood that a large part of the reason for this situation was that there was a lot of food on the Leaning Moon Mountain. However, he had to admit that the pine needle spring return rat had warmed his heart. Upon seeing Lin Yuan take the pine nut, the pine needle spring return rat turned around and scampered into the distance. It intended to find some nuts to eat on the Leaning Moon Mountain. Lin Yuan let the amber button-shaped source-type source sand on his sleeve transform into a wisp of fine sand that crushed the pine nut shell into pieces with force. He took this huge pine nut and ran toward the pine needle spring return rat's root before throwing it with force. The pine needle spring return rat immediately experienced having something fall into its lap. It was a little confused. It had given away its iron pine, but why was it a pine nut kernel now? When it turned around, it found nobody behind it. Lin Yuan had already walked into the pavilion. Xi Cha was waiting for his return at the entrance. When she saw him enter, Xi Cha hurriedly bowed and said, "Young lord, the hot spring is ready. I've also added some morning lotus clear dew into it, which can help you wash your soul in the hot spring and calm your mind when removing the impurities on your soul." The corners of Lin Yuan's mouth couldn't help but twitch. How painful was washing away the impurities on the soul. The morning lotus clear dew was the dew condensed by the lotus leaves of the high-grade lotus phase when the morning sun arrived. The effect of calming the mind was comparable to the anesthetic of physical surgery. After Xi Cha left, Lin Yuan took the bowl of assorted lotus root powder that contained the suzerain silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar to the hot spring and drank it. Then, he entered the hot spring. Once the lotus root powder entered his mouth, he felt an intoxicating pleasure. It felt warm and very comfortable in his stomach, and such a comfortable feeling spread from his stomach to his internal organs and then finally to his limbs. Lin Yuan couldn't help but be a little confused. Wasn't this relaxing? This comfortable feeling was simply too good. Just as this comfortable feeling rose in his brain, he suddenly felt like he had turned into Crazy Dave, and a huge wave of zombies was gnawing on his brain like crazy. Such a feeling was not the kind one would experience if their head split open or skull shattered. Rather, it was a stabbing pain of the deepest part of his brain. It was as if being churned and squeezed to the verge of shattering. The intense stabbing pain made Lin Yuan unable to find the pain's specific location, so he could only grit his teeth to endure it. The pain dominated all his nerves, causing him to not even be able to scream in the hot spring. Lin Yuan could only empty his mind to passively feel the painful sensation in the deepest part of his mind. At that moment, under this extreme pain, Lin Yuan seemed to have seen the soul world that he had never had a glimpse of from the deepest part of his mind. He only saw two cloudy illusory figures there with black and brown fragments constantly floating on their surface and were stripped away. As these fragments were stripped away, the two cloudy illusory figures became more and more translucent and solid. When Lin Yuan felt these black and brown fragments being stripped out of these two illusory figures, he felt the memories of his past life and present life in his mind became clearer and clearer. Even those fragments that were suddenly lost in the years all appeared clearly before his eyes. Chapter 399, Homebody Lin Yuan. It was like a revolving door in Lin Yuan's mind. He walked the path again that he had walked in his 2 lifetimes. The moment he finished doing that, he only felt that the depths of his mind suddenly became clearer than ever. This feeling of clarity made him only feel that looking at everything in the world had become refreshing, and his thinking had become clearer. But due to the earlier intense pain, Lin Yuan had long been completely exhausted and now had no strength to move. The lotus flowers in the lotus pond in the Radiant Moon Palace's inner palace had actually just reached suzerain. Only then did they comprehend a willpower rune and woke up from their slumber. The fact that their lotus roots were cut off at this time was something that affected their foundation. The Moon Empress was currently pouring a bottle of dark green spirit fluid into the lotus pond. Once it entered the lotus pond, the lotus feys, whose roots had just been cut off, immediately absorbed the energy in the dark green spirit fluid to replenish their damaged roots. Moon Empress, the portions of the lotus root powder and silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar have been doubled in young lord's bowl of assorted lotus root powder as you've instructed. When Xi Cha said this, she did not understand what the Moon Empress' intention in doing so was. 1 serving of soul cleansing was enough, and double the amount was akin to wasting it. Even if the Moon Empress spoiled Lin Yuan, it was simply a pity to waste such good stuff. The Moon Empress replied coldly, "Well done. This extra portion will allow little Yuan to immediately replenish his body's overtaxed energy to its optimal state after cleansing his soul. At the same time, it can also form a protective barrier in his soul." Xi Cha did not say much after hearing the Moon Empress words, as she understood that the Moon Empress was not just spoiling their young lord. Why would such good stuff be needed to restore his overtaxed body to its best condition? He could also restore his health by eating some nourishing spiritual ingredients and recuperate for a period. The protective barrier formed in his soul was only temporary. Perhaps in less than a year, it would naturally dissipate. Although one could prevent damage to the soul once per year, Xi Cha felt that such a way was simply appalling. Lin Yuan was lying in the hot spring weakly, helplessly, and pitifully. Even after an hour of alleviation, Lin Yuan felt that there was still no significant effect. This was because his body had been too overtaxed in the process just now. Fortunately, he still had the strength to move his fingers. Lin Yuan took the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar that his master had given him out of the diamond fey storage box. Fortunately, he had divided the large jar of silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar, which could be called a barrel, into groups of 10 drops each. Otherwise, if he took out the large jar of silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar now, he really couldn't move it, given the fact that he only had the strength to move his fingers. When a small bottle of 10 drops of silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar entered his mouth, Lin Yuan just felt alive. However, despite taking these 10 drops of silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar, he still felt that his overtaxed body was not completely better, which surprised him a little. It had to be known that every drop of diamond silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar contained abundant energy. Lin Yuan didn't dare to think how much of his energy the intense pain had depleted just now. Only after he took out another 10 drops of nectar and drank it did he feel that the overtaxed energy in his body was finally replenished. When Lin Yuan began to try to enter the depths of his mind again to see his soul, he found that he couldn't do so, no matter what. Lin Yuan scratched the back of his head. Theoretically, a normal person should only have 1 soul, but he had 2. What was going on? Lin Yuan changed into his spirit chi clothes and went straight to his master. Then he left one of the ethereal jellyfish's tentacles for Mystic Moon. After a while, Mystic Moon would bring this tentacle to a more suitable place in the Divine Wood Federation. At that time, he could open a space tunnel to the Divine Wood Federation. Lin Yuan then left the Radiant Moon Palace. When he walked to the front of the palace next to the silver stamen gold luster cassia, the mother of Bloodbath jumped from the top of the silver stamen gold luster cassia to Lin Yuan's shoulder. The mother of Bloodbath was suddenly surprised to see that Lin Yuan was different from when he had just entered. Even though there was not the slightest change in his appearance, his vital energy or aura seemed to have been raised to another level. This kind of aura that gave off a sense of harmonization and genuineness made the mother of Bloodbath feel that even if it did not know him and was not his path protector, this would also let Lin Yuan give off a good natural feeling. Because of Lin Yuan's natural and genuine aura, it was very easy for feys to approach him. After leaving the Leaning Moon Mountain, the mother of Bloodbath transformed into its human form and put on the cloud-patterned mask. Lin Yuan also put on the mask engraved with the pattern of the majestic Sky City on his face. The mother of Bloodbath's strange and peculiar voice sounded in Lin Yuan's ears. Are you personally going to the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce because it has encountered some trouble? Lin Yuan looked at the mother of Bloodbath in surprise and asked, didn't you comprehend the blood law rune? How come you still know how to read minds? The mother of Bloodbath rolled its eyes at Lin Yuan and thought with a snort, if everything's fine, would a homebody like you leave the house? After returning from the depths of the endless forest, how long has it been since you have not gone out, staying in the mansion instead? Lin Yuan had been keeping in touch with Listen in the past few days over the phone and knew that the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce was facing the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce's suppression. The Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce had started as a chamber of commerce, but it had now begun to get involved in other areas. In terms of scale, it was over 10 times larger than the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, and it could be considered a rising faction. According to Listen, there were only 2 king-class experts in the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce in its heyday. However, the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce had 6 king-class experts, and 2 of them were pinnacle king-class experts. However, the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce did not even have a single king-class expert now. Listen could only struggle whilst at death's door under the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce's suppression. He had no room to fight back. Lin Yuan had previously helped Listen promote those 2 bronze/flawless feys into bronze/epic feys, which was considered helping the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce survive the calamity. Even if the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce had left Indigo Azure City, the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce had a stronger grasp on it now. Chapter 400, Now I'll see how the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce can still hold on. When Lin Yuan had been on the phone with Listen, he could clearly feel that Listen was completely hanging in there in the current situation, but there was no denying that he was very motivated. Since Listen and the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce had paid allegiance to him, and Listen had sworn an oath with the willpower rune, Lin Yuan had to be responsible for them. Soon, Lin Yuan and the mother of Bloodbath arrived at the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's location. He only saw a rather large white house where the periphery was simply arranged without any decoration. From time to time, the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's employees could be seen taking out or moving in various fey storage boxes. Then they completed the supply of goods online through Ostrich Logistics' exclusive courier. The Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce now had no offline resources at all. The Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce had swallowed its offline resources through commercial competition. Fortunately, the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce had many online resources, and the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce could not do anything about it for a while. At that moment, Lin Yuan heard the 2 employees, who came out to move the fey storage box, whispering, "Old Zhao, do you think we can get through these difficult times? The Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce is aggressive. It looks like it won't give up until it reaches its goal. We'll just do our job well. Anyway, we can't help. I believe the president will have a solution. Has anyone from the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce come to poach you? Those bastards from the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce came to me several times, but I've refused. I've worked here for half of my lifetime. Old president and young president have been kind to me. I won't go to the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce no matter how much they give me." Upon hearing the 2 employees' conversation, the mother of Bloodbath that was beside Lin Yuan exclaimed slightly, "These employees are quite loyal." Lin Yuan shook his head. The Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce has even poached the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's ordinary employees, so I guess those who are still here should be those who are unwilling to leave or have other purposes. The mother of Bloodbath frowned slightly. Spies. Lin Yuan's expression sank. Since the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce has cut off the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's offline resources, the only thing that they can get their hands on is on the online resources. Seeing Lin Yuan's expression sink, the mother of Bloodbath asked, "Why? Are you worried about the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's future?" Lin Yuan shook his head. He was not worried about the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's future but about the safety of those employees staying behind. Those objects made of completely jade-textured powder were simply in short supply in the market. If objects made of jade-textured wood were said to be loved by the affluent families, then objects with jade-textured powder were a favorite of the wealthy families with a foundation. Therefore, even if the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce lost all its online and offline resources, as long as it was a Chamber of Commerce recognized by the Radiance Federation, Lin Yuan could ignore the obstacles. He would immediately get the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce back on its feet by pouring in these scarce resources. It was just that, as the saying went, when the map is unrolled, the dagger is revealed. The Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce has been plotting against the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. Since it had now involved the ordinary employees, it was clear how determined the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce was to bring down the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. In terms of strength, the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce was a faction that suppressed the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce by several times. If it lost the patience to slowly devour the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, would it do it by force? A loud sound exploded out of nowhere in the quiet room. A full-bearded middle-aged man hit his hands on the table hard, and he was yelling, "Big brother, I don't know why young Master Zheng is so attached to the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. We've eaten up the offline resources. I even find it too little, even with the remaining framework and various online resources. Don't you think young Master Zheng is crazy?" Another slightly older middle-aged man was holding a wine pot with a dragon beast pattern on it and pouring wine into a glass. Even his face, which was still calm after the loud noise, suddenly changed, and he snarled, "Impudent! Is young Master Zheng a name you can call? How many times have I told you to be careful with your words? Why don't you take it to heart?" The older middle-aged man glared fiercely at the middle-aged man with a beard. "Big brother, it's just the two of us. I won't say such things if there are outsiders." The older middle-aged once again growled, "You should be more careful when it's just the two of us. Otherwise, if it becomes a habit to say such things, and word spreads, can our Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce still get the resources from young Master Zheng?" The bearded middle-aged acknowledged that fact and then said indignantly, "Big brother, the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce is weak. It has nothing, and it's so hard to devour it. Why do we bother so much? Why don't we just go through to the end and finish it off cleanly so that it'll be easy for us to report this matter back?" This bearded middle-aged man had a nasty look. He was just like a small blind bear in the mountains that was hungry for half a month and eager to hunt. The older middle-aged man was calmly sipping his glass of strong wine, picking up the wine pot with the dragon beast pattern and carefully tasting it. He unhurriedly said, "Force is definitely something that has to be used, but not now. Don't always think of using force. Use your brain more. There are a lot of things you should learn." The bearded middle-aged stepped forward, picked up a wine glass on the table, put it in front of the older middle-aged man, and said, "I'm thirsty too. Pour me some." The older middle-aged man took the wine pot and poured a glass of strong wine for his brother, saying as he poured the wine, "Aren't you curious why young Master Zheng is putting so much effort into the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce that even you and I don't have an eye on?" The older middle-aged man's eyes flashed slightly as he spoke, and a planning gaze flickered in his eyes. At that moment, there was a knock on the door, followed by the man at the door shouting, "President, second president. The news from Elder Fei has arrived." The bearded middle-aged man replied, "Bring it in." The person who came to deliver the news handed in a paper envelope and immediately retreated. The older middle-aged man took the paper envelope, opened it, and a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. The bearded middle-aged man put his face over, looked at the text, and exclaimed, "Big brother, is this the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's online resources?" The older middle-aged man slapped this paper correspondence on the table and said, "Now I'll see how the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce can still hold on."